Gosh. I'll see her soon. Right on time, 6:25. And today we're late because of who? Seth Hackett. All righty. John Robb, Friday, 6 crates, new vinyl, 2-pack, 45 rush lights. Fly by night, goodbye, my dear. Take my mind. All right, everybody. Jake, I'm going to give this to you. This should be tagged to Tony McDaniel. Okay. I don't know if they didn't. Is there any note around here saying he needs one? Because he was supposed to get the last one. If he's got one already, which then that's an extra, or there's a waiting list actually. But no one ever got that off my desk, so okay. All right, big night ahead. So there's 6 crates of new vinyl. There's 2 Hatchet Ed crates, a whole crate of Japanese, a whole crate of Japanese 45s, 4 crates from John. Laura's got all the auctions ready. Laura's working on marking stuff, and we got a fun, action-filled Friday night ahead of us. A fun, action-filled Friday night ahead of us. And yeah, that's what we're about to do. I'm honestly about to try to clean up my station here. Meant to do this. Jake has got started on the logistical part. Now I'm going to do the cosmetic part. I'm going to try my best to sweep. Yeah, Tony, the light that was here on the table, that was yours, and I never did take it off, so they might have forgot to tag it. So Jake is putting your name on it right now. It looks like the rush lights are in. And where I stand every night, just because of the way the store is designed, it actually is a collection pot for dust. He's already tagged for one? Okay. I'll just lay it right there. I'll figure out. I guess that's a extra one then. So yeah, what I was saying, this is a collection spot for dust where I stand every night, and if I don't sweep it every couple of days, it gets really bad. I mean, like, it's crazy. I could show y'all just what accumulated in the last, you know how it is, like in a big warehouse, they get dusty, old ceilings. We're in a pretty old building. It's been pretty good taken care of. We bought it a couple years ago officially. So Doug knows what I'm talking about. Right here where it's black and white checkered, it's like a dust collection. Phew. There we go. Don't want to stand in that. I'm kind of a clean freak. That's why I've been trying to work on getting some new rules established for our warehouse next year. Kind of freaks me out every time I walk back here. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay. I'm not like a germaphobe. I'm just like everything nice and neat, which is really hard to do in a warehouse. So, just the way you are. All right, we just got started, so nobody has missed anything. I'm going to clean up a few things right here. Okay. And, man, we sold a lot of 45s last night after midnight, thanks to our nighttime buyers. Sitting on the park bench, Jamie's crying. Yeah, I'm free. Free fall. And I won't back down. Jet. Jet. First auction. Mushroom head, $1 star, sealed. $1. 1 greenback. $1, one doll hair, one USD, one George Washington, 20 nickels, 100 pennies, $1 start on mushroom head. Sealed on red vinyl. Sealed on red vinyl. Mushroom head. That was the Chad melody. Pennies are a thing of the past. We round up to dollars. So if your total is $10 and a penny, it's 11. What? Ozzy Osbourne, $29.99. Handwritten letter by Paul McCartney, $8,000. Chad stirred up enough dust, I'm about to sneeze my brains out. Okay, next auction. Getting warmed up here with a few things I need to liquidate. The Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, Day in the Life. Beatles, She's a Woman, I Feel Fine. Beatles, Matchbox, Slow Down. Beatles, Paperback Writer, Rain. Beatles, Get Back, Don't Let Me Down. Whatever Gets You Through the Night, that's John Lennon. And the Beatles, Lady Madonna, and The Inner Light. All those Beatles and Beatles-related singles, $20. Starting bid. Okay? $20. Starting bid. Around, down, down, down. Whoa, Jamie's crying. Need a little more than one night stand. Down, down. Need a little more. Boom, ba, da, dee. Show is about to commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. We are live at CollectCo. Welcome, everybody. We've already got bids and activity. And make sure I didn't miss anything important in the chat yet. If I did, just send it again. We got sealed mushroom head, Call the Devil, Metal Devil. What is this called? Call the Devil. This is on red vinyl. Mushroom head is sealed. It's never been opened. It's a $7 bid. I started at $1. The Beatles singles have bids for $20, $20, and Karen Robbins has them for $22. Ghost, new ice blue on the wall. Yeah, that's the new one from Friday for today. Yeah, that's the new one for today. You're absolutely right on that one. That is right. Hey, you out there all alone, standing lonely, standing old, can you hear me? Hey, you. Okay, so first thing we have is this is a crate that was posted this morning at 6 a.m. Some stuff has already been pulled. Some stuff hadn't been pulled. And so let's get started right now with it. I think it was pulled at 2:30 by probably G or Ed. That looks like G's handwriting, maybe. Maybe, maybe not. That might be Laura's handwriting. I don't think. That's probably G, though. So mushroom head's at 12. And Ghost is... How much is Ghost? Ghost is $39.99. Ghost is $39.99. Okay? Aussie is $29.99. So we've somebody already bought Coheed and Neil Young. William Lee Murray was second on Coheed. Danny got Dwight Yoakam. Danny got RL. John Griffin got Reload. Josh Tanner second on Reload. Clifford Umstead next on RL. Leslie was got My Morning Jacket. Clifford got Towns Van Zant. Mike Massey got Too Much. Kelly next on Coheed. Kelly next on Too Much. Albert Eisensmith got Albert King. Andrew Eisensmith got Albert King. Stephen Reeves got Load. Okay, now we're looking for Slayer, Cathedral, and Creator. I don't think those have been pulled yet. So what I'm actually going to do on these, is make them buy it now best offer. This was the last crate that we went through of new arrivals last night at almost midnight. And most people probably were asleep by then and probably didn't know we was going through a new Laura crate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start us off tonight with this, and it's going to be best offer. Okay? It's going to be best offer. Thatcher is $555. It is sealed. It's $555. Of course, if you know the pricing on this record, you'll know right now the cheapest is EX, $450 plus shipping, and then there's two more overseas, $600 and $1,200, $555, and that's on Thatcher. Okay, that is on Thatcher. I have, believe this or not, I've got two of them. I've got two sealed OG Thatchers, $555 a piece. And then we have Ghost sold, and that's sold to Charlie Buck. That's sold to Charlie Buck, CBuck0318 on Twitch. Thank you. First sale of the night. All right, so these are all best offer. They were new for last night. Some of these are already sold, though. 3 are already sold. Roxy Music, VG Plus, $14.99 for Roxy Music. Yellow Atco label, $14.99. So Karen still has the Beatles singles. All these reissue Beatles singles, they're really clean. There is one John Lennon one in here. Whatever gets you through the night. And I think the high bid was Karen at $25. Yep. Karen has those at $25. Mushroom Heads at $19 with Autumn. We have Freddie Hubbard Hubtones, a $19.98 US, $24.99. $24.99 on Freddie Hubbard. And Tim Maia, the existential soul of Tim Maia, and that is $19.99. How does pick up next week? If you have bought something starting this past Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, tonight or tomorrow, you can start picking up as early as next Wednesday. Oh, man, let's get started with the Japanese stuff of one of my favorites of all time. Albums, yes. Songs, definitely. Somebody asked me earlier, would Chad ever do a top 10 favorite album list? That would be pretty tough. It kind of rotates. As y'all know, I probably could narrow it down to 10 or 15. But with that being said, I might do that eventually. Might be a good end of the year thing. I also just found a crate over here. I didn't even know we had Laura. Laura ordered a crate. It was probably shown one of the days I was gone. Laura's best of 2025 albums. And we need to go through that because I've never gone through it. But here's a Japanese pressing of Band on the Run. And it has the poster. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert. This is a complete, really nice copy. Japanese pressing. OG of Band on the Run. That's a $35 start, okay? Oh, yeah. So what is the holiday schedule? Okay, never mind. Wait a minute. Yeah, I forgot next week's Christmas. We're not going to be open on Christmas Eve, the storefront. I doubt it. I'll have to talk to my mother, okay? I'll let her dictate the storefront hours, okay? And then we'll definitely close Christmas Day, and then we'll be back open Friday. I'd say if you want to pick up your order next week, play it safe and plan on the 26th, okay? And then we're always open the Friday, and we'll be open Friday and Saturday. A lot of people be in shopping with Christmas money and their Collectco gift cards. We've sold a lot of gift cards this year. You can buy a gift card directly on our website. You can send it to somebody digitally, or if you want a physical one, we can ship it to you. It would make more sense, obviously, to do it digitally, but you can, if you want a physical one to give somebody, you can do that too. Okay, so there's that. I got totally distracted there. So Karen's out on the Beatles. So let's go ahead and roll these then. That's so to Kathy Hodges, this entire lot here. $27. That's sold. Mushroom Head is sold for $19 to Autumn Bets. And there's Wings, Bound on the Run, a complete OG copy with poster, $35 star. Now, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Susie gets the Bark at the Moon Funko. That's sold to Susie Breedlove for $29.99. And then the first claimant here was RM, Roxy Music. I almost missed that. Roxy Music was sold to Chad Smith. Thank you on that. And over here, we have Freddie Hubbard, Hubtones. Details on this for Adam Bernardi. 1998 US, $24.99. I thought this was pretty cool. It's World Psychedelic Classics 4. So, you know, a lot of these labels, they go and they find this really rare, deep cut kind of stuff, and they bring it back to life. You know, there's a lot of music out there, foreign, funk, soul, jazz, that most people don't know about. OG records are hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. And I think that's exactly what that is. But yes, this is a best offer crate. It's actually some new stuff from Laura last night, and then some other stuff I put in. This is actually the 6 a.m. video. This is actually the 6 a.m. video. All right, let's go ahead and pull something from the bonus crate too. I have this really cool looking copy of Donald Fagen. Now, this is a pretty desirable press because it's the Qui-X. Donald Fagen, the Nightfly. This is a 82 US limited edition Qui-X pressing. Right now, the cheapest for sale on Discogs is $115, $153, and I think that's overseas. This is VG Plus. It's not bad at all. And I'm going to say this is a $75 start, okay? $75 start. This is a copy of Donald Fagen, the Nightfly. It's Qui-X promo sticker, and it has the hype sticker. That's really cool to see that. Bound on the Run's 35. Chad, how hard to find Japanese release only from a specific band? I guess if you're asking how, it depends on the artist and the album, I guess, and I can kind of let you know on that. Okay, so next thing in here is Stone Crush. Various artists, Stone Crush, Memphis Modern Soul, 77 to 87. That's a Memphis Soul compilation. Artists ranging from 77 to 87. That's $34.99. And we have Cathedral, and Cathedral was already sold. Cathedral is sold over here to Ken Crooker. Thank you, Ken Crooker. That's sold to you. Wings has a new bid for $40. And we have Ancient Wisdom, Deathlike. Ancient Wisdom's a 2013 US, $19.99. So Donald Fagen, the Nightfly is a $75 start. Cheapest for sale right now is $153. Qui-X is an audiophile grade vinyl they introduced in the early 80s. It's an audio grade colored vinyl, okay? Or audio grade vinyl. Actually, it might be translucent brown if you hold it up to the light. Yeah. It turns translucent brown if you hold it to light. So it's an audiophile grade. It's actually a pretty nice copy. It has the original inner sleeve, 75. So that's one of the better pressings. I don't think that's ever had any kind of other audiophile treatment. We have Dead Brain Cells. That's sealed for $29.99. And we have Black Label Society Doom Crew. That is sealed, 2021 solid silver vinyl, $39.99. We need another new LP to replace back there in the back, don't we? Let me see if I can find one right quick. Don't want an empty slot back there. Here, I'll put I'll put the neck. How about this? Right quick while it's right in front of me so I don't spend too much time looking, I'll go ahead and put the next auction. That's going to be our next auction right there. Sgt. Pepper's. That's on deck, okay? We'll leave that right there. First thing I have is 13.4 Elevators. This is an unofficial pressing. And I think somebody said in the chat the other night when I showed this, this is known for having really good sound quality. That's why it still demands pretty good money for being a bootleg. But that's on, plus it's on colored vinyl, $49.99. Banner runs at $15. Freddie Hubbard, $18. Adam, you got it. Sell that to Adam Bernardi for $18. We got Zodiac, a hiding place. Zodiac is a 2013. That's Gothic Metal, a hiding place by Zodiac, $29.99. So Donald Fagen does have a bid for $75. Ban on the Run Wings has a bid for $50. And then let's jump over here. I got quite the pretty sick collection tonight of Japanese 45s. And these are going to be $15 starts. These will be $15 starts. And look at them. I want you to look. Would you just look at them? Look at all these. Are you looking? Just look at all these. Unbelievable. Here, we'll start off with a really cool one. Never had that one before. The Jacksons. Can You Feel It? And Push Me Away. Japanese single, $15 start. Would you look at them? Just look at it. Hope everybody's looking at it. Next thing over here is this. We have Nuggets, Hallucination, Psychedelic Pop Nuggets from the Vaults, Colored Vinyl Record Store Day from 2016, $29.99. Zodiac was $29.99. This is a buy it now best offer. And then Craig McDaniel said is Pearl Jam and OG. And then Craig Daniel says, guess you don't care about selling the Pearl Jam. Oh, well, those are not OG pressings back there. Well, at least not Pearl Jam and these, okay? I get asked that almost every night, so sorry if I miss your question, because you won't be the first person to ask if that's a sealed OG, if that's a sealed OG. Those are, in fact, reissues. I promise you, if I had a real OG Pearl Jam, it wouldn't be for sale. It would already be sold or up for auction. So that's new and sealed 29. That's new and sealed 24. That's new and sealed 36, okay? Sgt. Pepper's is about to go up for auction. Tyrannosaurus Rex, a beginning. That's EX $32.99. And we have Sturgill Simpson cutting grass. This is on green and yellow vinyl. It does have a scene split up here. Sturgill is $29.99. Creator's already sold to William Warner. That was $34.99. And then over here we have Lee Hazelwood. Honey Limited, $29.99. So up at the top, we left off by saying Wings was with Jerry Conklin at 42, Donald Fagen 75, Wings 50, Donald Fagen 85. Okay, and then over here, Zodiac was 29, Donald Fagen 80, Wings out. This is Black Label Society in the crate. Yes, Black Label Society is Doom Crew Inc., sealed $39.99. Hiram Aponte gets Zodiac for $25. Donald Fagen has a new bid for $90. Donald Fagen has a new bid for $100. Chad Smith gets Nuggets for $25. And then over here, we have a $15 start on the Jacksons, okay? And that means Wings is about to sell. Jerry Conklin's out. Mark V's for $50. Slayer, Rain and Blood, is sold to Chris Smith. Thank you on that one. That's sold to Chris Smith. And then Donnie Fritz, oh my goodness, that's sealed for $14.99. And then Loretta Lynn, your Squaws on the Warpath, that's an original $29.99, okay? So what do we need to sell? We got a bunch of these, so let's go ahead and knock these out. That's a buy it now. The Jacksons, a Japanese pressing, $15 start on that one. Michelle does get Black Label Society, okay? So that's sold, and I'm going to go ahead and say the show is officially rolling. Let's go ahead and sell Mark V's The Wings Band on the Run for $50. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and start getting the box of sleeves open. So tonight, I go ahead and have everybody knowing what's going on. I plan on doing CDs tonight, okay? Big CD night tonight. CDs tonight. I've got 3 crates and 4 boxes, and I think I can come up with some more if we go through those fast enough. So after primetime vinyl time is done, after 11, we'll be doing CDs. So check back after 11 Central. We'll probably be in CD mode, maybe as late as midnight. Somewhere right in there, okay? Next auction is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Step right this way. This is going to be a $35 start. This one's EX. It does have a scuff right there, just on side 2. Nothing to fret about on this. That's the original black inner sleeve. Apple pressing, gatefold jacket, signed by all 4 of them inside the gatefold. I'm joking. That's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? So first thing is Black Label Society, then somebody else made an offer, then somebody else made an offer, then somebody else made an offer, and then over here, the Beatles, $35 start. And then Salty Prison Sergeant on $15, J $15. What was J $15? I may have missed that one. And anybody else, that's the Jacksons. I'm not for sure if I know your handle, though. It looks like your handle says Salty Prison Sergeant. Is that what that says? That is so do you. The Jacksons, $15. The Beatles has a bid for $15. Donald Fagen's at $115. Amenities, you've been outbid, okay? But yes, typically anything in the back is always going to be new and sealed. Chaz Smith. Okay, that's Chaz Smith. I know who Chaz Smith is. That's so to Chaz Smith. Thank you. Our next single is I Shot the Sheriff. Eric Clapton. Really cool there. Clapton, a $15 start. There's that. And let's get started. Let's read through these one more time. This is the Essential Soul of Tim Maia, $19.99. Stone Crush Memphis Soul Compilation, $34.99. Ancient Wisdom was $19.99. Dead Brain Cells, $29.99. Sealed. These are all best offer. 13-4 Elevators, $49.99. T-Rex is EX $32.99. And then we had Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass. These are all best offer, $29.99. Lee Hazelwood was $29.99. And then Donnie Fritz was sealed, $14.99. And then Loretta Lynn, $29.99. So JK offered SS22, SS22, Sturgill Simpson. I'm going to sell that too because of the seam split on top. And there you have it. All right, let's move this off the table and let's get into brand new stuff. We got 6 crates of new vinyl. I'm going to try to keep it balanced. I'm probably going to go through 1, 2, and then go through a new John crate. That way we have a pretty good mix. And I don't want to wait till it's too late to go through the Hatchet Ed crates. 2 Hatchet Ed crates. What are Hatchet Ed crates? Hatchet Ed crates are crates that were put back, not paid for. That's like mistagged records. It could be something I accidentally put in the sold box that didn't even sell. It could be something that didn't get paid for. So we got a lot to go through. That's why I'm kind of already talking really fast. Eric Clapton, 15. Eric Clapton, 15. Sarah, I saw your comment about that Bon Jovi. I think that's a pretty big rarity. So what I've always told people about Japanese stuff is in Japan, all these hard rock and metal, and it doesn't have to be hard rock and metal. It can be anything. It could be even any genre. It's just as in demand in Japan as it is here in the United States. So it's not like over there they have Japanese Metallica albums laying around for $5. Their equivalent in their dollars, it's $500-600 over there too. So a lot of really rare stuff that people's looking for here, it's just as rare over there, and there's honestly an equal amount of demand. So I try my best to get the best titles, but it's a challenge because the Japanese people, all the millions of music lovers over there, they're trying to get the same stuff. The Beatles, they're trying to get Alice in Chains and all the jazz for sure, and all the blues, and they love that stuff. So yeah, it's a challenge. All the rock, metal is huge. That's why last night we sold a Japanese Metallica album for $500. It's about $500 over there too if you went in a shop. It would be whatever the equivalent of yen. James Vasquez on Loretta Lynn for $24. But I try to find stuff for people. It's usually a challenge though, just like it would be if somebody said, Chad, can you get me an OG Alice in Chains Unplugged? I'd be like, man, everybody on earth wants that. It's a challenge, but that's why we go out and buy these collections. That's why Paul has to drive all over America to find this stuff, and we bring it here and sell it. The Beatles is tied at 35. The first bidder was David Johnson, okay? Then Jerry Conklin. You tied them, okay? Now Clapton has had like 3 bids. Susie has it for 16. Nick Bargeron, you're out. And then Donald Fagen, we are tied on Donald Fagen. No, we're not. Amenities has it for 115. It's up to Mark Fallon. Okay, Mark Fallon. Amenities has it for 115. 115. Let's get started. New and sealed, Chris Cornell. What a voice. We'll put him back there with the grunge stuff. $33.99 for Chris Cornell. I've got 2 copies. That one and this one. One of his solo albums, $33.99. Yeah, Slang is a tough one to get too. Yeah, some of that stuff is just pretty rare. $33.99. Here is Down. And that's the album is NOLA, and that's what they call a super group. Lots of big names come together to form this, including Pantera's Phil Anselmo. That's $44.99. So there's Pantera, and then Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. A lot of stuff I order on new vinyl. The reason we order new vinyl, it's a lot of stuff that's either never been made on vinyl until they made it on vinyl, or a lot of records that are impossible to get OGs of, like that, and like this. And like this, a lot of stuff that, you know, there is no vintage or OG copy of. So this is Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience, $33.99. Chris Cornell, $33. Down was $44. And then speaking of Pantera, this is Reinventing the Steel. All these Panteras, unless it's the 2 LPs, are on colored vinyl, $29.99. The Beatles is now at $40. Jerry Conklin, you're out. Eric Clapton's at $18 with Susie. And Donald Fagen is at $117. Amenities, you've been outbid. Mark Weiss on Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. That is sold to Mark Weiss. And we have Gorgira, La Font Sauvage. Correct me if I'm wrong, this should be on colored vinyl. Let me scan this one. It don't have, I was hoping it would have a hop sticker. I think when I ordered this, it said orange vinyl. I think it said orange vinyl. Let me check it right quick. Yeah, this is orange vinyl. Gorgira Limited Edition, La Font Sauvage, $44.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Also, I got 2 copies of Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, Flying High again. Now, this is a prime example of a new LP where OGs by no means are rare or expensive. They're just highly sought after. So it's like, poof, if I got one, it's like we just don't have these laying around like John Denver and Linda Ronstadt albums. So I try to order new copies of these. Plus, somebody just wants a brand spanking new one, opening it brand new like you did in 1985, 1983, when you were cruising down the highway and your mullet was flown in the wind and you was smoking on a Marlboro. And we have Kia Psycho Circus, $33.99. This is actually the first and only time it was pressed on vinyl, the lenticular cover, and then they've kept this same exact version in print. That's Kia Psycho Circus, $33.99. And then Susie and the Banshees. Susie and the Banshees, $36.99. This is called Peep Show. Peep Show, Susie and the Banshees. I haven't had this in a long time. $36.99 for Peep Show. Yeah, Rush lights are in. I'll probably tag them later, just so you know they're in, but doing the lights kind of put a big halt on the show. So I'll tag them probably one of the last things tonight, probably really, really late. But if you're on the pre-order, you're definitely getting one. They're all in, okay? And then over here, we have Audio Slave. Audio Slave is $34.99. Speaking of Chris Cornell, I love this album. Tom Morello on guitar, Show Me How to Live, Like a Stone, Set It Off, I Am the Highway, Bring Me Back, Bring Them Back Alive. Those are $34.99, okay? Patrick Mathis on Kia, Cycle Circus. I got one extra copy there. And then Pink Floyd is the next one. We're working on Pink Floyd right now. It's the next one, yeah. And then Beatles is at $45. Donald Fagen's at $119. What about Clapton? Susie bid $18. Nick Bargeron, I just want to let you know you're out, okay? So Eric Clapton's at $18 with Susie. Everybody else is out. The Beatles is at $45. David Johnson's out, so that's a final call. And then the Nightfly, Amenities has it for $119. It's up to Mark Fallon. Fishbone. Fishbone's one of those bands. They're not really rare or expensive. They just don't come through too often, if that makes sense. I don't know. That's one of those oddities. It's they're not really rare, but they're not really expensive. It's just, we call that stuff hard to get. We call that kind of stuff hard to get. It's kind of like The Cure and the Smiths. They're not really rare. They're not really all that expensive. They're just what we call hard to get. Aha. Take on Me, Japanese single, $15 start. Donald Fagen has a new bid for $120, and we have Outkast, Atelians, $33.99. This is Outkast. It's a 2 LP, $33.99, and Bob Marley. I went ahead and ordered this. It's a little bit more expensive than the other versions, but it's on really cool green, yellow, red striped colored vinyl. That's a 30th anniversary 2 LP, essentially the best of Bob Marley. I only have one of those, $44.99. All right, the Beatles is sold for $45. That's Jerry Conklin, $45. $45. Thank you. We have a whole crate of Japanese, a whole bin of Japanese singles, and those are going to be going up one at a time. I got all the advertised auctions, which are about to start right now, and then I have 2 crates of bonus stuff, which is enough for tonight, tomorrow, and we'll still even have some stuff for Monday. Let's see what else we got over here, okay? Next thing is this. We have Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $29.99. Crazy. That's how it goes. That's remastered, of course. And this is an on-sale price. This is the deluxe edition of Led Zeppelin 2. So it's a 2 LP. You get the actual album remastered, and then you get the cool bonus tracks, the rough mixes, etc., etc. The alternate versions, $38.99 for Zeppelin. That's the 2 LP. All right, so Clapton, I think I lost Nick Bargeron on this one. Susie had it for $18. I'm scrolling, and this is sold to Susie for $18. Next thing is Donald Fagen's at $122. Aha's at $18. And then let's grab another Japanese pressing over here. Let's do the next one in the bin. Queen Hot Space. Queen Hot Space. This is with Obi. This is known for having the big song Under Pressure with David Bowie on it. It's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, and this is going to go up for a $35 star. We love Japanese pressings all night long. If you're a buyer for these, don't go anywhere. $35 start. I've got 2 copies of Pantera. That's Vulgar Display of Power. We had Reinventing the Steel earlier. That's on colored vinyl as well. And then Audio Explorer on Led Zeppelin. Great price on that for $38. They're almost usually, what, $10, $11 more than that? And then Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $33.99 for Rob Zombie. That has Dragula on it, okay? Let me start right there. And then we have Queen. Hot Space, that just went up. What about Donald Fagen over here? Donald Fagen, amenities 122. The bid before that was Mark Fallon at 120. And like I said, right now the cheapest for sale is like $150 something. So that's still within range. Aha's at 20, and then our next single. It's the final countdown. Da-da-dun-dun. That's a $15 start for Europe. I've got Pink Floyd live at Paris, 1970. This is an unofficial, $29.99 for Pink Floyd. Pantera was also $29.99. That's Vulgar Display of Power. And I've got 2 copies of Burzum. Burzum is Philosophium. Is that what that says? $39.99. And I believe this is under the genre of black metal. Burzum. $39.99. The Donald Fagen is the 1982 limited edition audiophile pressing. It has the hop sticker, the quiet sticker, the promo sticker, the inner sleeve. It's not bad whatsoever. And over here is the high bid with Mark Fallon at 123. Queens at 40, Queens at 45. Amenities, you're out on Donald Fagen. And the last bid on Aha was amenities at $20. Europe is a $15 start, by the way, and I've got 2 copies of Queensryche Empire. Queensryche is $38.99. $38.99. This is Queensryche Empire. It's a 2 LP, Jet City Woman, and I have 2 copies of Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. 40th anniversary, cobalt blue vinyl, $29.99. 40th anniversary, with poster, blue vinyl, $29.99, and 2 copies of Pantera, The Great Southern Trendkill, $29.99. Of course, Donald Fagen, one of the front men of the band Steely Dan, one of the front members of Steely Dan, and we have Queen at $48. Europe, the final countdown, and then Aha is officially sold, and this is sold to amenities for $20. Next thing I have over here is I have 2 copies of Helmet, and this is the red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet is $36.99, and we have Ozzy, and this one, oh man, that one got. Look at that. That one got bent up bad. And then we have one good copy then, Memoirs of a Madman, which is an Ozzy Greatest Hits, $38.99 on that. So Europe has a bid for $15. That's moving to a final call. Queens at $55. We got the battle between Jerry and amenities. And then Donald Fagen's at $140. Mark Fallon, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the following. Wow, don't get a lot of these. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, look at that. Let's do the Rolling Stones, Tell Me, and of course, Time is on my side. Yes, it is. The Rolling Stones, that's going to go up for a $15 start. Next is Disturbed, Waka Aka. This is on green vinyl, a gatefold jacket, $33.99. And Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. That is $29.99. And I got something really cool. These are new, and they did a whole series, and I missed them almost. Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. That's a new pressing of Paul McCartney's Christmas song. It's on yellow vinyl. Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. Those are $17.99. $17.99 for Paul McCartney. Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. That's it. It's on yellow vinyl. Thank you, Ed, for letting me know that. The flip is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reggae. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reggae. So Paul McCartney is $17.99. Those are new. Thank you, Ed, for tagging these. And let's run through that crate one more time. Boy, there's a lot still left in here. We need to make a better den out of here. I know it's early on a Friday night. It's actually really early for a Friday night. But we need to make a little bit better den out of here, okay? But there's Paul. He's $17.99. So let's go back up the top. Mark V's got a Tenacious D. And then let's update our other auctions, okay? First of all, Europe is sold to amenities for $15. Stanley Richmond wants a Paul McCartney, $17.99. There's 2 left. And then the Rolling Stones has 1 bid, and that's with Robert Warner for $15. That's going once, going twice. Let's take a better look at Queen. Of course, Queen is near mint minus and pristine. Yeah, near mint minus and pristine. It has the rich winter sleeve. It has the insert, and it has the cover and the obi. It is a top copy, okay? There's that, and let's put these little bit better right here. And then Donald Fagen, the Nightfly. Of course, this is, thank you, Jake. This is an audiophile pressing. It's always been a popular album. Anything Steely Dan related, especially from Donald Fagen, always popular. Amenities had this for $140. Mark Fallon bid $142. All right, $142. There's that. $142. Mark Fallon, Amenities out. Jerry Stone also wants a Paul McCartney. That is sold. There's one left in Queens at $75. Now, can't spend a lot of time going through this crate again because we have so much other stuff. But let's read through these one more time quickly. And I had Chris Cornell at 33. I had Down for 44. Gin Blossoms for 33. Pantera for 29. Gorgira was 44. Ozzy was 29. Kiss was 33, Susie and the Banshees 36, Audio Slave 34, Outkast was 33, Bob Marley 44, and that's the 2 LP on colored vinyl, by the way. And we have Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz for 29. Let me pause there, and I'm going to go ahead and sell Robert Warner, the Rolling Stones for $15, and now we need 2 more singles. Donald Fagen still getting a bid, $155. Queen still getting a bid for $88. Those are still rolling. Let's put up 2 more singles. How about Elvis and Deep Purple? Man, I don't think I've ever seen that one before. You Don't Have to Say You Love Me and Patch It Up. That's a really cool Elvis. I love the Japanese font on that one. $15 start. And then what about Deep Purple, Black Knight, and Into the Fire? $15 start on that. Japanese singles, Japanese albums, other albums, just great stuff. First thing is this. We have Wolverine on Bob Marley. Thank you on that. That's sold to Wolverine. He also is in on Elvis at $15. And Scotty Hops audio slave, right? Yeah, Scotty Hops wants an audio slave. Jerry Conklin's out on Queen. Scotty Hops did get an audio slave. Queen, the last bid that came in on that was Amenities at $88. And then Mark Fallon, it's up to you on Donald Fagen. We have Led Zeppelin 2 at $38.99. Pantera $29.99. Rob Zombie $33. Pink Floyd $29.99. Burzum was $39. We have Queen at $38. We have another Queen's Rock at $38. Almost called this Paul McCartney. Ozzy's at $29. Pantera $29. Helmet $36. Ozzy Memoirs $38. Disturbed $33. And Tenacious D $29. Okay, that's what's in that crate of our first crate of new stuff. New stuff. Mark Fallon's done. He said, Chad, I tried for you. Final call on Amenities for both auctions. Elvis and Deep Purple both have bids for $15.15. Elvis has a new bid for $16, and Queen's Rock is sold to Pergy 33. Pergy 33. Thank you on that one. Okay, time to get a new one. So here is my note today from Ed. And it said, do what now? Friday, 6 crates of new vinyl, 2 putback crates, a.k.a. Hatchet Head, plus 45s, plus Rush Lights, plus Japanese. A lot of stuff tonight, plus 4 John crates, plus whatever Laura marks. Wow. All right, well, let me go ahead and grab the next crate, and then I'm going to go right into, what am I going to go into? I'm going to go into putting up 2 new auctions for sure. We're about to get into the advertised stuff. Oh, boy. And I think y'all know me. I love advertising. So we're about to advertise stuff. We're about to advertise so much your head's going to spin. You're going to be like, Chad, my head is spinning from all this advertisements. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Okay, so first thing we have is this. Deep Purple is sold for $15 to Wolverine. Elvis is sold for $18 to Wolverine. The Nightfly is sold to Amenities, and that is sold to him for $155. Let's put that away. Amenities, $155, and also Amenities on Queen. And Queen over here, Queen over here, Queen over here. Queen over here is sold to Amenities for $88. Oklahoma and Alabama, that just kicked off, didn't it? I'm going to say the tide rolls. I'm going to say the tide rolls. That's going to be my prediction. But if Oklahoma wins, I'm okay with that too. I have no feelings in this game. Wouldn't surprise me, though, if Oklahoma just come out there and just stopped a mud hole in them. Probably not going to happen, though. Wow, look at this bad company. This is Good Love and Gone Bad. I love that one. Look at that. And Whiskey Bottle. Love the Japanese font. $15 start on that. Over here, we have the following. Our first advertised auction is Joe Satriani surfing with the alien. This is an 87 US EMDW press. OGVG, original inner sleeve, Joe Satriani. Look at that cover. $15 start on that. Deep Purple, or excuse me, Bad Company, a $15 start. And let's put up another auction from the Japanese crate. Let's see here. In the Japanese crate, we got the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles, Wings, the Beatles, the Beatles, the Wings, Wings, the Beatles. And let's go ahead and put up Y and T down for the count. Wow. Don't get a Japanese pressing of this too often. Y and T down for the count. This is a $35 start. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. This has a promo sticker on the back. $35 start on that. First thing is Peter Criss. Now, this is a different variant. This is a different variant. This is the white vinyl, white cover. We've been having the silver vinyl, silver cover. So this is a different pressing. Peter Criss, white vinyl, white cover, $38.99. That comes out today, his new album. Black Label Society, $34.99. 1919 Eternal, $34.99. 1919, that's a 2LP purple vinyl. Black Label Society. And then Temple the Dog, I'm Going Hungry. Yeah. A lot of people say I can sound just like Chris Cornell if I try. $34.99 on Temple the Dog. Let's go back up to the top. And we had Bad Company, David Tate's in at 15. And then after that, we had, make sure I didn't miss anything. We had Joe Satriani 15, Joe Satriani 15, Bad Company 17, and Y&T 35. We need another Japanese single. And that next Japanese single is the following. Oh, Black Betty, Bam the Lamb, Blow, Black Betty, Bam Jalam. That's Ram Jam, Black Betty, $15 start. How cool is that? $15 start on that. Next is John and Paul, a Toot and a Snore, $33.99. We honestly might have a wait list for this. This was kind of an unreleased album. It's still semi-unofficial. It was basically an Improv 2 acid trip session where Paul McCartney got together with Harry Nilsson and Stevie Wonder, and I think they were all tripping out on acid, and they recorded some music, and it never got officially released until now. So that's pretty much what this is. With that being said, I think there might be a waiting list. So let me search my spreadsheet for Toot. Okay, nothing there. How about we type in Paul? That's probably going to pull up a lot. Yeah, that's going to pull up a lot of names. Yeah, maybe there's not. Paul Diano, Beastie Boys, Paul Brothers, John and Paul maybe. How about John, Paul? I might have to manually look for this one. All right, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. If there is, it's really old. I think there was like one. That's the reason two more came in. I think there was one person from a long time ago waiting for one, which sounds right. But I just can't remember. Puzzle, Junkyard, Kiss, Halloween, Batman, Puzzle, Ozzy, Pumpkinhead, Metallica, Anthrax, Dead Kennedys, Metallica. This is all stuff that never did come back in. Foo Fighters, Rolling Stones, Black Sabbath, Paul Diano, Blankets, this, that, this, those, these, that, this, that. Yeah, I don't see it on here. So maybe everybody that finally wanted one got one. That's what it looks like, okay? So both of these are still available, $33.99. Paul McCartney, Toot and a Snore, $33. So, yeah, both of them are still available, it looks like, okay? Both of them still available. So, $33.99. Let's go back up and see where I left off. I left off by saying Y&T, $35. Joe Satriani, $18. Y&T, $38. Joe Satriani, $18. And then Joe Satriani, $20. Joe Satriani, $20. Wait list on Peter Criss. That was for the silver cover. Let me pull that back up. So I think I tagged one too many the other night. This is a completely different one. This is the white vinyl. There's no wait list for that. This is a different one. But Stanley, you know what? I think I've got you down for a silver one right around the corner. Hold on one second. Stanley Richmond, hold the phone right here. Extra Tuesday sale. 4 left, 2 left, 1 left. Last one, possible wait list. This is sold. All right, this is sold to Stanley Richmond. Okay, there's your copy right there. Stanley Richmond. Thank you, Stanley Richmond. That's so to you. Gotcha. Okay, Ram Jam 15, Joe Satriani 21, Ram Jam 17, Ram Jam 15, Black Betty 15, Bad Company out, Joe Satriani 25, Ram Jam 17, Joe Satriani 26, Joe Satriani 30, Y&T 40, Joe Satriani 32. Next is Avenged Sevenfold. This is called City of Evil, 20th anniversary, orange and red swirl. Avenged Sevenfold, $36.99. Okay, so I have no idea who has the high bids. It looks like Satriani's at 32. It looks like Y&T Rarities at 43. Ram Jams at 20. What about Bad Company? This is a Japanese pressing. It looks like Bad Company is at 17 with Wolverine. Good Lovin' Gone Bad. That's at 17, okay? Ram Jam just got a bid for 20. That may be the high bid. It looks like it is. And then Satriani, 32 amenities. YNT, 43. Old Crow Medicine Show. Haven't had them in a while. Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl. This one's called Carry Me Back. $24.99. $24.99 on Oak Crow Medicine Show. And then here's a tougher to get ZZ Top album, Recycler. So that is the Kevin Gray all analog. And if you're interested in other Rhino ZZ Tops, I can pretty much get their entire discography now through Recycler. Everything through Recycler's in print with Rhino Hi-Fi. $39.99. Paul McCartney is the new. It actually came out last week. Yellow vinyl, wonderful Christmas time. New and sealed, $17.99. I've sold 2. There's 1 left. Body Count, Manslaughter. Body Count is $29.99. Body Count 29, and then we have Herbie Hancock taken off. Should be a waiting list for this, $29.99. All right, so I got you taken care of on the Peter Chris Stanley, and then Herbie Hancock, and he was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Ron Mustaine. Thank you, Ron Mustaine. This is so to you. Herbie Hancock, so to Ron Mustaine. Okay, there's that. And over here we have what? Let's go back to the top. So I did say YNT 43, Ram Jam 20, YNT 45, Ram Jam 23, and then Ram Jam 22, Ram Jam 25. Darren Wortman got a ZZ Top. George Burleson got an Old Crow Medicine Show. And then Kristen Stark wants Paul McCartney. Thank you on that. And then we have Bad Company sold to Wolverine for $17. That means Joe Satriani is a final call then to Amenities for $32. They're still bidding on YNT at 47, and the last bid on Ram Jam was 25. I've got Bad Company Straight Shooter. This is the Rhino. Really good pressing of this. Feel like making $33.99. And then Oak Crow Medicine Show Christmas. There is a waiting list for this. Oak Crow Medicine Show Christmas. This is sold to George Burleson. Sold to George Burleson, $29.99, okay? Oak Crow was 24. That's their Christmas album. George Burleson, you was on a wait list for the Christmas album. So there's your Christmas album, 29. And then we have Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid, a limited edition 3000 magenta pink. It's numbered and it's music on vinyl, $39.99. Catherine on Feel Like Making Love. Was that my only copy? I guess so. If anybody wants on a waiting list for that, just let me know. We might have to put Todd Emick on a wait list for that. Todd Emick, if you're okay, I'll have to put you on a waiting list for that. If you're not okay, say, Chad, I'm not okay with that. And then Ram Jam. Did somebody go out on this? It's a final call to Wolverine for $25. I think Amenities, you're the one outbid on that one. Was that my only? Did I only get one of those? I guess I did. That's strange. I usually only order stuff in 2s and 3s, but I guess not. Joe Satriani's at 40. That's still getting bids. YNT's at 47. That's still getting bids. And then Devin Reese wants Body Count. Okay, that's so to Devin Reese. And then let's read through those again, and then we're about to go probably through our first crate of new vintage stuff. That leaves a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 more crates of new vinyl. We'll go ahead and knock out a vintage, do this new vinyl crate, Hatchet Ed stuff, etc., etc., etc. Go, fast, faster, this, that. I haven't put up one advertised hot picture yet. Chris Frazier wants on ZZ Rhino Eliminator waitlist. You got it, yeah. So if anybody wants anything, if anybody wants on any of the waiting lists, they'll be in probably Tuesday, Wednesday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night. Depends on how quick they ship them. It is Christmas next week. Next week's going to be weird. Next week, as far as deliveries and doing shows, I mean, I haven't made a decision about Christmas Eve night. Sometimes I do a show, sometimes I don't. Depends on when my family's having Christmas. I think we're doing it Christmas Day. So, you know, I hadn't really decided. I think a lot of people's at home and they're ready to buy stuff Christmas Eve, and I'm usually not doing anything. I mean, I would just be sitting on my couch watching Home Alone, and I do that on Christmas Day night. I watch all the Christmas movies, so I might be here Christmas Eve at least for, you know, a few hours. I don't know if I'll be here till 3 a.m. Santa Claus might try to kick in the door, so But just be aware, next week we're going to be short a couple nights, at least one for Christmas. So there's the first Oak Crow you got was 24, okay? First Oak Crow you got was 24. Let's go ahead and put up another one. Anybody going to be able to watch Christmas Eve night, or are you going to be like all snuggled up waiting for Santa Claus to come down the chimney? Here comes our next single. This is Blondie. This is pretty cool. Heart of Glass. Look at that one. Blondie. $15 start. There's that. Here's what's left in here. This is a different variant of Peter Criss. It's embossed, white cover, white vinyl, $38.99. We have Black Label Society, $34.99. That's purple vinyl. We also have Temple the Dog. That's $34.99. John and Paul, a Toot and a Snore, $33.99. Avenged Sevenfold, that's $36.99. That's on orange and red swirl. There's the other Oak Crow. That one's $24.99. ZZ Top Recycler, $39. We have Body Count for $29. Oak Crow for $29. That, by the way, this includes an autographed card. That includes an autographed postcard from Oak Crow Medicine Show. And then Alice Cooper is $39. Okay, Oak Crow is $29. So what was happening on Joe Satriani over here? Amenities 43. Shane Lando, you're out. Shane Lando, you're out. Y&T out. Jerry Conklin said out on Y&T. And you had it at $50, though, I think. Tom Kelly, hold on a second. Tom Kelly, 47 Y&T. Jerry Conklin, 50. Okay, I'm getting Jerry and Tom mixed up. So Jerry Conklin has Y&T for 50, final call. Blondie, 15, Blondie, 15, Blondie, 17, Blondie, 16. And then over here, Ram Jam. Ram Jam is sold, and this is sold to Wolverine for $25, okay? There's that. And then first thing is this. I got Buckingham Nicks. I can go grab them right now. Jerry Conklin did not say out. No, that was Tom Kelly. Yeah, I got you and Tom Kelly mixed up. So we can go ahead and sell this to Tom Kelly for 50. No, wait a minute. Sell it to Jerry Conklin. My bad. Yeah. I don't know why I'm mixing y'all up. Both y'all's profile pictures are, I don't know. I sometimes have to almost resort to icons, okay? So here we go, and la 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 beep bop 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 shoobity bop 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 bump bum ding da 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 bum 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 bum. This is sold to Jerry Conklin for $50. Yeah, Jerry Conklin for $50. Okay, sorry, almost messed up there. Got to make sure you get this right. Get it right the first time. You won't have to redo it. Okay, Amenity said he already had Ram Jam at $25. He did. And then, okay, so you tied Wolverine. You're out. Wolverine had it for 25, and then you bid 25, okay? So, yeah, there's your 25 after right there, and he bid 25 way up here. So we need to give this another chance, see if he wants to bid more than 25. You're out at 25. Somebody bid several minutes before you $25, okay? That's been tied. Next thing over here is Blondie. That is Heart of Glass, okay? Tonight's been really challenging. There's about the same 4 people bidding on every single auction, okay? That's what makes this extremely difficult. There's 2 or 3 of y'all that have bid on every single auction I've put down, Japanese. Y'all bidding on like, and it's like 4 people, so that's really hard to distinguish when it's the same people on every auction. It's like a mind cluster. My head's about to explode. Ram Jam's at 27. Wolverine's out. Wolverine's right back in at 30. Amenities, you're out. Blondie's at 20. Everybody else is out. And Amenities, you're out on Joe Satriani. The high bid is $45 with Shane. And Amenities, you're outbid on that one, okay? Chad, I'll be watching an old show if you don't go live. People tell me that. They say the nights I'm not on here selling, they go back and watch an old show because it puts them to sleep. Days of the New Music on Vinyl waiting list. If those are in stock, I'll order you one. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Who asked for a Buckingham Nicks, and do you want me to go get it? What is the John and Paul? More info on John and Paul. Is John and Paul a bootleg? John and Paul, a Toot and a Snore in 74. A classical example of tune in, turn on, drop out. The Mystified Session was recorded in 74. It's basically a drug-infused meeting of John Lennon and Paul McCartney. New and sealed, $33.99. I think this is a semi-unofficial, okay? I don't think it's Paul McCartney did not say, yeah, let's put that out, or Yoko Ono's, John Lennon's estate. Somebody just made it, but it's new from major distribution. It's back in stock, $33.99, okay? Now we're ready for another auction. The first one from the hot pitchers, or maybe the second. Okay, let's go ahead and do George Clinton. George Clinton, you shouldn't nuff but fish. I don't know what that says. It's an 83 USOG. George Clinton, you shouldn't have nuff but fish. VG $10 start. Okay, that's George Clinton. Now what for bid? Ram Jams at $35. Amenities at $44. Blondie, the last bid on Blondie that came in, James Vasquez went out. This is with Wolverine for $20, and that is sold for $20, okay? Kristen started on John and Paul, and then Joe Satriani, the last bid was a final call. When I come back, Shane Lando at $45. I'm going to make sure Amenities doesn't want to bid again. Shane has it for $45. Amenities bid $40. George Clinton's at $11. Stevie Ray Vaughan's on deck. It's still a little early, 7:30. That's basically morning. Okay. You go to sleep. Well, it's kind of like with me. It's like some people listen to a fan. Some people put on the news. Some people put on a TV show. I listen to Seinfeld to sleep. Sometimes this is people soothing. This is people soothingness right here. They put this on, they kick back, and it's on YouTube, and when they wake up, an old episode's still playing. So the soothing sounds of Chad put them to sleep every night. They're like, oh, nice, Chad's on. I can put this on, cast it to my TV, lay back in my recliner. Because some people are watching, and they're not maybe necessarily actively looking for something. They just got me on in case something pops on. You know, that's why sometimes I'll say, all right, everybody let me know where you're watching from. And they'll say 190 people watching still, and we'll have about 70 people share the location. Now, some people are just probably observing, but some people are literally asleep already. Like, yes, Chad's on. Put that on, cast it to my TV. I'm going to lay down here on my couch and go to sleep. All right, if anybody else wants a Buckingham Nicks, this is sold to John McPatriot. I still got these in stock, the Rhino Hi-Fi cut. And then John and Paul is called Two and a Snore. I've got one left. It's $33.99, okay? There's that. And we need new auctions. Ram Jam is still getting bids. George Clinton information. George Clinton is a 1983 USOG VG condition. And the last bid on this was Brian Call at 11. Ram Jam's at 70. And then Joe Satriani is at 47 with amenities. 47 with amenities. Shane Lando, you've been outbid. Rhythmine is not in print. No. Rhythmine is one of the few ZZ Top albums that are not in print. That, unfortunately, is out of print. So, Rhino Hi-Fi might do it as they continue their ZZ Top catalog, but right now it's not in print. No. I'm hoping that'll be the next wave of ZZ Top albums. They still got several that they hadn't put in print yet. All right, let's do a check condition crate. Let's jump ship right quick. We still got like 4 crates of vinyl, 2 crates of Hatchet Ed stuff, but we need to mix it up a little bit and do some vintage pre-owned, buy it now, best offer, okay? Let's do some vintage pre-owned, buy it now, best offer. I hadn't even looked at these. Hadn't even looked at them until these few I'm peeking at right now. So these are all going to be buy it now or best offer, okay? Here we go. So, yeah. So, Rhino basically has been doing the entire ZZ Top catalog in chronological order. Okay? Here we go. I'm ready. We got all kinds of stuff to put up. So, we got some people battling over some auctions, man. Shane Lando, this is sold to you for $50. Amenities is out. That's done. All right, who's going to be the first to blink on Ram Jam? Sold. Sold to Wolverine for $70. And then George Clinton is a solo album. Yes, it's George Clinton, and the title is You Shouldn't Nuff Bit Fish. That's what it's called. And I think it just has one bid for $11. Brian Call has it for $11. He's had it for 3 minutes now. It's had about 3 questions. It's just solo. It's George Clinton. Next auction. We have a few people that have begged me to put this up. I mean, there's some people saying, Chad, if you don't put this up right now so I can bid on it, I am going to have a conniption fit. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan, Chainsaw Boogie. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Chainsaw Boogie. and unofficial. It's a live concert. Discogs says the date and venue are unknown. So whenever this was recorded and bootlegged, the details have been lost. We just know it's a live one, probably on I Couldn't Stand the Weather tour. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $55 start. Kevin J. Reese did get Paul McCartney. Yes, I got that tag for you, okay? Stevie Ray Vaughan, unofficial, $55. Brian Call gets George Clinton for $11. We need more auctions. Brian Call, that's yours for $11. Monster Magnet box sets. Let's see if the rest of them. The first two came in. Let me take a peek over here ahead and see if the other ones came in. I think that's it right there. I've got 2, 4, 5. One of the crates of new vinyl is completely full of Monster Magnets. Yeah. So there's actually 3 more crates of vinyl and then 1 crate of box sets. But yes, the rest of them are in. Okay. There's that. And now let's go visit the Japanese crate. I'm just basically doing these in order in which they appear. That way we can keep it pretty balanced. But the first batch was a bunch of Beatles, so I did skip over those, but let's go back to them. The Beatles' second album, an Apple pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Stevie Ray Vaughan is near mint. There's the gatefold jacket, $35 start. Near mint on this, I think is what I said. Laura didn't have any notes at all, right? Yeah, near mint minus. Near mint minus on that one. And then the Beatles is a $35 start. It's also near mint minus and pristine. And then here's our next Japanese single. This one is Elvis Presley. And then this is a 4-track from CCR. Wow, these are cool. Elvis Presley, I Really Don't Want to Know, and There Goes My Everything. And then a 4-track compact 33 1/3 from CCR. Have you ever seen the Rain Cottonfields Traveling Band? And Down on the Corner, $15 start on that. All right, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Ivan wants an extra Monster Magnet if they're available, okay? Those will be done in just a second. I haven't seen any pre-orders for individual Monster Magnets yet. Now, y'all know how they do these box sets typically. They put out a box set, and then they start breaking it up individually. That's almost what like every band has done, except, yeah, about every band's done that. They've put out a box set, and then they break them up individually. All right, here we go. So first thing is Paul Simon. This is check condition. Everything in here is graded, check condition, buy it now or best offer. Paul Simon's greatest hits. VG, $9.99. VG, $9.99. Also, AC/DC, Back in Black. I hit the sack. This is original Bob Lugwood mastering, OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. VG condition, $19.99. $19.99, okay? That is AC/DC Back in Black. First thing is Fog Hat Energized. VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Heart self-titled VG condition, $9.99. Next thing is the first thing. Let's go back up the top and figure out where I left out. First thing is this. We got his Paul and John. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 55. Stevie Ray Vaughan condition, near mint. Beatles, 35. Next is Stevie Ray Vaughan from the board. I don't know. Elvis Presley, 15. CCR, 15. CCR, 15. Catherine, you tied Wolverine. He was in first. The Beatles got another $35 bid. Jerry, you tied Christian. Chad, I double dog dare you to put up Prince, 1999. The Beatles has a new bid for 38. Dennis said 7-0 Oklahoma. What is this crate? New check condition, buy it now, best offer. How much is Paul Simon? Paul Simon, $5. Paul Simon, pass. We have first, though, Brian Call on AC/DC. That is so to Brian Call. And then Marilyn Monroe posters will not come in before the end of the year. No. AC/DC 12, already sold to Brian. Simon 7. I will do $7 on Paul Simon. First dibs go to Kristen Stark. Kristen, if you want this for 7, if not, it's sold to somebody else. We've already sold AC/DC. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid for 60. Karen's next in line on Paul Simon. CCR 17. Stevie Ray Vaughan 61. CCR 20. The Beatles has a new bid for 39. The Beatles has a new bid for 40. Paul Simon is sold sold to Kristen Starrett for $7. Next is Molly Hatchet, their self-titled debut, Frank Fazetta artwork. Always got to mention that. VG $9.99. Joni Mitchell, VG Plus $14.99. And Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads, the original Red Label Mono, VG condition, $24.99. Elvis Presley sold to Wolverine for $15. The Beatles is at 42 with David Johnson. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 61, and the CCR is at 20 with Wolverine. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, an OG Presswell press, VG condition, $24.99. Sterling RL, Bob Ludwig in the Dead Wax. Man, I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling like I need about 5 more monsters. So let me shake this thing up. Gotta get all that tea mixed up. Ever poured one of these out? It's got all kinds of like black tea thingies in the bottom of it. You got to get all that good and shook up. Okay. Mute my mic for a second. Hold on. Listen to this sound. Yes. Beautiful. Get you a big cup of ice and pour that over ice. Whew. Sometimes I stop by 7-Eleven. I get the double extra large extra large ice. Pour the Monster in there. I can conquer the world after that. Next thing over here is this. My finger's numb. That's so cold. Wow. I've lost feeling in my finger. Okay, we have Paul Simon. We sold that. Beatles 42, Beatles 45, MH5. This was back here, Molly Hatchet, right? VG $9.99. Was there any other offers on it? I'll sell this to you, Brian Call, for $7, okay? $7 on that. Beatles 48, Stevie Ray Vaughan 65, Led Zeppelin 20, Led Zeppelin 20. That must be the magic number. Sell that to Tyson Morgan. Sold to Tyson Morgan. Brian Call was second. CCR 24, CCR 26, Beatles 55, Beatles 60, and then Beatles 66, okay? So Beatles is at $66. I'm going to make sure Catherine knows that she was outbid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Wolverine has that for $26, and Brian Call says he's good on Molly Hatchet for $7. Thank you, Laura. She just delivered a bottle of water. Brian Call got Molly Hatchet for $7, and here's our next single. Nice. Oh, blah, dee. Oh, blah, da. Life goes on. Blah. Rah, blah, blah, blah. While my guitar gently weeps. $15 start. Really cool Japanese single there from the White Album. $15 start on that. Next is Van Halen. A Burbank label. OG pressing. VG Plus. Original under sleeve. $44.99. First time I ever had this, a cousin of mine gave it to me on a cassette. Believe it or not, I probably got into cassettes before I did vinyl because I never could find a record player back when I was, when I first started wanting to collect records, you really couldn't find record players. The resurgent hadn't boomed yet. I'm from that generation, I guess, that right before, if you want to try to find a record player, is like a challenge. First time I heard this album on cassette, and I was like, is that guy playing a guitar? You know, I had no idea. I was a kid. A generation before me, this music was out. And I heard that, I was like, man, is that a guitar? And then I had to go get a guitar. And then I realized I could not play like Eddie Van Halen, and I devoted my time to building a business. So there you go. That's my success story. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan at $66, CCR at $26, the Beatles 15, the Beatles 15, and Van Halen, $37, and sell that to amenities. Fair offer, I'll take it. Next is AC/DC, Flick of a Switch, VG condition, $19.99. Flick of a Switch, VG $19.99. Anybody else ever think they could pick up a guitar and be like, yeah, I'm going to play just like Eddie Van Halen? And then you realize, holy crap, this is more difficult than it looks. Sully gets AC/DC for $15. Wolverine already bid $26 on this. Wolverine already bid $26. So, Catherine, you tied him. The Beatles, Japanese, okay? The album back here is with Jerry Conklin at $70. That's a final call. The single has bids for $15. The Beatles had a single for $15, and that's at $15.15. Over here, we got Stevie Ray Vaughan, and the last bid was Kristen Starrett at $66. Everybody else is out. Next thing is Men at Work Cargo, VG Plus, $17.99. And Maceo Us. That is a 74 Monarch. Wow. Don't see that too often. VG Plus, $34.99. CCR 28, CCR 30. Ultravox Vienna. Ultravox is VG Plus, $12.99. And Three Dog Night Naturally, VG $9.99. VG $9.99. So I talk about the Beatles being an early inspiration for music and probably Crosby, Stills and Nash, Led Zeppelin. But I think that first Van Halen album, that was one of the first times I really like my ear peaked towards music. The other one was Elton John's Greatest Hits. We bought a used car and somebody had left that cassette in the player, and we used to play it all the time. And man, I was like, holy crap, I like Elton John. Benny and the Jets, Rocket Man, Stevie Ray Vaughan. I couldn't have been more than a kid at that point though, so I really didn't understand, you know, the full facets of music yet. Kristen Start, Stevie Ray Vaughan, we're about to sell that for $66, okay? And then CCR 34, and then Beatles 17, okay? Men at Work 10. I'll do Men at Work for $12, and it's yours, Stanley Richmond. Next thing is, hey, there they are, Abbey Road. This is a 2006 pressing, VG Plus, $26.99. Wow, that's an interesting looking label. Look at that. 2006 VG Plus, $26.99 on Abbey Road. Don't see that kind of label too often. Faith, Hope, and Charity. Don't see that too often either. It's EX, $19.99. And then Bob Seger, one of the greatest live albums ever, Live Bullet. VG Condition, $12.99. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. VG, $12.99. All right, so we can sell Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is sold to Kristen Start for $66. The Beatles is officially sold. And the Beatles is officially sold to Jerry Conklin for $70. We need all new auctions. We got so many to run tonight. So many crates to go through. Going through new vintage stuff right now. Awesomeness, okay? Let's put that away. First thing is this. The Beatles singles at 17. The CCR singles at 36. Iron Reagan, we can go ahead and do that right now. I actually can see the top of it. It was right... Oh, I lost it. I flipped them over and I lost it. Here it is. Iron Reagan, Worse Than Dead. Iron Reagan is a 2013 thrash punk hardcore red vinyl with insert near mint. $15 start on that. Let's move these two over. Need to go get another Japanese. And we have Piper, and that features a young Billy Squire. Piper is EX Condition, $17.99. And Quad Press, a quadraphonic pressing of Janis Joplin's Pearl. And that is VG Plus, $19.99. And Alvin Lee Rocket Fuel, 10 years later, VG Plus, $14.99. Iron Reagan 15, Iron Reagan 20, Beatles 20, CCR 39. We got some pretty heated auctions. Let's go over here and put up our next Japanese pressing. Oh man, it was next in the bin. Let's do it. Led Zeppelin 4. Led Zeppelin 4. Very cool here. So most of the Japanese Led Zeppelins are 75 or 77 pressings. Kind of like what you see here in the United States. Don't get too many of the true OG first pressings, but this is probably, I think this this design is for the 73 or 75. And of course, this album came out in 71, and it did originally come out in Japan as well. So this is perfect. This is near mint minus and pristine Led Zeppelin 4. It has the insert with it. There's a lady who's sure that all that glitters is gold. If it keeps on raining, hey, hey, mama, $55 start. That's a Led Zeppelin 4, $55 start. CCR 39, Iron Reagan 25, CCR 42, Iron Reagan 16, Iron Reagan 30, and then Pearl, that is sold for $15 to Brian Call. Iron Reagan 31, Iron Reagan 26. This is Touch. A 69 UK, VG Plus, $34.99. Touch, this is Touch, VG Plus, $34.99. That's a pretty well-known psych album, by the way. $34.99 on that. And then Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG $14.99. Led Zeppelin 4, a $55 start. It's one of the few times a band put out an album, and it's literally a greatest hits. That's one of the few times a band put out an album, and it's like a greatest hits. There's a couple of deep cuts on there, but man, what an album. Iron Reagan is at $40. Iron Reagan's at $40. CCR is at $42 of Wolverine. Catherine, he has it for $42, just saying. And then the Beatles single over here, Wolverine had this for $20. Kristen Start, you're out, just FYI, okay? We're in a buy it now best offer crate. Don't hesitate to make offers. First thing I have here is Whitney Houston, VG Plus $17.99. Led Zeppelin 3. Now, this may be OG. That's your first indicator. You can glance right there and be like, okay, I may have a first pressing. Second thing you go here is this. You look for that also on the label. That's a good sign. You look for that address. Now, they made so many of these, sometimes it's kind of tough to tell without running the matrix. But this has all the indicators of a 1970 pressing of Led Zeppelin 3. Sometimes they'll say, so mote be it, and it'll also have some other writing. However, there are some that doesn't have to have that has that stamper that should be 1970. So that might be one you might have to double check. It does have the gold record. It may be a 70 press, just a little bit later in 70, if that makes sense, okay? It does have the correct company inner sleeve for that era too. So that is an LY press of Led Zeppelin 3, VG Plus $44.99 on that one, okay? There's that, and then Free, Fire and Water, and this has the great song on it, All Right Now and Fire and Water. Those are two great ones. Paul Rogers, VG $12.99. All right, the Beatles, So to Chris and Start for $21, and then over here, CCR is Wolverines for $42. No bid yet on Zeppelin, looking for a $55 start. And then Iron Reagan, where are we? Jeff Brindley, $40, final call. Jeff Brindley, $40, okay? That's where we're at on that. Could be a set. That's true. I actually have a YouTube video. I opened a sealed copy of one of these. And when I pulled it out, the matrix didn't have that so mote it be and all that. And it actually said a 1970. And we had a big discussion. It might be on our Facebook page. There's a big discussion, and evidently they had to contract these out at a different pressing plant. And there was a pressing plant in 70 that still classifies it as an OG. They called it a contractual pressing, and they made like a million more of these on vinyl, maybe 500,000. And that probably could be one of those. So, or it could be classified as a repress. Either way, that's probably from 1970. And we're going to sell it to Nashville Tiger for $38. Dennis Jackson on Free. So the first person was Jay Nutra, then Dennis Jackson. So Jay Nutra, if you want that, it's 10. If not, Dennis Jackson. Led Zeppelin's at 57, and Iron Reagan's at 45, okay? So we're about to sell that for 45, Led Zeppelin for 57, and here comes our next two singles, Bread and The Police. This is Bread, If and Take Comfort. I love Bread, especially from Publix. $15 start on Bread, and The Police, Dee-da, dee-do-do-do, dee-da-da-da. $15 start on those. Free is sold to Jay Nutra for 10. Dennis Jackson, your offer was acknowledged, but it still goes to Jay Nutra. Merle Haggard, I'm always on a mountain when I fall. Merle is VG Plus $9.99. Pro Call Harem does have some writing on the cover, but man, what a classic. First track is A Wider Shade of Pale. That's on Durham. VG jacket because of the writing, $24.99. And we have The Doc, No One Can Do It Better. Interesting. John has it classified as Gangsta. VG Plus $59.99. I don't know a lot about that. Must be some sort of rap album. There's that. And then first thing we have MH7. Merle Haggard sold to Wolverine for $7. And then next thing over here is what? Iron Reagan. And this is Jeff Brindley's at $45, okay? Jeff Brindley's at $45. We got Bread at $15. And well, that's with Wolverine. Ivan has Police at $15. And then over here, we have Led Zeppelin sold to Amenities for $57. All right. So first thing is Doc 45, Doc condition. Doc is probably a VG or less cover. Does have a little bit of edge wear and a little bit of damage up here just from handling. It's a black cover. It has an incorrect, wow, Ruthless Records. Okay, no wonder, Ruthless Records. The Doc, No One Can Do It Better. 1989, it's a nice VG Plus. It's unlike most rap albums that's trash. This one's actually pretty nice. That is obviously not the correct inner sleeve, though. That is a Atlantic inner sleeve from about 1967. Yeah, that's pre-Led Zeppelin, yes, and yeah, all the 69 cross deals and that. So, yeah, that's like a 67 inner sleeve from Atlantic. So, obviously not the right inner sleeve, but, yeah, I will do 45 on it. I will do this for $59.99. What happened here? Oh, that's, okay, my bad. It was Mega Blast claim and then made an offer, 45. If I do $10 off, it'll be 50. I like 50. That's $10. That's me giving you an Alexander Hamilton. Next thing is this. We have Police and then Procol Harum. Procol Harum 18. And I misspoke on Merle Haggard. Merle Haggard was sold to Mega Blast, not Wolverine. Mega Blast got Merle Haggard for 7, okay? All right, there's that. And then Iron Reagan, Zeppelin, we tagged all that. Brian Call got Procol Harum for 18. And then the Doc is sold to Mega Blast for 50. If he passed, then it was going to go to Fox Digital. Okay, don't see too many OG Ruthless record label records in these bins. That's why you got to always be paying attention. Maceo was back here. Maceo is called Us, or US. I guess that's Us, exclamation point. It's on People label. That was a sole subsidiary of Polydor, and it's got the very coveted Monarch stamping. Monarch, for some reason, a better quality pressing plant back in the day. It just, everything coming out of there always sounded a little bit better. So we always make note of Monarch. VG Plus, $34.99. All right, we need some more auctions. Holy moly. How about some jazz? What about Miles Davis ESP? A lot of people say I have that. They're like, Chad, you have ESP. This is an 83 Japanese reissue. It has the insert in the obi. It's EX. It's nice. It's going to go up for a 30, 35, 40, 45. How about a $30 start? Miles Davis, okay? These didn't get any other bids. Let's roll these then so we can put up another ones. Ivan gets the Police for 15. Wolverine gets Bread for 15. Next is Leonard Skinner. One more from the road. Does have some writing on the cover, but that's original lineup. Live Leonard Skinner, VG $14.99. Next, 2 Japanese singles. What else do we got over here? Man, got some cool ones. I'm going to do some 80s for you. Let's put up some 80s. We got Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Cyndi Lauper, and Top Gun, Danger Zone, Kenny Loggins. $15 starts on those, okay? New Japanese coming up right after I show you the Guess Who number 10, VG Plus $16.99, and Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, VG $19.99, okay? So that Miles Davis did not come from the Japanese bin. So I'm going to go over here to the Japanese bin and pull out another Japanese, and this is a really cool one. This is called Hey Jude. And I didn't realize this, but this was actually released. I was reading, I had a timeline. Wikipedia has like a timeline of dedicated to Beatles history. I mean, it starts literally George Martin being born, John Lennon. It has all their birth dates, even like their parents, and it goes all the way down. And I think this was actually released, when this was put out, it was between, I think this is technically between Abbey Road and Let It Be. And I always think that it was put out later, but it was actually put out as a collection between those 2 albums, I'm pretty sure. So this is Hey Jude, and this is all the stuff that they didn't put on their actual albums, like Hey Jude and Revolution, Paperback Writer. This is kind of the first version of what we now know as Past Masters. Great compilation. U.S. Flag Series number 25, a $35 start on that one, okay? First thing is this. We have Miles Davis at 30. Miles Davis is at 30. And then, for your knowledge, Chad, the letter D, O-C, not Doc. And then Miles Davis, 30, with Ryan M. Kenny Loggins, 15. ESP got a new bid for 35. Maceo got an offer for 30 with Ron Cornwell, sold. And then over here, Kenny Loggins got another bid for 15. The Beatles, 35, and Jeremy Merck on Pink Floyd for 10. The Beatles just got another bid for 35, and Pink Floyd was VG $19.99. Who asked? David Baber. VG $19.99. Midnight, why is this so heavy? A 63 stereo pressing, VG $74.99. So we got the ear in the dead wax, and we got Van Gelder. That's what you want to see. VG 63 stereo, midnight blue. Wow, that's unusual to see too in the crate. $74.99. Eddie Kendricks, I've Got My Eyes on You. Nice. VG Plus $24.99. And the Fifth Dimension, Living Together, Growing Together. VG Plus $9.99, the Fifth Dimension. Billy Squier, Signs of Life, VG $9.99. And Merle Haggard, and that's A Working Man Can't Get Nowhere Today. EX $14.99, okay? So the first thing we have is Hey Jude. The last bid that came in was Kristen Start at 36. And yes, Kenny Loggins is at 15. $15, okay? $15. The first person was Vlodercheck. So, Susie, you're out. Cyndi Lauper does not have a bid yet. Cyndi Lauper does not have a bid yet. And then Miles Davis is a Japanese pressing from 83. Of course, this probably came out in what, like early 60s originally? what is this? Probably like a 62-ish kind of album. But that is Miles Davis, a 1983 Japanese. 83 Japanese, and it's nice. EX conservatively, in shrink with OB and insert. Merle Haggard is sold to Mega Blast for $10, and now Top Gun has a new bid for $16. The Beatles is at $40, okay? So everything's still getting bids except Cyndi Lauper. She doesn't have a bid yet. And let me go back up the top and see what else I've missed. Have I missed anything? I don't think I have. And then when you have a second, let us know what's up for auction. Sure. So the hype picture, which for those that don't know, if you don't have Facebook, it's also on Instagram and YouTube. We always post a sampling of what is to come. But then I have a whole crate of Japanese. I don't like revealing those to a little bit later because they're kind of surprises. I want to keep everybody engaged and watching, because you never know what's going to pop up in these bins. And then I have other bonus auctions, and those are definitely surprises. But in the advertised stuff, I still got McCoy Tyner. I got Elvin Jones, Alice Cooper, Pink Floyd, The Who, Muddy Waters, Blues Jam at Chess, REM, Buddy Holly, Coven, Mississippi John Hurt, The Clash, David Bowie, Atrophy. We got Breaker, Dead Rider. We got Led Zeppelin 3. We got Rush, AC/DC, Guy Clark, Fleetwood Mac, Flock of Seagulls, Rock Goddess, Mass, Fifth Angel, Exciter, Prince. We got Alice in Chains. That's about to go up. Is that OG? We got an OG Alice in Chains, Three-Legged Dog, Halloween, Def Leppard, Nina Simone, Elvis, George Strait, Wrathchild, and Wasted. And by the way, if Stephen Parton is watching, I owe him an air horn. If you've noticed, there's something missing right here that was laying back there all last night. We sold the Ozzy autograph last night for $1,150. And whenever Stephen Parton gets on the chat, I'm going to go ahead and blow him the air horn. So I owe him. He didn't want to do it last night. He's like, it's a little too late. He's like, I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums. And I was like, we'll do it tomorrow, so everybody knows that that album is officially gone from Colectco. But yeah, shout out to Steven. He locked into Ozzy last night, $1,150. So it's gone. If you had your eye on it, it is gone. Ozzy has left the building. Another Ozzy autograph. I've got about 2 or 4 more. They're going to have authentication. They're pre-checked, and it's going to be like next year before we have them. But I've been trying to get them when I can, because I think there's a lot of people who still want one. They've just been waiting for the right time. So I'm trying to get them when I can, and some other big signed albums for the right night whenever we do autographs. Okay, so reset and figure out where we're at. The first thing was this. I remember saying the Beatles was at $40. We sold Merle Haggard for $10. Top Gun got a new bid for $16. The Beatles $45. Top Gun $18. Stanley Richmond got Billy Squier for $8. That sold. Miles Davis is at $40. The Beatles is at $48. We have a request for Atrophy, a request for Exciter, a request for Rush, a request for Alice Cooper, and Cyndi Lauper is a $15 start. It's about to be a buy it now, and we've already sold Billy Squier, okay? So the first thing is this. The first thing is this. I know what I still have. I still got that signed Ozzy picture with Zach Wilde. I still got that around here somewhere. Honestly, I don't know where it is. I've got that still. I've got one more still Ozzy autograph for still. That signed photo with Zach Wilde and Randy Castillo. I've still got that too. It's around here somewhere. I honestly don't know where, but it's around here. I've got one more for sale right now if anybody's interested, if you want to buy yourself a Christmas gift. So Miles Davis is a final call to Amenities for $40. He also has the Beatles for $48. Cyndi Lauper is a final call for $15. And then just want to make sure nobody wants to lock that in. And the Kenny Loggins is with Laudercheck at $18. Okay? Final call. Here we go. Here's what's left in here. Foghat Energized, VG Plus $9.99. Heart self-titled, VG $9.99. Joni Mitchell, VG Plus $14.99. We have the Rolling Stones Out of Our Heads, Red Label Mono, VG $24.99. Ultravox Vienna, VG Plus $12.99. Three Dog Night Naturally, VG $9.99. Men at Work Cargo, VG Plus $17.99. The Beatles, Abbey Road, a 2006 VG Plus $26.99. Faith, Hope, and Charity, EX Condition, $19.99. Live Bullet, VG $12.99. Piper Can't Wait is EX $17.99. We have Alvin Lee, that's VG Plus $14.99. This is Touch, 69 UK, that's VG Plus $34.99. We have Neil Young, Time Fades Away, VG $14.99. Whitney Houston, VG Plus $17.99. The Guess Who number 10, VG Plus $16.99. Pink Floyd, VG $19.99. Kenny Burrell, Midnight Blue, VG $74.99. Eddie Kendricks was VG Plus $24.99. And The Fifth Dimension was VG Plus $9.99. All right, so right now we're at final call on Beatles. Japanese pressing of Hey Jude, $48. Japanese pressing of Miles Davis, $40, final call. Kenny Loggins just got a new bid for $20. Cyndi Lauper's a buy it now for $15. Cyndi Lauper's a buy it now for $15. That is our current 3 auctions. Final call on all of them. Greg Preston on Piper for $13. There's that. Now Wolverine grabs the Cyndi Lauper. He was just waiting to grab it for $15. I was making sure I just didn't miss you there earlier. That's sold to you for $15. And here's another cool one. Donovan, Sunshine Superman. Donovan, Sunshine Superman, $15 start. So when I come back, I'm selling those other 2 auctions unless there is another bid, okay? Let's go ahead and knock this out. There is some surprises in here that I did not know that was coming back into stock, so this is exciting, okay? First thing is this. Miles Davis has a new bid for $45. Amenities, you've been outbid. Donovan has a bid for $15. And then over here, Kenny Loggins at $20, Kenny Loggins at $22. And then over here, ESP out. And then the Beatles, the last bid on this that came in is sold to Amenities. And this is sold to Amenities for $48, okay? That is done, and let's put that in this new sleeve over here, okay? That is done, and then the last bid on Kenny Loggins that came in was $22. Miles Davis, $48, Miles Davis, $50. Donovan has 1 bid for $15, going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. First auction is Fifth Angel. This is going to go up. It's a 1989 USOG Gold Stamp promo, no white label promo, EX edition, $35 start on Fifth Angel, okay? First thing we have is this. I have Death, Spiritual Healing. Death is $24.99. I've only got 1 copy. Black vinyl, $24.99. I don't remember ordering that. That must be an old reorder or something that I had out of stock. Alice Cooper, there should be a waiting list for this. Brutal Planet. This is $38. I'll start trying to move through the auctions quickly. 2 things. If you're done on an auction, say out. Okay, if you're done on an auction, say out. If you're hop on and you ask a question, what are the auctions? I may give you time, I may not. Depends on how long somebody's had it. Depends on how fast I want to sell something. But if you do ask, I'll give it an extra time. If not, I may have to go ahead and sell it. Hope everybody's got me locked in and you're not going anywhere else for the rest of the night. Alice Cooper was originally a record store day, $38.99. Death is officially sold to Paul Cruz. That one's gone. Now, where are we at on Donovan? It only had 1 bid, and it sold for $15. Kenny Loggins is still getting bids, and Kenny Loggins is at $26 with Susie Breedlove. That sold to Susie for $26. Fifth Angel's at $45, now $50, going once, going twice. Miles Davis is up to 1 person. He went out. This is sold to Amenities for $55. That is sold to Amenities for $55. Jay Nutra has thrown a challenge flag. That happens a lot also when I try to go really fast, because I'll start missing bids and claims and questions, and then everything gets hysterical. Then I lose my license, and then I go out of business, and I'm living in a van down by the river. Jay Nutra said he was first on Death. Let's go ahead and put away Miles Davis, okay? Let's put that right over here. I'm going to need that sleeve for just a second, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. So we're going to have a wait list for Death. Tag Death, okay? Who wants some Death? The first person on Death was Jay Nutra. Yes, okay? That was right in the middle of the 35,000 bids for Kenny Loggins and the 35,000 bids for Fifth Angel. So Paul Cruz, you're on a wait list for Death, Spiritual Healing, okay? Waiting list for Paul Cruz. Jay Nutra was first. Fifth Angel was already up to $50. Wayne Davis on Alice Cooper. And then over here we have Jay Nutra said call Death. And then we have that Fifth Angel 55 and now 60, now 63. Alice Cooper's $38.99. Gonna go through this crate fast and fiercely. We have filled up our first crate of sold records tonight. Let me set that right over here, and let me try my best to find an empty crate so we can fill up another one, and then another one, then another one. We still got 2 Hatchet Ed crates as well. Going to go through tonight's leftover flip crate. Going to do CDs later tonight too, if you didn't hear that already. Here we go. So first thing is this. Fifth Angel 75. We need all new auctions, okay? So there's Alice Cooper, $38.99. 2 LP. That is available, 45 RPM. Now, this next record is something that I have like back ordered, okay? It's back ordered. And then whenever they come in, I'm like, holy crap, they're in stock. And well, I try to order as many as I can. Megadeth United Abominations, $38.99. $38.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, coming from the Japanese bin. Coming from the Japanese bin is the following. This is a Japanese pressing of Bon Jovi self-titled debut album. It is really nice with Obian insert. And this is a $45 start. That is Bon Jovi. There's the insert, $45 start. Fifth Angels at $80, still with Jeff Brinley. I have 4 copies of Megadeth. I've got 2 copies of Carnivore, and there should be a waiting list for this. Carnivore, and this is the Retaliation album, okay? Carnivore Retaliation album, and the waiting list for this one was Mark Steele and Josh Tanner. Mark Steele and Josh Tanner, that means there's going to be 1 extra, okay? There's going to be 1 extra Carnivore left. These 2 are sold. Megadeth over here is sold to Greg Preston. There's that, and then Fifth Angel's a final call. And that last bid was with Jeff Brinley at $80. Our next 2 singles are going to go up right now. The Sound of Silence and Mrs. Robinson, $15 start. And we also have Monday Monday from the Mamas and Papas. Those are $15 start. Japanese pressings of those, okay? That's now up for bid. Next thing is Greg Preston on Megadeth. Don't forget Laura's marking records too. Bon Jovi's at $45. It looks like we're done on Fifth Angel. Final call to Jeff Brinley for $80. Next is Ocro Medicine Show Remedy. This is a 2 LP, 3 color. It's colored like the Tennessee flag. That is $29.99. Carnivore is $29.99. Ocro Medicine Show is $29.99. The Crow soundtrack, that's a 2 LP, $44.99 for the Crow soundtrack. A 2 LP, $44.99. Amazing soundtrack there. 2 copies of Alice in Chains Facelift, $38.99, and 2 copies of Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation. More Alice Cooper, that time of music on vinyl press, $39.99. Fifth Angel is officially sold to Jeff Brinley for $80. Bon Jovi has 1 bid for $45. Okay, and that's a final call to Jerry Conklin. Mamas and Papas has a bid for $15. Simon & Garfunkel has a bid for $15. Lord just delivered a new crate. Awesome. And then here comes our next auction. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Alice in Chains. It's time. Some of these have sold for as much as $1,105 sealed. I think y'all know the demand on Alice in Chains albums. This is a real 2 LP OG, a 1995 US OG, $375 start. It's VG++ EX. $375 star for Alice in Chains. It's a 2 LP. Good luck on that one. Sarah Wyberdink on Alice Cooper, Last Temptation. And I've got 2 copies over here of Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death. This is on clear vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $34.99. George Burleson also wanting an Ocro Medicine Show Remedy. That's $29.99, a 2 LP. And then we have Scott Dwallow on Megadeth. Wow, I figured these would be gone immediately. We'd have a waiting list. United Abominations, $38.99 on that. The other Black Label Society has a seam split, so I'm going to send that one back. And then we have Carnivore. That's the self-titled album. There was also a wait list for this, Grumpy Moose, as in Grumpy Moose Gaming. He was on a wait list for this, so Grumpy Moose Gaming, that's sold to you, Carnivore, $29.99. And we have 2 more right there, okay? $2, 2 more there. And then Megadeth is sold to Tim Rory. Now, those are officially sold out. Both of these are sold for $15 and $15 to Wolverine. And then Bon Jovi over here is officially sold. And whoops, I just lost my entire chat. Bon Jovi got 1 bid, and that's sold to Jerry Conklin for $45. And let's get up some new auctions, okay? Alice in Chains is a $375 start. So we need to officially start a waiting list for Megadeth. No guarantee when they'll come in or if they'll come in, but usually Megadeth takes cycles printing their albums. And I don't know what it is, but now all of a sudden that one's in print. Paul Richards, if you're okay, first on the waiting list. Paul Cruz on Carnivore, and there's 1 more there, okay? Alice in Chains, $375 to get that one started. And then here comes our next record from the Japanese crate. And let's go ahead and put up ELO Discovery. Nice. Don't Bring Me Down, Bruce. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. I don't know if I haven't asked about, I saw your question. I was actually thinking in the back of my head. I don't know if I do or not. Let me do one run through the front, and I'll check, okay? ELO has the poster. Look at that. ELO has the poster. Nice. A beautiful, complete Japanese pressing. Insert, inner sleeve, and poster. $35 start on that one. Next is The Revenge of Alice Cooper. This is $39.99. The Revenge of Alice Cooper, $39.99. And then Bad Company's self-titled debut on clear vinyl. I'm Ready for Love. That's $29.99. Our next auction is the Eagles and Neil Young. This is the Eagles, Hotel California on a dark desert highway. And Neil Young, My, Hey, 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 My, Out of the Blue and Into the Black. Also, Ed Riviera on that Megadeth waiting list. I got to walk up front anyway to grab another cookie. Cookies. Up here on the rack, I've got Bush and Whiskey Myers and Korn and Iron Maiden, Metallica, Nuff, NWA, Buckingham Nicks, Mariah Carey, New Edition. If I have some of those acid baths, they may be buried. I'm trying to oh, I know where they might be. I forgot about, this is all the leftover stuff up here. ZZ Top. Oh man, I forgot about all these. I got ZZ Top El Loco. I got ZZ Top this. I got ZZ Top that. I got ZZ Top those. And ask and you shall receive. I've got them. Man, I need to go through those crates right there. Holy crap. That's some good looking stuff. I forgot about all those. I got a white macadamia nut cookie. You know how much these are? They're like 80 cents a nut. These white macadamia nuts. They're like 80 cents a nut. Whew. There you go. I have acid bath. $39.99 when the kite string pops. Sorry, I had to go on a cookie break. Man, I love cookies. All right, let me figure out where I left off. Sorry for the delay. All right, so we need to redo the Megadeths, okay? So I had 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 5 Megadeths, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 4 Megadeths. There's no more left. I think I had 4 Megadeths. And they went to the following. 4 Megadeths. Greg Preston, Paul Richards, Scott Dwallow, and Tim Rory. Now, Paul, do you need another one, like an additional one for a waiting list? If so, I can do that. You got one earlier. Or was that just you because I missed your first comment? And then, definitely, we need to go Ed Riviera on the waiting list, okay? ELO has a bid for $35. Wolverine gets an acid bath. Does anybody else want one? They're $39.99. There's one for Wolverine. And then, these 2 singles, Neil Young and Eagles, do not have a bid. And Alice in Chains is $375 buy it now. Wow, I've never had one of those go to a buy it now. $375 for the OG. $375. ELO is at $35 going once, going twice. All right, next auction. The next auction I have is McCoy Tyner. This was called Sahara. McCoy Tyner is a 78 Japanese press with insert and obi, a $35 start. Okay, I missed his first comment. So yeah, that's the 4 people who get the Megadeths. So Paul, you did get one, and then Ed Rivera is on a waiting list. Anybody else? This is never in stock, okay? So this is rarely in stock. It's making another pressing, okay? And that's $38.99. Now, Kathy, the Eagles and Neil Young are $15.15. McCoy Tyner $35. Let's finish up this crate so we can go through more vintage, best offer, Hatchet Ed crates. Lower crate, man, we got a lot. I'll give you the rundown in just a second. Cinderella's $38.99. Black Label Society Mafia, $34. And we have Alice Cooper Dragontown, $29.99. That's true. Most people have always realized the OG's the only way. That's coming out. We have it up for pre-order. I've got 200 copies ordered. They're going to be in first of the year. If you want the real deal OG, there it is. It's a nice copy. Okay. So let me figure out where we're at here. Kathy, the Eagles was only a $15 start. Okay, you're in. And then what was the Bush that was up there on the rack? I've got a lot of vinyl up front. I mean, it's stuff that y'all seen a couple dozen times, but every once in a while somebody needs something. I have Bush 16 stone. Yep. It's a 2 LP red vinyl, 16 stone. I think this might be sold. Let me grab it. It's in my hand, and I'm almost back to my desk. $39.99 for Bush, 16 stone. Okay, D-Kong is going to get Alice in Chains for $375. Thank you, sir. Nice pickup there. Sold to D-Kong, $375. Man, I've sold these anywhere from $350 to, man, we've sold some sealed for over $1,000. The one on Discog sold for over $1,000. I've sold a sealed copy here before for over $1,000. So those can just range. It just ranges from whoever's watching at that time. But if you got one, you can check it off your list. J Nutra gets Bush. That's sold to J Nutra. Okay, there might be a wait list for this Alice Cooper. Let me check. Dirty Diamonds. Nope. I have a wait list. What is this one called? Dragontown? I'm not too familiar with this one. I got a wait list for Dirty Diamonds Autumn Bets, but not for Dragontown. So this is Alice Cooper Dragontown 2 LP, $29.99. Okay. ELO just had that one bid, right? It had two $35 bids. So Wolverine bid $35, Holbrook bid $35, and Holbrook, you're out. There hadn't been a bid since then. I just want to make sure you know you tied him when you bid, okay? The Eagles is sold for $15. That's the Kathy Hodges. And then Neil Young, a no bid, $15 buy it now. And then McCoy Tyner is at 45 of Joseph McCormick. So here's what's left in here, just FYI. I have Alice Cooper Brutal Planet for 38, Carnivore Retaliation, that's a new pressing, limited edition 500 on yellow and red black splatter, $29.99. ELO has a new bid for 36. McCoy Tyner, our next, whoops, let me fix these right quick. Our next Japanese singles are going to go up right now, and I have a really cool one here, Sweet Judy Blue Eyes and Long Time Gone. And yes, I already have this, or I would be not selling it. That's amazing. And I think that's a photo from Woodstock. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $15 start. And check out that one. Sherry Baby. Wow, the Four Seasons in a really cool Japanese picture sleeve. $15 start on that. The Neil Young was Hey, Hey, My, Johnny Rotten. Rotten Johnny. $15 if you want it, Stacy, okay? Next thing is Oak Crow Medicine Show. That's $29.99. That one's called Remedy. It's on tricolor Tennessee flag vinyl. The Crow soundtrack, $44.99. 2 LP. You have artists such as Pantera, Rollins Band, which has nothing in print, essentially. Violent Femmes, STP, 9 Inch Nails, Jesus and Mary Chain. The Crow soundtrack, $44.99. Alice in Chains, man, such a good album. Put You Down, It Ain't Like That. Bleed the Freak, Sea of Sorrow, We Die Young. Boy, don't forget about Man in the Box. Oh, my gosh. Alice in Chains, $38.99. And then Alice Cooper, The Last Temptation. The second Alice Cooper in the crates, $39.99. Stacy gets Neil Young for $15. Now, ELO, Wolverine bid $38. Holbrook, you're out. The last bid for McCoy Tyner was $45. When I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell it. And then we have Wolverine has bid $15 on the Four Seasons. No bid on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Next is Black Label Society Stronger Than Death, $34.99, only one left of those. Carnivore, another limited edition red and black splatter, $29.99. The Revenge of Alice Cooper, that's $39.99. And then Bad Company, that's their debut remastered clear vinyl, $29. We have Cinderella for $38, Long Cold Winter. Black Label Society Mafia, red vinyl, $34. And then Dragontown by Alice Cooper, $29. That's a big recap. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, it is Friday night. I'm feeling a little bit tipsy. Go ahead and give me everything left in that crate. We still got 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through and these monster magnet box sets. And so we can go ahead and say these are done, and I can go ahead and let everybody know because this may affect somebody's budget knowing that these did or did not come in. This is Monster Magnet, 1993 to 2000. This will only take a minute. Who earlier said they wanted one if there was one left? Who wanted one? Somebody earlier said they wanted one if there's one left. Okay, so I know for sure because I was chatting with them this morning. Our very own Doug Page wants one. So, Doug, if you're still on the chat, I was talking to him at 4:30 a.m. this morning. Our very own Doug Page, or I should say our formerly very own Doug Page, he's still part of the Collectco family. He got a Monster Magnet, and then Jeremy Barnes got a Monster Magnet. Okay, and then we had Fred Cardinale on a Monster Magnet, and there's two extras, okay? There's two extras, and somebody earlier tonight said they wanted one in the chat. I can't remember who. I should have wrote it down myself. We need to tag them from one right now, and whoever's tagging this show can go back and find out, and that's going to leave one extra. So the thing about Monster Magnet's discography is most of these, or none of them's in print. Ivan R. I was about to say Ivan R. I think it was you, right? Ivan R. on Monster Magnet. Sorry, I forgot you. I didn't write it down. So Super Judd, Dope. Sometimes Dopes to Infinity's in print. Power Trip and God Says No. So yeah, those are 2 LP. It's all on colored vinyl. Here's what the actual hot picture looks like. So it's a complete collection. They're all double LPs and they're all on colored vinyl. So a 2, 4, 6, 8 LP box set. And those are typically not available. So Monster Magnet, I have one extra in stock. That's new. We sold some box sets last night. We sold Ride the Lightning box set. We sold Master of Puppets box set. And then we'll get to the Alice Cooper in just a second. Let's come back and clean up these auctions. And yeah, how about we go ahead and knock out a Hatchet Ed crate? So right now, here's the lineup. There's a Lore crate up here. There's 3 John crates. There's 2 Hatchet Ed crates and still 2 crates of new vinyl go through. That's going to keep us busy to 11 o'clock or midnight Central Time going through stuff. So let's go ahead and knock this out right here. Okay? Let's go ahead and knock this out right here. Here is the Hatchet Ed crate. Let's do this. So the Hatchet Ed crate could have 2 or 3 things. It could have new vinyl. It could have pre-owned vinyl. It could have unpaid auctions. It could have any of the following. So this is called a Hatchet Ed crate. We have 99% of our people pay their invoices, okay? But as y'all know, we do quite a bit of volume here. So if you have 1% go unpaid, it could add up to be quite a bit, especially over a 30-day period, because we're on here every night selling crate and crate after crate. You take 1% of that over 30 days, we end up with quite a bit of putbacks and non-payments. Here's crate number 1 of 2. These are non-payers, overdue invoices, and my favorite, I think Tanner came up with that one, irresponsible, reckless claims. Chad, I'll take one of all of your Metallica albums, and then they get their invoice. Holy crap, $390. Okay, so here we go. Let's jump right over here. My friends are lighting up the chat for football, so let me see what happened. Did Alabama score again before half or something? Something must have happened. What's going on? Okay, so it's time to reset. Here we go. 4 Seasons sold to Wolverine for $15. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $15. And then over here, McCoy Tyner. McCoy Tyner, the last bid was long gone. Sorry this took so long. I probably wouldn't have took another bid on it. Joseph McCormick, $45, okay? Thank you, Joseph. And then ELO. I want to make sure. This has kind of went back and forth, but a couple people hadn't set out, including David Dole. David, you're out on this. Wolverine has it for $42, okay? $42 on that. First thing's a puzzle. Here's all the... Ed's been leaving me the invoices so I can see who some of these people are. That's unusual. He's usually a regular. I had a feeling that was going to happen. We can't let him buy again. Okay. Dang. Some of these people are second chancers too. They just, Some of these are second and third chancers. Yep. I try my best. I try to be Mr. Nice Guy. Nice guys finish last is what I was always told. Yep, those first 3 invoices, those are people I gave second and third chances to, so can't do that. You got to be pretty firm in business, okay? Got to be pretty firm in business. Wolverine is at $42. Wolverine, $42. You know, you live and learn. Live and learn. As I've entered age 30, I've learned a lot running a business for now most of my life. And so I've learned that people are creatures of habit. Pyromania, $24. This is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. $24.99. Okay, next thing over here is Elvin Jones, and Elvin Jones is a 1972 Japanese press with insert and obi, a $35 start. Elvin Jones, then again, and then again. So another Japanese jazz, $35 start. And we had a request for Alice Cooper. This is Billion Dollar Babies. Alice Cooper is OG. It is 73. It has the punched out cards. It has the $1 billion bill poster. It's VG. We're only going to start that one for $20. We're only going to start that one for $20. There's that. And well, what I've learned is some people have a budget, which we all do in one way or another, but it's when people can't stay in the budget and then they get an invoice for over their budget and then they've realized, oh no, I've messed up. I'll never be able to pay this. And then we give them another chance and then they still can't. It's sometimes money management. It's like they can't get right within that maybe $200 a week. All of a sudden they go overboard $500. Of course, we can work with you, but when you do it 2 or 3 times in a row and you got to put back half of your order and then you have to do it again and then again, at that point, you're like, man, you need to have a pen and pad writing down what you're buying, okay? You need to keep track. We'll work with you, but if you do it 2, 3, 4, 5 times and be like, man, Chad, I've went over $300, $400, $500 again. I'm like, gosh, that's a lot, you know. So, you know, $29.99s add up. Here's a buy now. Eagles, $15. We've already had that one. That's Hotel California, okay? $15. So these are all sticker price. If some of these are already discounted, then I'll honor the same discounted price, okay? We have Bad Company, Straight Shooter, EX Condition, $17.99. This has the original inner sleeve. So all these are sticker price because if they don't have a price on them, then that means I've already sold them for that once. So we'll try to sell them for that again, okay? There's Straight Shooter by Bad Company. We just sold a new copy earlier for $30. There's an OG, $17.99. Stacy gets the Eagles for $15. First thing is Alice Cooper's at $30. Elvin Jones is at $41. Let's go over here and put up another Japanese pressing. This is the Pretenders. I've got brass in pocket, $35 start. You know, most... I guess, what am I trying to say? I guess spending uncontrollably is a thing here in America since our own government's $50 trillion in debt. We have the Pretenders, a $35 start. There's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. That's their debut album with Obi, $35 start for the Pretenders, okay? Bad Company. Then we have Supertramp. Crisis. What Crisis? This is VG Condition, $9.99 for Supertramp. And we have Sweet. That's a classic. That's Desolation Boulevard. That has Ballroom Blitz and Fox on the Run. VG Plus, $9.99. Man, look at all these invoices. Holy crap. Let me look at some of these other ones. Yeah, a couple of these in here are people that never registered with us. Yeah, some of these are... there's a lot of new vinyl cancellations coming up. A lot of these are new vinyl people who pre-ordered in the group and they never registered with us, okay? Yeah, I wish I would have knew, man. Yeah, this one part, I gotta make a note right now. We gotta make sure, because sometimes I forget to remove some of these people, and most of this is one person in this crate. I'm gonna write it big and bold here so we can remove him. Just unfortunate. No hard feelings, but I've always told people, come back when you have maybe a better situation. Okay, so first thing we had was Eagles, Elvin Jones, 45, Elvin Jones, 46. William Warner got Sweet, Dennis Daly second, then Edwin Riviera, okay? And then we have 10 years after at Woodstock. This is the purple vinyl. It's tie-dyed colored vinyl, 2LP. That was a classic concert, $34.99. So Alice Cooper's done, right? It really only had one bid with Sarah for $30. Nice. You got that for bargain. And then the Pretenders is a Japanese pressing, $35 start for the Pretenders. That's their self-titled album. $35 start. Elvin Jones, the last bid was Audio Explorer for $46, going once, going twice. I do have more Japanese singles. They were over here in the next box, so let me grab them. And here we go. We have Supertramp, and this is Breakfast in America, $15 start. And check this out. Detroit Rock City. How cool is that? And the flip side is Beth. That's a big one from Kiss. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Next thing over here is this, Queen Hot Space. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. Here is the original inner sleeve of Queen Hot Space, $39.99. Also, Holocausto, War Metal Massacre, a 2017 red vinyl reissue, $34.99 on that one. And Sabbath, S-A-B-B-A-T, Black Up Your Soul, a 2013, $24.99. And we have Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. Elvis Presley Christmas album, orange label, $14.99. Elvin Jones is sold to Audio Explorer, and that is sold to Audio Explorer for $46. You know, I've always said here, our non-payments really isn't an issue because it's just like 1%. But like I said, that adds up when you're doing, 12 crates a night, and you tack that over 30 days and then take 1% of that. It's quite a bit, but if it's ever really, really a problem here, I'll have to do something different. But right now, most of y'all are great paying, great customers. It's just every once in a while we have a major, usually it's like a major invoice. It's like where somebody just went totally overboard and then they say, Chad, I just got fired. And I'm like, well, that's bad for you, definitely, and it's bad for us as well. But maybe things will be better in the future. And then if it happens again, that's when I really got to block them. Okay, this was $8. So that's an offer I took. I guess that's an 8, and I'll sell it. It was $14.99. So Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, $8 on that. This was in a $6.99 crate. That's the Motors. The Motors, and that's called Approved by the Motors. $6.99 on that. And Ringo Starr, $12.50. I think that was a half off price. And yes, half off, $12.50, okay? Ringo Starr. Let's go back to the auction crate. Man, we got some crazy stuff to sell. Pink Floyd, The Who, Muddy Waters, Blues Jam, R.E.M., Buddy Holly, Coven, Mississippi John Hurt, The Clash. Let's do The Clash. Black Market Clash. The Clash is an 83 Pittman reissue, EX condition, a $25 start for The Clash. Pearl Jam is new and sealed, $29.99. Also, Cheap Trick, that's only $6.99. Some of these were, that's a major discount. That was from probably a morning flip crate. Cheap Trick is $6.99. And then we had Demon Pact, and that's $14.99. That's an unofficial on, $14.99. Some of these could be putbacks, which we're not really a fan of, but if you do need to put some back, you get your like, dang, I've already got one of those. That's okay. I prefer you to do it like right now if you ever have to put something back, but if you wait till the invoicing, then it could be like 30 days before we resell it, because Ed puts it in the putback crate, make sure, it gets cycled out correctly, and then et cetera, okay? So I just filled up another crate, and I've just grabbed a new one. Let's keep going, and I'm going to show one more record, then we got to update all this. $6.99 for Jefferson Airplane. That was originally VG Plus $19.99. That's one of their original earlier albums there. Okay, so I left off. We had 2 singles, and Supertramp had a bid for $15, and that was $15 of Wolverine. And then Kiss got a bid for $15, and then $17. Joseph McCormick got Elvis. I've missed a couple of claims here. Joseph McCormick got Elvis. Kiss got another bid for $15. Kiss got a bid for $20. Kiss got a bid for $20. This is a Hatchet Ed putback bin. And then Kiss got a bid for $21. Kiss got another bid for $21. Kiss got a bid for $25. Pearl Jam's $29. Kiss is out. Kathy got the Pat Benatar from earlier. Make sure that goes in for $8. And then over here, we have Kiss at $25. We have a request for Muddy. Scully Mack got the Cheap Trick. Make sure that goes in for $6.99 to Scully Mack. Dennis Jackson got Jefferson Airplane for $6.99. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. That means Supertramp is sold to Wolverine for $15. That means the Pretenders is a buy now for $35. That's from the Japanese crate with Obi, Near Mint Minus and Pristine Pretenders, $35 on that, okay? the Pretenders, $35. So there's that. Let's put that away, and I'm going to lay that right over here. That's technically the only no bid tonight, the Pretenders. That means over here we have Kiss, and Clash and Kiss. So Clash is a $25 start, no bid yet, black market Clash. That's an 83 Pittman reissue. And then over here is this. We have Seth, Can You Hear Me Calling? Beth, Can You Hear Me Calling? This is Kiss, and the last bid was Stanley Richmond at $25, okay? Exciter. How about right now? Let's find that one. I got Pink Floyd, The Who, Muddy Waters, Blues Jam, R.E.M., Buddy Holly, Coven, Mississippi John Hurt, David Bowie, Atrophy, Breaker, Led Zeppelin 3, Rush, AC/DC, Guy Clark, Fleetwood Mac, Flock of Seagulls, Rock Goddess, Mass, Exciter, Prince, and Def Leppard is High and Dry. I'll get that one up in just a second. This is Exciter, Unveiling the Wicked, an 86 OG Green Combat EX, a $30 start on that one. Clash is EX. Hatchet Ed Crate, these are all priced whatever they're marked. Manaheim Steamroller Christmas, $19.99 for a Manaheim Steamroller. And then we have Bad Company. This one doesn't come through too often. Dangerous Age. Bad Company is $24.99, and Tom Petty, Southern Accents, OG, original under sleeve, Don't Come Around Here No More. I love that one. It also has the song Rebel on it. Chris Cornell is $33.99. Pearl Jam, $29. Chris Cornell, $33. Jar Flies, $24. Rush is $36, and those are all new and sealed. New and sealed, remastered and remastered. All right, so first thing I have is George Harrison. This was $9.99. That was the half-off price for George Harrison, Cloud 9. Up at the top, we have a request for Pink Floyd and a request for Buddy Holly. First thing we have is this. We have Mark Weiss on BC, and that's for Bad Company. Exciter just got a bid for $30. Another claim for Bad Company, and it's tied. I'm watching it over here. I've got it on the corner of my eye. Wow. So I called, my first prediction was I wouldn't be surprised if Alabama won, and then my second prediction, which covers all my bases, so I can't be wrong. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Oklahoma came out and just beat the crap out of them. And now it's tied, so I guess I'm covered both ways. Tom Petty's $34.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. If you say both teams are going to win, that way you can't be wrong. The Beach Boys is $19.99. Tom Petty was $34. And then we have Brian Ferry. That was a 87 Japanese pressing, VG Plus, $14.99. All right, we're ready for more singles. First thing is Kiss is officially sold, and Kiss is officially sold, and Kiss is sold to Stanley Richmond for $25. Alice in Chains already sold, $375. Did the Clash get a bid? The Clash did not get a bid. This is a $25 buy now for the Clash. Black Market Clash, EX condition, 25 on that. Exciter's at 32 with Charlie Buck, and let's go ahead and put up two more Japanese singles. I love these right here. Holy moly, look at this. The Beatles, Michelle Girl, Nowhere Man, and What Goes On. A 4-track compact 33 and a third from Odeon, and then Black Magic Woman from Santana. Wow. Japanese singles, 15 and 15, okay? Exciter 33, Exciter 34. George Harrison was actually the half-off price of $9.99. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. $9.99. And then over here, Exciter's at 33, Exciter 34. And then there was a question about the Brian Ferry. Does Brian Ferry have Don't Stop? Brian Ferry does not have that track on it. And then there's George Harrison Clash. We have an offer for $20. And so let's sell this for $20 to Mega Blast 9. And then over here, Susie claimed something, then she said wait, pass. That was for the Beach Boys. And then Santana 15, Exciter 35. Mortgage Guy Rob does get the George Harrison. Beatles 15, Beatles 16. And we got a request for Prince $19.99. Here we go. So this is Prince $19.99. It's an 82 U.S. Specialty OG Club copy, a top copy from Laura. So her note says top copy. That means it's OG, it's complete, it's near mint, it's in shrink wrap. $35 start on that, okay? Everything in here is sticker price unless, like I said, it's already was discounted, because if it doesn't have a sticky note on it, that means we've sold it for that once, and I'm going to try at least again. VG $14.99 for Manaheim Steamroller. We had a near mint copy earlier. Your choice, near mint or VG. And then Elvis, that's another one, sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. $10 on that one. And then Berlin Love Life, that looks like a half off price. It is. Berlin is $12.50. And we have Mannheim Steamroller. That one, I took an offer for $25. It was marked $39.99. There's another one. At one time, it was $2 at a Goodwill. George Harrison, somewhere in England, is $19.99. And another Mannheim Steamroller, $14.99. Well, this is actually about, here's all the invoices, okay? So it's, but the majority of it's one person, 3 different invoices. One person, 3 different invoices. First thing is this, Paul Brothers on Berlin. Let's make sure he gets that for that half off price of $12.50. Okay, now let's update all these other auctions. Exciter, Charlie Buck had this for $36. Jared Lambert also bid $36. This is the Beatles. Michelle, Girl, Nowhere Man, What Goes On. It has bids for $18, and that's with Wolverine. Santana was a $15 bid with Wolverine as well. And then Prince got a bid for $37. Then Exciter got a bid for $37. Then Prince got another bid for $35. Then Prince got a bid for $40. And Cliff Richard on Nearly Famous. And this has the song on it, Devil Woman. For some reason, that's one of those, I'm going to say, hard to get. I don't know. I just don't ever see it. For such a big song, Devil Woman. VG Plus, $14.99. And Rush Signals, $17.50. Rush is half off. That makes that $17.50. The Beatles is at $19. Prince is at $42. Foghat, just $6.99. That's coming straight out of a $6.99 crate. Nice copy, no condition notes. $6.99 for Foghat. And Cheech and Chong, $10. That was out of a half off crate. VG Plus, $10 on Cheech and Chong. And ABBA, that is sealed, unopened, an original copy in the half-off crate for $12.50. Next thing over here is, the first thing was Beatles at, hold on a second, feed's moving fast. Beatles 19, Prince 42, Beatles 22, Sully gets Rush. Sully gets Rush. Santana got a new bid for $16. Santana. Wolverine, you got a bid. Prince 45. John McPatriot gets Foghat for $6.99. Santana got a new bid for $18. Does Beatles Michelle have lyric insert? Give me 1 second. Shakedown on Cheech and Chong for $10. Dennis Daly second on Rush. Joe Costello third on Rush. Exciter got a new bid for $38. Ryan Eaton next on Cheech and Chong. William Warner next on Cheech and Chong. And we have Condition on Brian Ferry, VG Plus. These are all sticker price. If they've got a sticky note on it, then it's already been discounted. If not, then they're whatever's on the back. Susie Breedlove got Cliff Richard, Prince Al, and Mark Weiss gets ABBA. All right, so now we need another update. First is a closer look at the Beatles. This is OP-4106. It does have the lyric insert. Flip back cover. Yes, Nowhere Man. He's a real nowhere man sitting in his nowhere land, waiting all for the nowhere people for nobody. And that has a bid for $27. Exciter, $39. Santana is between 2 people. Right now, Wolverine has it for $18. Henry's Choice, you're out. And the last bid on Prince that came in, I'm showing Sieg at $45. That's an OG top copy. Next in the crate is Heart, $9.99. That's the half off price. Heart is $9.99. And then Southside Soul, John Wright Trio, $25. Wow, I don't know what happened there. There's the original price. And somehow it got originally tagged for $25. It was G Condition, $69.99. 1960 US Deep Groove Mono OG, $25 on that. Beatles is at $28. Beatles is at $30. And then Great White. Okay, we're now into our auction stuff. This is where it gets interesting. I think the rest of the crate is auction stuff. This is where you're really going to want to pay attention. Great White is $55, twice shy. Great White, $55. That's an 89 U.S. Carrollton OG Columbia Clubhouse copy, super clean, original inner sleeve. Near Mint OG Great White, $55. $55. Warlock, Triumph and Agony, $40. A 1987 US OG with cover damage, vinyl VG minus, $40. Heart was EX Plus or better in shrink wrap, $9.99. Okay, first thing is Beatles, 28, then 30. Prince is sold. We're ready for new sleeves. We're ready for new auctions. We're ready for Prince to be sold to Sieg for $45. Let's put away Prince. That was top copy. Beatles was at 40 with Wolverine. I think we're done on Santana. This is officially sold to Wolverine for $18. Okay, and then Exciter. Let's look at this one more time. Charlie Buck went out. Jared Lambert has it for $39. An 86 USOG EX Condition, $39 on that. $39 on that. The Beatles is going right over here. Wolverine has it for 30. Ken Crooker on Warlock, sold to him for $40. Chris Bachek on Great White, sold to him for $55. Josh Brown gets Hart and sell that to him for $9.99. Rush is already gone. Okay, first thing I have is this. We have a request for Atrophy. We have, as usual, lots of requests for the metal auctions in here. Violent by Nature, Atrophy, a trophy. Atrophy, Violent by Nature is a 1990 Euro original in shrink, VG Plus, $35 start. Next in the auction is UFO. This is not actually an auction. That was a half-off record. UFO, $14.99. Danny, you've already missed Santana. Here's our next auction. Sister Golden Hair Surprise, America, Japanese single, $15 start. Next, this was also in a half-off bin. Joe Walsh, $9.99. Joe Walsh, $9.99. This was an auction. Flash Gordon, $30. 1980 U.S. Allied OG does have some cover writing up here. VG Plus, $30 for Queen, Flash Gordon. And then we have for $30, that was an offer I took on the Black Lips. The Black Angels, the Black Angels, Directions to See a Ghost, $30 on the Black Angels, okay? Atrophy, $35. Atrophy, $35. Exciter, $40. Atrophy, $45. Joe Walsh, no condition notes. Looks like a nice copy. Yep. No condition notes. Cover down here has a little bit of discoloration. $9.99. America's a $15 start. And what about the Beatles? The last thing that came in on this was Wolverine at 30. Kristen Starr never did say out. Never did bid again. I'm assuming he's done. He just hadn't said out. Kiss, $55. That's a red vinyl unofficial. Red vinyl unofficial for Hot in the Shade. $55 on that one. Alice in Chains sold earlier for $375, one bid. Actually, it was a buy it now. It's actually a no bid, and somebody got it for $375. Love Gun, $20. Love Gun, $20. That was a buy it now minimum bid. Love Gun, $20. A couple Kiss records in here. Okay? And then America, Joe Walsh. Let me make sure Mega Blast wants to pass on Joe Walsh. If he does, Johnny Hancock wants it, okay? Here's some more invoices. Yeah, Unknown Rock Soldier, it was unknown. Whoever was Unknown Rock Soldier, I think they bought for 2 different weeks, a couple records here and there, and we never could get a hold of them. They were invisible. They were truly unknown. So if that handle pops up, I'll have to remove it. Okay, Atrophy's at 46, Exciter 41, Chuck Orlatonlano on Love Gun for 20, Joseph McCormick next, and then Michael Hamburger put Kiss. That's either for Love Gun or Hot in the Shade. If it's for Love Gun, you were third. Then Evan Riviera put Kiss. Then Ryan Eaton put Kiss. Susie has America for 15. Fred Carnell gets the Black Angels for 30. Joe Walsh is sold to Johnny Hancock for $9.99. And I lost Kristen Starr. He is MIA, so the Beatles is officially sold over here to Wolverine for $30, okay? Michael Hamburger does get Hot in the Shade. He was first on that one, technically. Flash is $30. That means over here, Exciter. The last bid is Jared Lambert at $41. America's a final call for $15, and Atrophy's at $41. Wasp, $25. An 84 U.S. Winchester OG cover writing VG. Like a VG minus cover and VG vinyl. Wasp is $25. Next auction is Muddy Waters Folk Singer. Muddy Waters is a 1964 USOG mono, VG condition. Look at this. Near mint copies of this record have sold for nearly $500. Yeah, this record in high grade is rare. This is a real 64 mono copy. VG condition, a $35 start. Good luck to all bidding on that. That's a real 64 mono copy. Scully Mack got Wasp. Chris Bachek put I or L, and then Paul Cruz next on Wasp. Susie got America for 15. Chris Bachek, he was finishing a sentence. I'll take John Wright Trio. Sold to Chris Bachek for $25. Thank you. And then we had Paul Stanley for $10. A 78 USOG VG. $10 on Paul Stanley. The Cult, I don't remember selling that. The Cult, $35. That must have been a record when Paul was doing a show. An 89 Canadian, does not include the enamel badge listed on the hop sticker. EX, The Cult, $35, okay? Exciter. Exciter is officially sold then. Boy, this has got a lot of bids. Jared Lambert, $41. Atrophy is still getting bids. It's at $48 with David Baber. Muddy Waters, $35. Muddy Waters, $40. Muddy Waters, $37. Muddy Waters, $40. Joseph McCormick on Paul. Paul Stanley sold to Joseph McCormick for $10. And Buddy Holly, I'll do it right now. Buddy Holly, that'll be the day. 1961 U.S. Pinckneyville repress in mono. Buddy Holly has the original Deca sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, a $35 star. Ed Riviera second on Paul Stanley. Rebecca Barber got the Colt. Michael Snare next. Paul Stanley, somebody else was next. Somebody else was next. And we have Black Sabbath Paranoid, $50. A 2016 blue vinyl. Blue vinyl. Not black vinyl like most of them I have. That's the blue vinyl. It got one bid for $50. That's the price. Muddy Waters, $42. Muddy Waters, $45. Buddy Holly, $35. And right now, Atrophy is the final call, or a new bid, actually. Jason Jones, $50. David Baber, you're out. Jason has it for $50. Buddy Holly getting bids. Muddy Waters getting lots of bids. And here is our next single. This is Santana. Black Magic Woman and Everybody's Everything. That is SQ Mastering, $15 start for Santana. That's now up for bid. Queen was $30. Right now there's only 2 unclaimed auctions. Black Sabbath and Flash. Flash is $30, VG Plus condition. Pat Benatar, $35, Precious Times. Near Mint Minus Japanese pressing. Iron Maiden, $80. Maiden was a 1981 USOG VG or better copy. Made in Japan, $80 on that one. Right now, Muddy Waters is at $48 with Nick Morocco. That's going to be getting bids for a while. Buddy Holly just has one bid, $35, final call. This Santana might be slightly different. Yeah, it's a different B track. This is a different pressing. That's SQ with Everybody's Everything. This one's Hope You're Feeling Better. So this actually has a different mastering and a different track. That is a different one. And then over here, Iron Maiden, $75. $75. This is, I don't have details, but it has the merch insert. It got clipped out. It has, or the video insert. Somebody sent off and bought the video. It's got the merch insert, but I don't have the exact details, but it must have been pretty nice for it to sell for $75. Atrophy is up to one person, David Baber. David, the spotlight's on you. Jason Jones has it for $50. I'm going to make sure he's done. Santana has a bid for $15. Muddy Waters is at $55. And we have one more record that I'm selling Buddy Holly. Duran Duran Rio, an OG Near Mint Minus Japanese pressing. Duran Duran, $36. Duran Duran, $36. Buddy Holly, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That'll be the day. That'll be the day. This is sold for $35. $35, Wolverine. Atrophy, give it to Jason. It is a steal. Probably is. It probably is. I've never seen this before, and it had a lot of questions, but it just sold for $50. Looks more like a $150 record to me. That's sold to Jason for $50. Let's put that away. Next thing over here is Michael Drini got Duran Duran for $36. Nick Morocco was second. And then over here, we got Muddy Waters. That's a final call for $55 to Samuel Kopich. Jerry Conklin is out. Sean Drake is out. And then Santana's a final call for $15. We got Paul McCartney, Tug of War, for $20. That's a great price on that, a Japanese pressing. And Kiss is $40. This is an 85 reissue, second label, VG Plus condition. Kiss is $40. It looks like that's what somebody was selling it for back in 2019 too. Now Muddy Waters has a new bid for $60. Here comes our next single. Paul McCartney. Speaking of them, this is Paul McCartney Press, a Japanese single, $15 start on that. One down, one up. Santana sold to Wolverine for $15. And over here, we have Kiss, a bootleg, $90. Largo, Maryland, unofficial green vinyl, 1975 Peter Criss edition, $90 on that. And then YNT 10. YNT's $125. A 1990 USOG club only release rare. YNT $125. And we have a non-payment, our first non-payment on a lot. Hopefully those don't happen. I think I got a wait list for Black Sabbath though. So we have a non-payment on a Black Sabbath lot. So who gets one? Black Sabbath lot. Who's first on a wait list? Black Sabbath lot. I might have took down somebody's name last night actually. Was it Oso? Let me see if I have any wait list over here. There should be a bunch actually. Let me figure out where they watched the sale from last night. Or have they watched it? Here we go. Waitlist. Taylor Swift. Dropkick. Yes, Fragile. Black Sabbath. Michael Rudolph. You're in luck, Michael. Here's your Black Sabbath light. Hopefully too many of those don't happen. If they do, it'll probably be for pre-orders, not probably claim. Usually somebody's claiming something. Most of the new vinyl happens with that, okay? Michael Rudolph. There you go, Michael. Thank you on that. Appreciate it. And if anybody else wants one, I think I got 5 more of those on the way. They should be in before the end of the year. Never can promise when lights are coming in, just FYI, okay? So if you claim one, just cross your fingers. It comes in when you want it to, but I can't guarantee delivery dates on those. Just can't do it. Okay, so let me see what happened since I walked away. First thing was Muddy Waters got a bid for 60, and then Nick Morocco on the McCartney, and that was out of the bin, right? That sold you for $20. Muddy Waters 65, and then here we go. So Muddy Waters is at 65 with Samuel Kopich. Keep in mind, near mint copies of this is like, if you had a beautiful copy of this, like stone mint, I mean, I'd probably sticker retail it for $499.99 best offer because it would just be uber rare. And Paul McCartney, $15 start. That's our next Japanese single. And we need to go through this crate, especially the auction stuff, one more time, okay? And we need more other new auctions, especially over here from the Japanese bin. And the Japanese next bin auction is going to go up right now. And let's go right over here to a copy of a classic rock classic. And this is what? Layla, Eric Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes, a beautiful Japanese pressing with Obi, a 2LP. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LPs, there's the insert, there's the catalog insert, there's the gatefold jacket, just a really nice copy. $35 start on that. $35 start on that, okay? So what I'm going to do is let's start. That's all the unpaid auctions. We're going to breeze through these one more time, and then here's kind of the lineup for 854, still early. I've got half of a crate of Japanese albums left, 2/3 of the advertised auctions left. I still got 2 crates of new vinyl. I still got a whole nother Hatchet Ed crate, which is mostly new stuff, new and sealed, mostly canceled and non-paid for pre-orders. A Laura crate, wow, and 3 John crates. Golly. Okay, no time to twiddle your thumbs. Okay, no time to dilly daddle. Okay, we don't have time to dilly daddle. We're about to sell Muddy Waters for $65. Hope everybody's got their coffee pot on, okay? Bad Company Straight Shooter, EX $17.99, Super Tramp, VG $9.99, 10 years after, sealed, Woodstock, official pressing, 2LP, tie-dyed colored vinyl, $34.99, Queen Hot Space, OG, Under Pressure, $39.99, Holocausto, $34.99 on Holocausto, Sabbath, $24.99. If you need more information, let me know. Motor, $6.99. These are priced as marked. Some of them are already discounted. If you see a sticky note on the front, that was the discounted price. $12.50 for Ringo Starr. Demon Pact, $14.99. That was unofficial. Tom Petty, $34.99. That's official and OG. The Beach Boys Christmas album, $19.99. And Brian Ferry, VG Plus, $14.99. Muddy Waters is sold, and Muddy Waters is sold to Samuel Kopich for $65. Nobody bid on Paul McCartney. Press, Japanese pressing, $15 on McCartney. We ready for new auctions. We are ready for new auctions. Layla's at 40 with David Johnson. Next is Muddy Waters. Can't get no grinding. Can't get no grinding is a 73 USOG VG Plus condition. A $25 start, does have a clip corner. There is Muddy. And then we had Manheim Steamroller. So let me get these organized here so y'all can see what happened. Looked like somebody was trying to complete their Manheim Steamroller collection. And you can tell they were kind of reckless with buying because they bought 2 copies of 2 different albums. So this is all from the same person. So let me see. I think that's the big order, I think, because it looks like it is. Manheim Steamroller Near Mint, $19.99. Manheim Steamroller VG, $14.99. Manheim Steamroller, $25. Manheim Steamroller, $14.99. That's the deal with those. First thing over here, Susie claimed Beach Boys, but then she said, never mind. And then, did I get an Elvis? You did, and there's another one in here. There's another Elvis in here. There's another one. Elvis is $10. The Wonderful World of Christmas. George Harrison was $19.99, and UFO is $14.99. UFO $14.99. Okay, so Layla was at $40, and then Rebecca Barber gets Queen, which was Hot Space. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. Now Layla $42, and now we have another auction. So that little pocket of Japanese 45s has obliterated. However, there's a whole Hatchet Ed crate over here. So part of the Hatchet Ed stuff is this right here, okay? And what I'll do is I'll go through these later, buy it nows. So for those that like, man, there's some cool looking stuff in here. So yeah, there's some Hatchet Ed put back CDs and 45s too. The Japanese stuff is gone. We've sold every one of them, but I have some leftovers from a previous week that we're about to put up for low starts. Okay, here's your first chance. We have James Taylor, Let It All Fall Down, $5 start, and Moni Moni, Tommy James and the Shondells, $5 start, okay? I have two more after that one. These are ones that have technically already been shown. Now they're closeouts. Next thing is Black Sabbath, our first unpaid auction, blue vinyl. That was supposed to be the minimum bid according to Laura. That's what it sold for. You can buy it again, $50. Flash Gordon, $30. The soundtrack, $30, VG Plus condition. Pat Benatar Japanese, $35. Iron Maiden, $80. Now, if these don't sell, I'll probably just re-auction them, or maybe later tonight or sometime tomorrow. I'll take offers, or I'll just put them back up for auction, okay? Iron Maiden, $80. Another Iron Maiden, $75. And the last three in here were the following. Y&T, $125. Peter Criss, that's, of course, a Kiss bootleg, Largo. They did a Peter Criss cover, an Ace cover, a Gina Paul, $90 on that. And then Kiss, this was an 85 reissue. That was the minimum bid, and that's what it sold for, $40. Okay, so Layla is with David Johnson at 45, Nick's out. Muddy Waters does not have a bid for $25. Can't get no grind in final call. Tommy James has two $5 bids. Wolverine bid 5. James Vasquez, you tied him. And then Wolverine also bid 5 on James Taylor. Let's go through another crate, okay? Let's go through another crate. It's time to balance this out a little bit with some new and sealed. Let's do that right now. I'll probably try to show all these Hatchet. And man, look at all these crates. Still got how many crates? 2 crates of new stuff that's never been shown before. Let me figure out which one's the best. Golly, I ordered so much stuff. This is what happens when they mess up our shipments. See, instead of like 1 crate, we're supposed to have 3 to 5 crates every night. But the way shipments have been coming in the last month, just because of the holidays, they stockpile all this stuff, and then we get all of it at one night together. And probably the worst night for it to come in would be Friday, literally the last delivery day of the week for UPS, and poof, it all comes in. And that's probably a lot to do with just their delivery schedule and probably the way our warehouse is sending stuff out. It's best for this stuff to come in on Monday and Tuesday. It gives me all week to show it, all week to sell it, all week to do waiting list. When we're hit with like 9 crates on a Friday night, it's like, golly. Then it's that's how we end up with a lot of leftovers. By then, some people's budgets are tapped out. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's sell Layla to David Johnson for $45. Muddy Waters, let's go over that one more time again. But first, let me put Layla in a sleeve. Don't forget, Rush lights came in too. I'm going to tag those like last thing tonight. And should have some more... should be on a pretty good routine now of lights, you know, boom, pre-order, more coming in, boom, pre-order, more coming in, etc., okay? Muddy Waters, one more time. This is Can't Get No Grinding. 1973 USOG. It's a 73 OG, VG Plus condition. This is on that blue and orange chest label, $25 start. James Taylor is sold for $5, and that is sold to Wolverine for $5. Over here, Tommy James is sold to Wolverine for $10. Here we go. 2 copies of the Cult Electric. This is going to be fast. Gatefold jacket. The Cult is $34.99, and 2 copies of the Black Crows, $33.99. She never mentions the word addiction. 1988 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve. And REM is a $25 start. That's OG 88 VG, a $25 start on that. Bob Reiger on the Colt. Thank you, Mr. Reiger. Muddy Waters has a bid for 30, and then 25, and then 25. Jay Neutral was in first. Straight out of Compton. That's Easy E. If you didn't pick up, that's my best Easy E impression. Straight out of Compton. $36.99. I can't hit that. What a distinctive voice. When you hear him, you know who he is. NWA, $36.99. Ice Cube, Dre. We have Colt, also so to Rebecca Barber. Mark Weiss on the Black Crows. Nice start so far. This is a man, what a classic. Twice as hard. Jealous again. My favorite. Could have I been so blind? Hard to handle. Thick and thin. She talks to angels. Everything on there is great. There's one copy left. OGs of those are kind of harder to find. Audio Explorer wants one. Boy, talk about something hard to find. OG NWA, like a real near mint copy from Ruthless. Rare. $36.99 NWA. We have Lincoln Park. Haven't had this in a while. Reanimation. Lincoln Park's a 2LP, $39.99. And then Stone Temple Pilots. MTV Unplugged. Purple vinyl. Just $19.99. REM doesn't have a bid yet. Let's go to the Japanese crate. Who said I was done with Japanese? Said no one ever. We got so many Japanese pressings, your head's probably going to spin. Oh my gosh, David Johnson's already had 2 or 3 conniption fits. And here we go. This is Kiss Love Gun. A Japanese pressing of Love Gun. Ooh, Kiss Japanese, do what? Near Mint Minus, it has the insert, it has the gatefold cover. This is a gatefold only to Japan. Originally, you know, in the U.S. it didn't look like that, right? $45 start. Ryan Eaton, you'll be first on the wait list for Black Crows. Randy Jr. Tabor on STP purple vinyl, that is unofficial, just 19. Motorhead 1916, that was out of print for over 10 years until this pressing. Motorhead is $34.99, and 2 copies of Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Holy Wars, $36.99, and Black Sabbath. This is a well-known, incredible concert, Paris 1970. You can find a lot of the audio footage or video footage on YouTube. Tony Iommi, amazing riffs. Bill Ward just blasting, beating the drum kit to death. Ozzy losing his mind. That's a well-known concert. Colored vinyl. Here's another Cult, and this is Sonic Temple. $38.99 for Sonic Temple. Doesn't look like REM got a bid, so let's go ahead and make that a buy it now for $25. That's a buy it now for $25. A no-bid OG REM green. Wow, you can pick that up for $25. Let's put that over here with the no bids. Now Muddy Waters is at $35 with Shane. George Scherer, you're out. And Jay Neutral, you're out. So over here, Muddy Waters is at $35 with Shane Langdope. Okay, and then Kiss over here was $55 start on that, no bid yet. Tim Rory on the Colt, that's so to Tim Rory. Mike Cadrini got REM for $25, and Love Gun is a $55 start. Shannon, you were second on REM. The next 2 Japanese singles are the following. 38 Special, Back Where You Belong, $5 start, and we have Lady Double Dealer, that's Deep Purple, right? Yeah, Deep Purple, $5 start on those. Next is Jimi Hendrix. Oh man, the shrink on these are so tight, it has warped the covers. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, bent cover. The shrink is so tight on these, it's bent the covers. That was, I was going to be looking forward to telling you about this concert too. That's the one where he set his guitar on fire. Amazing show. He comes out the killing floor, just starts shredding. It's incredible. $24.99 for Jimi Hendrix. I don't know if you'll want one with a bent cover, but if you do, they're right over here in the damage bin. And then we have 2 copies of Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors with a flame cover, $34.99 for Skinner. And then Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. Haven't had that one in a while. That's a tougher OG to get, $33.99. All right, so Muddy Waters got a new bid for $36, then $37. Love Gun has 1 bid for $55. El Snapatan, it's about to sell. Deep Purple 5. Deep Purple, another bid for $5. And that means Nick Morocco, you're out. Disturbed, this one is Divisive. Yeah, Divisive. Disturbed is $29.99. I've only got 1 of those. And then I've only got 1 Cocteau Twins Treasure. Remastered, $33.99 for Cocteau Twins. And Ice Cube again, Lethal Injection. Ice Cube is $33.99. Our next auction is going to come from over here. Pink Floyd, a nice pair. So this is a reissue of the first 2 Pink Floyd albums. Piper and Saucer Full of Secrets. It is uncensored. We had to cover up her bare chest with a sticky note. It's uncensored, a 73 Jacksonville OG EX++ near mint minus. Pink Floyd, a gatefold jacket, $35 start on that. All right, Deep Purple 5, Deep Purple 5, Deep Purple 7, Deep Purple 10. Susie on Jimi Hendrix. She said, I'll go ahead and take one. And we have, does Love Gun have the insert? It does have the Japanese insert. It does have the insert, but I don't think it has like the actual Love Gun insert. But yes, it has the liner notes insert. Ron Enum on Cube, that's sold. And then Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, that one's only $33.99. And then Bauhaus, Press the Eject and Give Me the Tape. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. That's why I ordered it. Bauhaus is $29.99. And then the rest of the Panteras continue with Far Beyond Driven, $29.99 for Pantera. And then Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, $44.99 on that. No bid on 38 Special, Japanese single. You can pick that up for $5. It's going over here Paul McCartney, which is $15. And then Wolverine is backing on Deep Purple at $15. Shane's out on Muddy Waters. That's a final call to Jay Nutra for $38. That means George Sherry, you're out. And I guess Kiss just has that one bid for $55, right? No one else has bid, so if you're being hesitant, you might miss it. David Polkey gets 38 Special for $5. And over here we have Trouble, and there's a waiting list for this. This is their self-titled album. It's not their debut, but it's their self-titled album, Trouble. And this one was a waiting list. Let me try to find that right quick. And Trouble. I got waiting lists for Steve Vai, Shrek, Static X, Darkness, Faith No More, Ozzy, Cinderella, Alice Cooper, Tool, Beastie Boys, Van Halen, Bad Company, Fine Young, NXS, Lady Gaga. Trouble, Paul Conway. Trouble, Paul Conway. Gotcha. Gotcha. Trouble, Paul Conway. That sold to him for $29.99. There's one left. Deep Purple 12, Deep Purple 15, 38. Audio Explorer got Bauhaus. That is sold to him. There's one left on those. And we got The Cult, Pure Singles. A compilation, like a greatest hits almost, $38.99, and then Bauhaus in a Flat Field. Bauhaus in a Flat Field, that is $29.99, okay? Next thing is Muddy Waters is still getting bids. Jay Nutra, you're out. El Snapatan gets Love Gun for $55. That is sold to El Snapatan. Like El Capitan, but El Snapatan. That's sold to him for $55, okay? Right now, Muddy Waters has a new bid for $40, and I'm going to make sure everybody knows the details on Pink Floyd and what it is before we make it a buy it now, okay? Before we make this a buy it now, Muddy Waters is at $40 with George Scher. Jay Nutra, you're out. Pink Floyd, you get two Pink Floyd albums in one, a nice pair. That is Piper and Saucer. It's a $35 start. Deep Purple is sold over here to Wolverine for $15. Okay, and then we have Audio Explorer on Flat Field. That's sold to him. I'm going to do a two for one. Actually, you know what? Let's, I was going to bundle that with 38, but I forgot somebody bought it. All right, let's just run Paul for a $5 start. Paul McCartney Press, $5 start, okay? Because if we find any more, I'll have to literally try to dig them up. $5 on Paul there, okay? And there's that Trouble. Trouble is, that was my only copy? No, surely not. That might have been my only copy. Yeah, if you want to go on a waiting list, let me know. I can show it. That was, it looks like my only copy here. Let me see here. Trouble. An absolute classic legend. Yeah, so it's on Hammerheart Records, $29.99. That was my only copy, and we had somebody on a waiting list. Paul McCartney 5, Paul McCartney 5. Okay. Muddy, we sold, by the way, that entire bin of indie stuff last night. We sold all of it. For those that was sticking around for that, we sold that entire bin of indie stuff last night. I think there's more in this store, but for those that was watching when I first started those clear lathe cut records, we sold all of those. We auctioned them, and then we did buy it nows, and then I sold them all in a bundle. So, okay, Muddy Waters is up to George Jay Nutra. He's out. This is sold to George Scher for $40. So Paul McCartney, Wolverine bid 5, Robert bid 5, Robert out. Wolverine has it for 5, final call. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd. This is a buy it now for $35, okay? Buy it now for $35. Let's put this over here. Happy birthday. It's two people's birthdays then. Two people has birthdays today. And then Audio Explorer got Flat Field, right? Yep, I've already tagged that for you. Bauhaus. You got both Bauhauses. All right, so first thing I need to do is, this is going over here in the no bids. Paul McCartney is sold to Wolverine for $5. and Generation Swine is gone. In the auction bin, I still got the Who, Blues Jam, Coven, Mississippi John Hurt, Bowie. We got Breaker, we got Zeppelin, we got Rush. That needs to go up right now. AC/DC, Guy Clark, Fleetwood Mac, Flock of Seagulls, Rock Heaven, Mass, Halloween, and then Def Leppard. So let's do Rush and Def Leppard. First thing I have is Rush, a show of hands. This is an 89 US Hop Hog OG. It does have some discoloration over here, but clean vinyl. Rush is a $35 start. Def Leppard High and Dry, an 81 OG, also has a little bit of cover damage here and there. It's got some spots of wear. VG Plus, $15 on that. Frank Galena gets Pink Floyd for $35, and Jay Neutral wants a Mind Crime. Let's kind of blast through those one more time. Make sure everybody's aware of everything that's in here. Here's kind of the update. There's one more crate of new stuff that has not been shown. There is another Hatchet crate that has not been shown. There is 3 more vintage John crates that have not been gone through, and a Laura crate. And let me see what she's marked over here. She's marked some pretty cool stuff. She's marked some more of those indie things. She's marked a box set. I'm going to look at this box set, though, and see what she's done on this one. Yeah, I'm going to check. That's pretty amazing. All right, there's that. And then let's jump over here to this, okay? So, now, as far as Japanese 45s, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in here. I have more. They're Beatles and solo artists. And right now, I'm going to be looking for more, okay? But I do have this collection of Beatles and solo artists that I know y'all are for sure going to be interested in. So I have this to start knocking out. Let me find those. Do I have any more Japanese laying over here? I'm about to answer my own question in just a second. Let me put all these over here. I'm going to have to clean up my shelf. This is my Friday and Saturday night time to clean the shelf off for Chad. All right, yeah, we got some cool ones over here. Yeah, got a whole nother crate of Japanese here. All right, let's put these over here where I can get to them. The first one is, give me one second. Yeah. All right, this is Mary Had a Little Lamb, Paul McCartney and Wings, and Little Woman Love. That is a $15 start. Wings, Mary Had a Little Lamb, $15 start on that. Wings or Paul, whichever you want to put. And then the next one here is the Beatles. And this is You Say Goodbye and I Say Hello. This one's in VG Plus condition, and I Am the Walrus. $15 start on those. All right, everything in here is new and sealed. Here's the update. We sold Pink Floyd. We sold Operation Mind Crime. Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 20. Rush 35, Rush 38, Def Leppard 15. Def Leppard 20, Def Leppard 20, Def Leppard 25, Rush 40. Rush 45, Def Leppard 25, Def Leppard 30, Def Leppard 30, Rush out, Def Leppard 32. Here's what's left in here. NWA, these are all new and sealed. NWA 36, Linkin Park 39, Stone Temple Pilots 19, Motorhead 34, Megadeth 36, Sabbath 39.99, Paris 1970, The Cult 38, Leonard Skinner 34, Concrete Blonde 33, Disturbed 29, Cocteau Twins 33, Ice Cube 33, Megadeth 33, Bauhaus 29, Pantera 29. Got a couple of those. Queen's Rock is 44, Another Cult 38, and Bauhaus Flatfield 29. If you need anything in there, let me know. These are all new and sealed. So update on Rush. Rush, Joseph McCormick, $45. First thing we have is Dustin Hodges on STP. He gets that for $19.99. John McPatriot put an I or an L. Maybe that was a miscue. And then Pergy wants a Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. There's one of those left. Yeah, and Queen's Rock Operation Mind Crime, Chris, was a 2LP, $44.99. So Wings, a $15 start. Beatles, $15 start. Def Leppard's at 35. So final call on Rush, 45. Final call on Def Leppard, now 36 with Scott Dwallow. I vote we go ahead and do what would be balancing it out. Balancing it out would be with some vintage stuff, because we just went through a Hatchet Ed, which was mixed. That was all new. I think if we go through a true vintage crate, that would be balancing it out. And that one's a near mint crate. Let's see if he's got another check condition over here. That's a near mint crate. These look like they could be check condition. They are. So here's another check condition crate. Buy it now or best offer. Hope y'all are ready for these. Do I have any Monster left? Okay. Except self-titled. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, no. Kathy's in on the Beatles at 15. That's going once, going twice, okay? Def Leppard out, and now Wings is a buy it now for $15. Mary Had a Little Lamb. Don't see that one as often. Buy it now, okay? These are all buy it now or best offer in here. You can go ahead and grab them, or you can make up best offer. Nice. BOC Spectres. This has Go Go Godzilla on it. VG Plus $17.99 for Blue Oyster Cult Spectres. VG Plus $17.99, and ELO Out of the Blue. Electrolyte Orchestra VG Condition $14.99. We have Paul Simon. There goes a Ryman Simon in shrink with hop sticker. VG Condition $9.99, and Queen News of the World. We will rock you. Queen, VG $14.99. Tag William Warner for a pack of 45 RPM sleeves. William, let me make sure we have those in stock, okay? I'm going to go right over here to this rack and make sure we have those in stock. And you're talking probably about these right here, right? You're probably talking about these. Maybe. Let me see if there's other brands. And let me see if I can... Yeah, these right here probably. And this is why this rack is never supposed to be blocked. Okay. I found something Motorhead over here. Let me grab that. Okay. Whew. Sorry. Backroom chaos as usual. Let me look these up. I'm not selling supplies unless I can physically put my hands on it, because we ran out of some stuff last week. 1 second. Might be a lot of people interested in these. Plus, I need a pack to put some of these in. I need to go ahead and open some up. So these are all products. Let me look up my invoices. Sleeves. These are packs of 100 or 50. These are 107-inch. Right here. Okay, these are $19.99. This is a pack. This is a pack of 100 vinyl style outer sleeves. Pack of 100, $99, or excuse me, $19.99. Okay, that's what we use here. Vinyl style, $99.90. Boy, I'm trying to charge y'all $100 for a pack of sleeves. $19.99. Hold on, let me slap myself. Whew. Okay, so William, I'm assuming you're okay with that. Anybody else want a pack? So these are packs of outer sleeves for 45s. Packs of outer sleeves for 45s. Okay? How much you say, Chad? $19.99. Sorry, I'm trying to gouge y'all's eyes out. I'm trying to stick it to you. I'm trying to squeeze every penny I can out. Okay, those are $19.99. All right, so back up at the top, those are great too. Def Leppard 45. Sorry, I got out of sorts. Beatles 15. Jared Lambert put K. Was that a claim? Maybe not. Okay, then an offer on BOC and then a claim. So J Nutra, BOC's yours, but it will be $17.99. If you pass, then Shane claimed it. Okay, Queen Condition and Price. VG Condition, $14.99. The Beatles got a new bid for $16. So, Kathy, you got outbid on the Beatles. And then packs of sleeves, $19.99 for a pack of 100. Robert Warner wants a pack. William Warner wants a pack. The Warner brothers. Wow. The Warner brothers. Robert and William both got a pack. Joseph McCormick gets a pack. That's $19.99. And then Jay Nutra said he does want BOC at sticker. Okay, so Kathy, you were outbid on the Beatles. Man, over here, we definitely got to take Rush off the board. Rush is sold for $45 to Joseph McCormick. He does not want a pack of sleeves, so let's put these back. $19.99 for packs of 100, okay? That means Def Leppard is a final call. Def Leppard, Stanley Richmond, $40, okay? Next is the Beatles, final call for 16. Go make sure Kathy's done. And then Scott Arnold got Queen for $9. That left Paul Simon and ELO. Let's keep going. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog. Does have cover damage. VG vinyl, $14.99. This is check condition vinyl, and sometimes, more than often than not, it's check condition covers too. I'm going to take a drink of Monster. Obviously, I need some. About time for a bottle of water, which Laura dropped off earlier. So let me drink that, and then we wash it down with some water. All right, so according to my records, no pun intended, we sold 2 packs of sleeves to Warner and Warner. VG minus cover, Nazareth, $14.99. 10 years after, VG $9.99, and Gordon Lightfoot, one of my favorite comps of his, Gord's Gold. That's VG Plus, $19.99. All right, next is this Led Zeppelin 3. Run da 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 dun dun da 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 dun dun da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun. That's the opening guitar riff to the Immigrant Song. This is Led Zeppelin 3, a beautiful copy, super clean. It's a 75 press, $35 start for Led Zeppelin. There it is. 35 on that. Scully Mack got Nazareth for $10. $10, $10, $10. That's sold to Scully Mack for $10. And then who bid 16 on the Beatles? Mike Straws. Mike Straws, you're out on the Beatles, by the way. The Incredible String Band, Changing Horses. And this is VG Plus, $14.99 for that. And then Def Leppard is sold then. Let's get new auctions up. Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Def Leppard, Stanley Richmond, $40, okay? I've already sold Queen for $9, I think. Yeah, I've already sold Queen for $9. Somebody already got that. Here is James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen lonely days that I thought would never end. I always thought that I'd see you again. I've been taking my time and he's in line towards the sun. Lord knows when a cold wind blows, it will turn your head around. I've been hours alone on the telephone line talking about things. Next, Santana, Marathon, VG Plus $14.99, and Heart, Dreamboat Annie, VG $12.99. The Beatles is sold to Kathy for $16. That is sold to Kathy. Led Zeppelin, $35. Mark Weiss has a bid. T-Bone Walker, Every Day I Have the Blues. 69 Pittman, VG Plus $49.99. James Taylor was VG Plus $17.99. That's OG with the insert. Did have some writing on the label. Pink Floyd Uma Guma, VG Plus $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer. Let me make sure that I already don't have a pack of sleeves opened over here. I got to sleeve some of these Japanese singles. They usually have packs of sleeves laying everywhere over here that's opened. They have a record cleaning station. They're set up over here, man. They know what they're doing. My staff, we have the best staff in the world, by the way, the best. It's the absolute best. There's no better staff than this. It's perhaps the greatest staff ever assembled. I have found some sleeves. Here we go. So I don't have to open a brand new pack. All right. Got to take care of the Beatles. They're my friends, okay? Paul McCartney personally knows me. Next is T-Bone. So does Samuel Kopich. Is Heart a gatefold? Yes. And we have Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, VG $12.99. Mark Weiss gets Led Zeppelin for $35. We need all new auctions. Nice, quick grab on that one. All right, that's sold for $35, all new auctions. Next thing is this right here. Blues Jam at Chess, Chicago Volume 2. Fleetwood Mac, Otis Spann, Willie Dixon, etc., etc., etc. A 73 Japanese. This is actually really nice jacket, textured. This is a Blues Jam, no obi, but near mint with insert, $35 start on that. We have Heart, $7, Scott Arnold. That was for Dreamboat Annie. This one, okay, I'll go ahead and sell it to you, $7. And then over here, we have Bob at 8, Bob 9. So Scully Mack, it's yours, but it's $9. That's what I was about to counter Scott on Heart, but he got me. I'll remember that, Scott. Your day will come. Your day will come, buddy. We have over here Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, rising up, back on the streets. Took my time, something about chances. Now here I am, something. I'm ready to fight. This is Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, $35 start on that. Moving on, Bob Seger is sold for $9 to James Vasquez. No, it's sold to Scully Mack for $9. He did take the $9 counter. Okay, so $9 to Scully Mack. And the history of the Grateful Dead. VG Plus $34.99, and the Who Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy. This is the non-gatefold early 80s pressing. EX $17.99 on that one, and Styx the Grand Illusion. Come sail away. EX $17.99. You can come sail away with Chad. Next is the Beatles speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. Bum, bum, bum. VG Plus, VG Plus. The Beatles, $15 start. That is a Japanese single. $15 start. You know my name. Look up the numbers. The Flip. The Police, EX $22.99. Zenyatta Mandata. We also have Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune. They're the Reaper. And the son of the rain, we can be like they are. Come on, baby, don't fear the Reaper. Baby, take my hand. First thing we have is, did I get Pink Floyd? Shane Lanedote said PF23. Did I get Pink Floyd and Maguma? You did now. This is sold to Shane Lanedote for $23. Next thing over here, Survivor, $35. Who's an expert in jazz? Me. You can ask me all the questions you could ever want. And then, did I get Pink Floyd? You did now. How much is BOC? This is VG, $12.99. Practically free at that price. Price on Grateful Dead. VG Plus, $34.99. Practically free. And then over here, we have next. Wow, I'm speechless. It's A Hard Day's Night. This is an original, well, let's take the label. EX $39.99. An original stereo press. That's VG $39.99. BOC is sold to Jay Nutra for $9. That is sold. And All-Star Hootenanny. Really cool here. Early folk, kind of folky, kind of folk top, kind of folk compilation with Bob Dylan. That's pretty cool to see. VG $9.99. And then Wings at the Speed of Sound. VG $12.99. Boy, I just shot myself in the foot over $3 for BOC. Goodness gracious. Wow, nobody bid on Blues Jam. Holy crap. $35 buy now on this. 73 Japanese press, near mint reissue, textured cover. How much is $35? Wow, that's crazy. I know. I can't believe it. That's $35 over here. Survivor. What's the last bid? One bid, $35. It's about to be sold to Steve Mason. Nobody else's bid. Beatles is a $15 start. No bid on that. And then Richard Yeager wants Beatles out of the bin. That is sold. And then over here we have What the Folk, and then Bob Crate. And then over here we have Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. VG $9.99. Blues Jam was a Japanese pressing. Yes, 1973. And then, yes, this is a buy it now best offer crate. And nobody bid on the Beatles. Let it be. That's a buy it now for $15. VG Plus, VG Plus. Okay, next thing I have is the following. What do I have? I need another auction. Ooh, Coven, Witchcraft. Oh my gosh. This has always been tough to get. This is a 1969 OG Coven. Destroys minds and reaps souls. A 69 OG. It's a triple gatefold. VG condition, a $75 start. Man, this has always been a tough record to get. I bought mine at a record shop down in Florida. Where was I? I was around Jacksonville, I think. I think I paid $195. It was a pristine copy. This is a VG copy. This literally has a black mass on side 2. This has got like a really trippy gatefold there. That's like a sacrificial, she's nude, and that's a $75 start. That's Coven. That's now up for bid. First angle we have over here. This is a best offer crate, yes. First thing is George Scherer on BJ, Blues Jam. Okay, now who asked about this first? Jamie K did. Jamie, if you don't want this, I'm going to sell it to George Scherer for $35. I'm going to go ahead and put his name on it. Okay, then Richard Yeager was sick. George Burleson got Grateful Dead for $25, sold. And then Loverboy, $8, and that's sold to James Chilcott, $8, okay? Coven is a $75 start. Steve Mason gets Survivor for $35. We're ready for more auctions. Steve Mason. Dave Mason played for Traffic, had a successful solo career in the 70s and 80s, but this is sold to Steve Mason for $35, okay? Done. Now, my crate is full. Let me swap out right quick. We need all new auctions. Here we go. Take my hand, don't fear the reaper. We can be like they are. Cities on flame with rock and roll. Da-da-da-da. Reap-bop. Shoot-be-dum-bomb. What a bomb-bomb-bomb. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, Coven has a bid for $75. Next thing over here is Billy Squire, Don't Say No, loaded with hits. VG plus 14. The Doors, Morrison Hotel, EX32.99 in shrink wrap. Let's take a quick glance at label. Red electro label, EX32.99. All right, next in the auction crate, we still got The Who, Mississippi John Hurt, David Bowie, Breaker, AC/DC, Guy Clark, Fleetwood Mac, Flock of Seagulls, Rock Goddess, Mass. Halloween needs to go up because it's in the high-end tab. Nina Simone, Elvis, George Strait, Wrathchild, and Wasted. Wow. Let's do Halloween, and let's grab one from the Japanese bin, okay? So first thing I have is Halloween Walls of Jericho, an 85 German OG with the original inner sleeve, $55 start. Coven has a bid for $75, going once, going twice. Next thing over here is this, Steve Mason. If you want Billy Squire, it's yours. If not, then it's sold to Mark Weiss because he said he'll take it at full price. Next is Journey Escape. Journey is VG Plus, $14.99. And then Fast Times at Ridgemont High, VG Plus, $19.99 for Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And then Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the movie with the Bee Gees and Peter Frampton, VG Condition, $9.99. Okay? Halloween's a $55 start. Mark Weiss gets Billy Squire for $15. Steve Pass, that's probably going to be the worst decision you make of your life. And then Fast Times, $12. Scully Mac. I'm going to say $19.99. I'm going to counter at $25. Next auction is going to go up right now. Hey Jude. You say you want a revolution. Wow, beautiful copy. Near mint minus. Hey Jude and Revolution, $15 start on that. Okay, so Fast Times. Scully Mac, that's why I declined, because two other people wanted it sticker price. If you want it, it's yours for $19.99. If not, Robin gets it. If not, Scott Dwallow gets it, okay? Blues Jam sold. Yes, it did go to George Scher. And then Ed Riviera gets Journey, a sticker, okay? Coven is sold for $75, and Coven is sold to JK over on Twitch for $75. Chad, I want an Iron Maiden that was in bad shape for $7. Never got an invoice. Promise I don't remember what night. Okay, well, that's probably something that got mistagged. It might already have been on somebody else's invoice, or it's laying in the back in the mystery bin and we don't know who it belongs to. So if you let Ed know, he probably can take care of you. Wow, Halloween, $55 start, no bid yet. Scott Dwallow, or excuse me, Scully Mac did get Fast Times. Next was Robin, and then Scott Dwallow. The Beatles does have a bid for $15. This is a new arrival check condition crate, which is buy now best offer. Still got two more John crates to go through, new arrival non-condition notes. Got to go through the lower crate. Got another Hatchet Ed crate and another crate of new vinyl. I like nights like this. It's pretty much new stuff all the way up to the buzzer. And then I did say I was going to go through some stuff over there. Never got my silver coins. Now, are you saying you never to get an invoice for them, or it's been paid and you hadn't got a delivery yet? Next thing over here is Breaker. This is called Dead Rider. Breaker is an 85 German OG. The top seam does have some splitting. It's an EX edition, a $30 start on that. No invoice. Okay, I think that's because a lot of that was invoiced separately. So one or two things. Tanner's waiting to do all that at once, or I don't really know. Please defer all these questions to Sir Edward Beck, okay? He is the squire of customer service here. You're asking me questions that I cannot give you answers to. I can answer a lot of stuff, but a lot of these you have to refer all these questions to Sir Edward Beck, okay? That's also known as Hatchet Ed. That's Hatchet Ed. He will take care of you. If you haven't reached out to him, then it's a lost cause. Always, 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 always contact Ed. Asking me a question about an invoice, you might as well go ask your dog. Go ask your dog. Say, hey, dog, I'm looking for my invoice. And that'd be about the same thing as talking to me. I wish I could help you. I can't, though. Sorry, I'm over here also on my phone. I'm making sure I didn't miss any important messages since I've been live. Doing a quick glance. Haven't tried to too many times. And then let's go over here, and let's go over here, And let's go over here. All right, so first thing I have is the Beatles. George Scher has it for $15 sold. I'm going to put that in a brand new sleeve to you. All right, and then Dead Rider has one bid for $30. Nobody bid on Halloween. That's a buy it now for $55, okay? Halloween's a buy it now for $55. Michael Salazar, your question came in at a wonderful time because you just asked what condition is it in. It is near mint minus. This was supposed to bring $128. You can buy it for $55. Half off metal albums tonight, literally. We've been selling metal records half off all night tonight. Okay, first thing is this. We have ELO Out of the Blue, VG $14.99. Paul Simon, There Goes the Rhyme and Simon, VG $9.99. 10 Years After, VG $9.99. Also, Gord's Gold is VG Plus $19.99. And the Incredible String Band, Changing Horses, VG Plus $14.99. And Santana Marathon was VG Plus $14.99. Breaker has a new bid. Here's another Japanese Beatles record. If you're not bidding, you're not living, okay? Check your pulse. Breaker has a new bid for $31. This is Act Naturally and Yesterday, another Japanese Beatles single, really clean. The Beatles, a $15 start. Michael Salazar gets Halloween for $55. That is half off metal all night long. It's been half off metal records. Sold to him for $55. That should have been a $95 start. James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, VG Plus $17.99. The Who, Mitty Bitty Big and Bouncy, EX $17.99. Styx, The Grand Illusion, EX $17.99. The Police is EX $22.99. All-Star Hootenanny was VG $9.99. Wings of the Speed of Sound, VG $12.99. The Doors, EX $32.99. And then Sgt. Pepper's is VG $9.99, okay? Beatles, $15 start, no bid. Breakers at $31. Somebody got outbid. Mike Straws, you're outbid on Breaker. And then Andy Rutherford offered $12 for James Taylor. That is sold for $12. If anybody has any other questions or considerations, problems, concerns, or anything, please address them in the chat. I may or may not answer you. We have a 1981 USOG, ACDC, Dirty Deans, what? ADC, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. That's DDDDC. That's an 81 US Specialty OG. OG for the United States. VG Plus, a $25 start. Next is Breaker has a new bid for $32. Half off metal records all night. If anybody wants to tell your friends, you can phone in and say, Chad is selling metal records 2, 3, 1/3, 4/5 of retail value. I'm getting steals. I'm literally buying records and making money off of them. Breakers at $32. ACDC $25 start. Beatles is a $15 start, going once, going twice. I also got a Hatchet Ed 45 bin as well. Got a Hatchet Ed 45 bin with 45s and CDs. We'll have to do those later. Still got Japanese stuff. David Johnson is about to have a conniption fit because I hadn't put up another Japanese pressing. Let's go through this other crate of new vinyl, and then we got the other Hatchet Ed crate. Holy moly. All right, here we go. ACDC, $25 start. So there is no U.S. original pressing of ACDC officially. It was all kind of a reissue series here in the United States because they came out in other parts of the country already. Beatles is a no bid, final call for $15, and Breakers at $33. Breakers at $33. All right, and I'm going to close out of some stuff here, and I'm going to pull this back up. Hootenanny was for $6 to Sully. Okay, yep, $6 for Sully. That was right. All right, let me move my charger around, click on this, and make that like that. All right, here we go. This is Soundgarden down on the upside. Follow me into the desert, burden in my hand. $39.99 for Soundgarden, 2 LP. We got 2 of them. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. Zombie, $36.99. Brian Campbell has AC/DC for $28. Breakers at $35. Final call on the Beatles for $15. Also, we have 1 copy of Pink, and this is I'm Not Dead. There might be a waiting list for this. That's why I still got my laptop open over here. Pink, I'm Not Dead is sold to Vladercheks. Vladercheks, y'all were on a waiting list. I knew it. Pink, I'm Not Dead. This is sold to Vladercheks, $39.99. Also got 3 copies of Def Leppard. These are pretty much sold out. This is a live unofficial for Def Leppard. Let's pull up the wait list for Def Leppard. And there should be at least 2 people left, Craig Honeycutt and Dan Hanna. By the way, make a note, Dan Hanna should be a first-time buyer, and he should be registered. If not, then reach out to me, and I will try to figure out how we found him, et cetera, et cetera. So Craig Honeycutt and Dan Hanna, this is Def Leppard. It's an unofficial. These have been coming in like 1s and 2s. That means it's a pretty desirable boot. $44.99. Rock Until You Drop. Def Leppard, there's one left for $44.99. Up at the top, AC/DC is now a final call for 28. J Nutra on Soundgarden, that is sold to J Nutra. Soundgarden is sold. And then Clifford Umstead gets a Soundgarden, that is sold to Clifford Umstead. Soundgardens are sold out. I got 3 copies of Pink Floyd live at Concertgebouw. That's the Netherlands, 1969, $29.99 on that. Breakers now at $40. The Beatles is sold $15, and that's sold to Samuel Kopich. Let's get that one off the table. Thank you on that one. That's sold to Samuel for $15. Jason Jones also bid $40 on Breaker. Does anybody want to go ahead and bid $100? I guarantee that'll win the auction. I guarantee that'll win the auction if anybody wants to go ahead and bid $100. Right now it's at $41 with David Baber. AC/DC is about to sell for $28. Now Breaker's at $42. Next thing I have is 2 copies of Kiss, a Live 3. Of course, I don't get OGs of this too many times. Kiss Alive 3 is a 2 LP, $46.99. And this is Bauhaus, the BBC Sessions. This is a Bauhaus unofficial. Live, London, UK, 1980-1983. I wish I would have showed this a lot earlier. I went ahead and ordered 5 of them. Bauhaus is $24.99. Bootleg Bauhaus. Sean Miller gets that last Def Leppard. Those are sold out again. Chad Snyder on Kiss. That's sold to Chad Snyder. And I got 2 copies of Trouble. And this one's Run to the Light. Red Smoke Marble Vinyl. Trouble is $39.99. Breakers at $50. Now it's at $51. Brian Campbell gets AC/DC for $28. $28 to Brian Campbell. Okay, thank you. Let's put that away. Done. Bauhaus sold to Brad Bolin. That's sold. Now there's 4 copies left. Robert Warner on a Bauhaus. Now there's 3 copies left. And let's put up another Japanese single right quick. And this is from the Beatles collection. And check out this one. Please Please Me and Ask Me Why. Really cool one here I don't get as often. The Beatles, Please Please Me and Ask Me Why. Let's take a quick look at the vinyl right quick. It is probably VG minus on the vinyl. Some of these from this collection could be possibly played in check condition. Believe it or not, sometimes these actually did get played. That is going to go up for a $15 start, but I don't get that one as often. Please Please Me and Ask Me Why. There's 2 copies of Trouble. Misfits, the collection, is $33.99. That's actually a collection volume 2, I think. Eminem Curtain Call is essentially an Eminem Greatest Hits, $39.99 on that. All right, let's revisit the Japanese crate. And in the Japanese crate, I'm not ready to reveal what I have left, but there is, the first 5 are Beatles. And then there's another Beatles, and then there's another artist, another artist, another artist, another Beatles, another Kiss, and then another Beatles, and then another Beatles, and then John Lennon, and then the Eagles, and then the Beatles, and then we have another artist, and then another Beatles. It's half of it's Beatles, legitimately. So let's put up the Rolling Stones naturally. Here is the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, a beautiful Japanese pressing of Obi. It is near mint minus and pristine, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a $35 start. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the Goat Head Soup insert, there's the actual Japanese booklet, there's the cover, and there's the Obi. The Obi just needs to be put back on the jacket. It's not ripped or torn. It just needs to be put back on the jacket. At least it's there. $35 start on that one, okay? Badlands. There was no Badlands advertised to be sold tonight. No Badlands to be sold tonight. What was Eminem? It's called Curtain Call. It's a 2 LP. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. Anything but Beatles and Kiss. And then somebody said, put up the Kiss, and somebody said, I want to see the rest of the Beatles. We have some contradicting statements. We have Disturbed, 10,000 Fist, 2 LP. This is a 20th anniversary, yellow flame-colored vinyl, $39.99. And Traffic is $36.99. Traffic, $36.99. Foo Fighters self-titled is $24. And then Misfits Evil Live is $33, okay? Breaker. David Baber, $51. Nobody else has bid until right now. Mike Straws bid $55 on Breaker. I told y'all, if you go ahead and bid $100, that will win the auction for sure. It's at $55 right now. And then next thing over here is Mike Quadrini on Disturbed. Mike Quadrini on Disturbed. And then over here we have Nirvana in Utero, $36.99. Nirvana in Utero. There might be a waiting list for that. Let me check right quick. Nirvana in Utero. I feel like we sold one of a bin and then somebody else needed one. Nirvana. Nope. Okay. I spelt it 2 different ways and it still worked. Okay. Next thing is which John Lennon, to be determined very soon. Foo Fighters is sold to Todd Emick. And then Janet Gray on Disturbed. That was on colored vinyl. And then nobody bid on the Beatles. This one was kind of more of a played copy, but it's only $15. Now Breakers at $55. Final call to get a bid on the Stones for $35. And then we have Slayer. Diabolus in Musica, $33.99. We do put up a lot of Beatles and Kiss auctions, but they are probably 2 of the most marketable bands of all time. So there's probably between Elvis, Beatles, and Kiss, collectible and just desirable, they're up there. So we obviously get a lot of them. Michelle Clements on Nirvana. Misfits Evil again, $33.99 for that one. Soundgarden was $34.99. Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono, $36.99. And then Bathory. This was a special request for Justin Deckelman. We probably only have one copies of all these, so if you decide you want one, just let me know. This is Bathory. This is called The Return. Special request for Deckelman, $36.99. This one is called Emperor. This is Non-Equilibrium. This is Justin Deckelman as well, $38.99. And then we have Emperor, Soda Justin Deckelman. We also have Beck Odelay, Soda Melanie Jennings. Okay, those are all special requests. And then this was also Soda Justin Deckelman. This was Blood Incarnation, Absolute Elsewhere. Some kind of book, 3 CD Blu-ray. Interesting. Also Soda Justin Deckelman, $74.99. Okay, Breaker 56, Breaker 57. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones. That is a buy now for $35. That is Goat Head Soup. Okay, Goat Head Soup. And let me put that in a brand new sleeve. All righty, that was a fast read through. That was the last crate of new stuff that came in tonight. We started with 5 crates, and I started the show about 6:30. So it took me about 3 hours to go through those 5 crates, trying to keep it balanced with new vintage stuff and new other stuff as well. I think we've done a pretty good job. We've pretty much went vintage pre-owned, new, vintage pre-owned, new, vintage pre-owned, and new. And the next, there is another crate of a lot of new stuff, and it's Hatchet Ed. So it may be stuff that is sold out, limited edition, or stuff I didn't think I'd get anymore, or maybe stuff people's on waiting list for. So the next Hatchet Ed crate has a lot of new stuff in it. So that's coming up too. We still got 3 crates of pre-owned technically, which is, the pre-owned is 2 crates from John, and then Laura's marked the crate over here. It looks like Laura's marked a lot of modern stuff. That should be pretty fun. All right, so the last bid on Breaker was David Baber at $58. I'm assuming everybody's done. I'm about to sell it. Hammers up. If you want to bid, I would do it. I would have done it 60 seconds, 2 or 3 minutes ago. First thing is this right here. Blood Incarnation was a special request for Justin Deckelman. Absolute Elsewhere, limited edition 3 CD Blu-ray earbook, includes Luminescent Bridge EP, All Gates Open movie soundtrack, as well as Atmos 5.1 mixes. If you want one of those, they're $74.99. That was a special request for him, okay? We took a pretty big chunk out of that crate. That was pretty packed full, and we sold a lot out of there. Of course, a lot of that was special request for Deckelman. Evil is sold to Brian Campbell. Thank you on that one. And let's run through those again quickly one more time, and let's put up another auction. And that next auction, I'm very curious what is going to happen when I put up Flock of Seagulls, because I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Bum, 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 bum. This is a 1982 USOG VG Plus condition. Flock of Seagulls is a $25 start. First thing is Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge, $36.99. Pink Floyd, that's a live unofficial from 1969, $29.99. Kiss, a live 3, it's $46.99. Bauhaus, BBC Sessions, 1980-1983, $24.99 for the live Bauhaus. And Trouble, Run to the Light, Red Smoke Vinyl, Trouble is $39.99. 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, a 0, a buzzer, and that means this is sold for $58, okay? And that is sold to David Baber for $58, okay? Flock of Seagull 25, Flock of Seagull 25. Next auction is The Who, Tommy. This looks interesting. It's a 1989 25th anniversary edition, sealed. Tommy, The Who, a $25 start, a 1989, which is the 25th anniversary edition. Now it's 55 years old. Feel old yet? And then our next Japanese pressing is John Lennon, Rock and Roll, with his famous cover of Stand By Me. John Lennon, Rock and Roll, Japanese pressing, near mint minus, a $35 start. Beautiful vinyl. There's the LP, there's the insert, there's the other insert, there's the cover, there's the OB, $35 start on that. Okay, next thing is this. We have TBI Music Room on Kiss. That is sold. Now we're sold out of Kiss Alive 3. Chad, once again, what are the instructions for holding the package? You need to message Ed, however you talk to him, either through Facebook or email, and say, Mr. Ed, do not ship any of my orders ever again unless I give you instructions to. Say, please do not ship my orders. I'm going to pay for them. Just pack them up and hold them until I give you the green light. And make sure he says, I've confirmed that, and then he'll take care of you from there, okay? Next was Misfits, the collection. That was $33.99. Eminem Curtain Call, which is his greatest hits, for $39. Traffic, self-titled, remastered, $36. Foo Fighters, $24, one left. Misfits Evil Live, one left. Nirvana In Utero, $36. Slayer, Diabolus and Musica, $33. Soundgarden, $34. Louder Than Love. And then the In Mono, the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, $34. Okay, so there's that. So the first thing I have is this. First thing I have is this. I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, yes. Whew, that felt pretty good. Whew. Now I'm going to stand up. Okay. That felt pretty good. Getting some blood flow. Now, first thing I have is this. Flock of Seagulls got two $25 bids, and then I lost Nick Bargeron. He disappeared. He's a magician. He does that sometimes. Nick, if you're out there, you're still tied since the beginning from Jay Nutra at 25. John Lennon's at 35, only one bidder with George Scher. And then George Scher also wants Pet Sounds. What is the Misfits? There's two different ones. There's Evil Live, $33.99, new and sealed. And then there's the collection, which is technically the collection 2 with Last Caress. I've got something to say. Nick Bargeron's back in. And then the details on the Who again is a 1989 U.S. reissue, a 25th anniversary. That is true. Tommy came out, maybe she meant, well, it does say 25. That's weird, isn't it? Tommy, it's supposed to be a 20th anniversary. That's weird. It says 25th anniversary, but it came out in 1989. Unless that's the wrong year. But yeah, that's what it says. That's what it pulls up. Okay? All right, let's get to it. I think the next thing to do would be this Laura crate. Now, there's one gigantic box set, so it's really half of a Laura crate. So how about we go ahead and do that? How about we go ahead and do that, and then we'll have a Hatchet Ed and 2 vintage crates still left to do. And if you got on late, we had, what, so 6 crates of new vinyl? And so you've probably missed a lot. And then we have the Hatchet Ed stuff still over here, the singles. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. I have officially been through 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 crates tonight already. So you've probably missed a lot if you've been snoozing. I can tell some people's not chatting anymore. When I lose some people in the chat, they're taking a nap, or they fell asleep. Otherwise, they would definitely be talking. I lose some people sometimes. I'm like, okay, they've definitely fell asleep. Let's go over here and figure out what this is. I want to double check this one because I'll tell you why I might want to keep it. I have this, but I don't think I bought. Did I buy this? I don't think I've opened mine, first of all. Let me see what's going on over here. You're about to find out what I'm about to show you. So stand by. The suspense will build up. I will say, let me make sure. Yeah, so this is the Super Deluxe. Okay, so these are, yeah, this is $374.99. $374.99. All right. Rush. Whew. It's heavy. The first ever complete career retrospective celebrating 50 years on 7 LPs and 4 CDs. 1974 to 2024. 50 tracks with 7 unreleased tracks. This is got a 104-page hardback book. Exclusive to this box is the 100-page hardback graphic novel. So it literally has a Rush comic book in here exclusive to this. All sorts of inserts, etc., etc. Rush 50. It's a monstrosity of a box. The Super Deluxe 7 LP 4 CD. $374.99. And that is the manufactured suggested retail price. We bought this in a collection. $374.99. And let me check the price. I'm looking at the wholesale cost. And then that's how I got. And then I'm looking over here. Let me check the wholesale cost at somewhere else. Okay, the other MSRP at another website is $456.99. So one of the main places I order from, MSRP $456.99. The other place has it at $374. See, different distributors have different MSRP. So yeah, $374.99. That will keep you busy with Rush for a while. Think about buying yourself a Christmas gift, okay? I have this. I hadn't got into mine yet. It's still in the shipping box. That's how behind I am on vinyl. But as you can imagine, I got plenty of stuff coming in and plenty of stuff that I collect and listen to. I kind of wait. I kind of save it for a rainy day, you know. So there's that. All right, we need another crate. Let's go through what was left in the lower crate. So that was in the back of this lower crate, and then let's go through everything else. So let me get caught up in the comments. I have some people yelling at me right now. I hadn't even been looking at the chat. I'm not ignoring you. So Jay Nutra bid $25 on Flock of Seagulls. Nick Bargeron bid $25. John Lennon got a bid for $35. George Scherer got Pet Sounds. That's where I left off. Then Flock of Seagulls got a bid for $26. Jay Nutra. Chad, you didn't tell the price. $33.99. $33.99. $33.99. $33.99. Tommy is sealed. It's a no bid. $25. George Scherer gets John Lennon for $35. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on Flock of Seagulls. Jay Nutra did bid $27. Okay? So Nick Bargeron, you're out on that. There's John Lennon. That's sold to George Scherer for $35. Next thing, let's go ahead and put up another auction. The best of Mississippi John Hurt. The best of Mississippi John Hurt. This is a 1979 Presswell OG VG Plus compilation from Vanguard, $20 start. Samuel gets the Who for $25. That's weird. That was weird how they did that. Boy, we got a heck of a ball game. Alabama and Oklahoma, 27-24, 11 minutes left. Alabama just punted it. Yep, Oklahoma's got the ball. We got ourselves a ball game. All right, these are sticker price, new from Laura. A Tribe Called Quest, the anthology. That's opened. It is near mint, $29.99. Flock of Seagulls. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Jay Nutra has it for $27. Next auction's going to go up right now. Long, tall Sally, she's got everything that Uncle John needs. Oh, baby. Yeah. VG Plus condition, the Beatles. And the flip is I Call Your Name. $15 start on that. Loma, A Soul Music Love Affair. Volume 1, Something's Burning. Loma, that's a soul label compilation. $14. Mississippi John Hurt has a bid for $25. And Loma, A Soul Music Love Affair Volume 2, $14.99. Back-to-back soul comps. And Loma, Volume 4, Sweeter Than Sweet Things. That one is sealed, $19.99. We got Volume 1, 2, and 4. Okay, I think these are some indie records. Yeah, these are like indie releases from Joyful Noise. Here we go. We got Mark Dipple. That is Mild Agrophobia, $9.99. We have Chori Ma Caldo di Heso. That's a hip-hop for $9.99. We have Colin Potter, A Gain Experimental Electronic for $9.99. And we have House of Feelings, New Lows, $9.99. Flock of Seagulls, I lost Nick Bargeron. This is sold to Jay Nutra for $27. Okay, that was a weird auction. Mississippi John Hurt, final call for $25. Beatles, $15 start for Long Tall Sally. Next auction is going to go up right now, Mass. Mass is a 1985 USOG and Shrink, Near Mint and Hop sticker, a $25 start. $25 start on Mass. Next is Chad People, a Popple People, Jazz Rock Indie, $9.99. Also, we have Homeboy Sandman, Nourishment, Conscious Hip Hop, $9.99. What is Conscious Hip Hop? We have John Sommers, I Dreamt the Dreams That Kept Me From Sleep, Ambient Avant-Garde Electronic, $9.99. Apollo, Live in Stockholm, Psych Alternative, $9.99. Afternoon Freak, The Blind Strut. Garage Punk, $9.99 for Afternoon Freak. Foreign and Domestic, Your Mountain versus My Iceberg. Synth Pop, $9.99. The Beatles has a bid for $15. Final call. Weirding Module, A New Age. Electronic Experimental, A Newer Age, $9.99. And Barry, Everything Compromised. Space Rock Sock, $9.99. All right, so the Beatles is $15, final call. Mississippi John Hurt is sold to George Sheriff for $25. Our next auction is George Strait, and this is something special. A 1985 U.S. Gloversville OG VG Plus condition. George Strait is a $15 start. Next is Gardens of the Galaxy Volume 2 with picture disc, or it is a picture disc, $19.99. Also, we have Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. That is sealed for just $29.99. Great price. Stanley Richmond gets the Beatles for $15. And yes, and no, I do not have a copy of Black Sabbath 13 to my knowledge. Don't have one that I'm aware of. No, I don't think I do. Okay, George Strait, $15 start. Mass is a $25 start, no bid yet. And then Dean Dillon, I've Learned to Live. Wow, I don't see that too often. Sealed. Country, Dean Dillon, $9.99. George Strait has a bid for $15. James Kicko wants Heaven and Hell. I don't have 13, but he said, well, give me Heaven and Hell then. And then next is Nuggets, Welcome to the Sunshine, soft pop nuggets from the WEA Vaults. Harper's Bazaar, I see the Salt, I see the Morning Glories. That's going to be cool. $19.99 on that. These are all sticker price. These are all new records that Laura marked today. We have Harlan County, Harlan Country, 2011 reissue. This is, let me check the label on this one. Yeah, Jim Ford, Harlan County, which is a Light in the Attic reissue, $19.99. George Strait has three $15 bids. The first one was Michelle Clements. And then we have this right here. This is You're Something Special to Me. Last Time is the First Time. Haven't You Heard? In Too Deep. Blue Is Not a Word. Also over here, we have You Sure Got This Old Redneck Feeling Blue, The Chair, Dance Time in Texas, Lefty's Gone. I've seen that look on your face 1,000 times. All these are sticker price, Steve Mason. No more, no less. I'll sell them all to you for $9.99 each. We have Free Design. Enoch Light presents Free Design, 2004. That is $19.99. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers live at Sweet Basil, $19.99 on that. Nobody bid on Mass. That's a $25 buy it now. An 85 USOG Near Mint and Shrink and Hop sticker. Mass is a $25 start. $25 start on Mass. George Strait's at $20 with Michelle. Alicia tied Michelle. And then we have OC's Orc. Oh, no. The OC's, $29. Tag Jeremy Bryant on that one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jeremy Bryant gets the OC's. That was perfect timing. There's the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's. This is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a Japanese pressing. Has the original on her sleeve. It has the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. TBI Music Room gets Art Blakey. Jeremy Bryant gets the OCs. And Mass is sold to Jason Jones for $25. If he passes, then it's sold to Ed Riviera. Next thing over here is Lee Hazelwood. Lee Hazelwood is $34.99. And we also have Like a Ship Without a Sail, Pastor T.L. Barnett and the Youth for Christ Choir sings. I had an original of this at one time, I think. $24.99. Yeah, this is a, let me see if I can find this. Pastor T.L. Barnett. Isn't this like an $800 album? I think I had one of these before. Pastor T.L. Barnett, You for the Christ Choir sings, $24.99, okay? Jason Jones gets Mass for $25, another half-off metal record tonight. Ed Riviera was second. George Strait, $25. George Strait, $21. So Alicia has it for $25. Jason Jones got Mass. George Strait, $26. Tracy Songer got Free Design. What Was the Rush 50-year LP? Pastor record. This is sold to Robert Vladerchek, third person on Mass for $25. Man, I wish y'all would have bid and actually got it up to like $77, but I guess not. What Was the Rush 50-year LP? This is the Super Deluxe edition of Rush 50. The Super Deluxe edition of Rush 50. It is a 7 LP, 4 CD. It has 2 books. It has a hardback book. It has a graphic novel. It has inserts. It has extras. It is $374.99. Rush $374.99. That's for Rush 50, the Super Uber Deluxe. Also, you need that big time. Beatles is near mint minus. Near mint minus. George Strait's at 30. Also over here, we have Michael Chapman, fully qualified survivor. Michael Chapman's at 2011. Lots of Light in the Attic stuff. So Light in the Attic, if you see that, that means this OG is probably pretty scarce or really scarce and rare or both and valuable. So they reissue a lot of stuff there. $24.99 on that. We have Roy Ayers. This is called Virgo Vibes. That is $19.99. And we have Led Zeppelin Charlotte Volume 1. Now, if anybody decides you want Volume 2, I can get it for you, okay? So that's a bootleg, part 1 of a concert. A great track listing if you just got this one, though. You get Immigrant Song, Heartbreaker, Celebration, Black Dog, Since I've Been Loving You, Stairway to Heaven, and then part of their acoustic set. Going to California, That's the Way, Tangerine, and Bron-Your-Ar Stomp. That is sealed 29. 71 copy of Pastor, last went for $1,400. Yeah, I think I had one of those. I don't know if it shows up in Discogs, but I think we had one of these we sold for like, I thought it was like $800, but we might have got more. But I had a real one of these before. Yeah, I recognize that cover. See, anytime we get a bunch of gospel stuff, especially black gospel, we always go through it, double check it, triple check it. There is a world of rare gospel, especially black gospel stuff out there. That's like where you can score on some thrift store finds, okay? Because a lot of people discard or don't even look through gospel stuff. There is a world of black gospel stuff out there that is worth, some of it worth a fortune. Hundreds of dollars, some of it thousands of dollars. It's out there. We get it sometimes in collections, but that's where you just kind of have to buy like a bunch of accumulation where people have like hoarded records and you don't really know what's in there. And some people have been looking for some of that stuff for years. They're on Discogs for years waiting for some of that to pop up. I mean, they're on there for years waiting for the one to pop up for sale. George Strait's at $35. Sgt. Pepper's $35. Sgt. Pepper's $35. R.A. Roy Ayers is a 2000s reissue. So it is a reissue, $19.99. George Strait, $36. Jackie Reynolds on Zeppelin. If you want me to put you on a wait list for part 2, I can. George Strait, $37. Beatles, $37. And Sgt. Pepper's, $38. Some of it is really good. I mean, some of those black gospel albums, I mean, they're funky. They're soulful. They're just, oh, hey, there's volume. Which one did you just buy? Okay, there's both of them. I bet she'll want both of these. Jackie, there's both of them. There's volume 2. I'll give you dibs on that one if you want that one too. And then Two Nights. A lot of bad things have happened, but we're still here. $14.99. That's an emo record. Two Nights, K-N-I-G-H-T. That's an emo record. I mean, some of those churches got down, man. They had bass guitars. They had drums. They had wah-wah pedals. They had keyboards. I mean, they were some of those churches in the 70s, and luckily somebody was there recording some of it. I mean, they were getting down. I'd like to go on a time machine and sit through some of that. That'd be awesome. They're just ripping keyboard solos and, you know. So George Strait over here is at 41 with Michelle Clements. The Beatles is at 38 with Sgt. Pepper's. And that means George Hare's back in at 40, okay? And Jackie wants both Led Zeppelins. Both Led Zeppelins. All right. Still do get down. That's true. That's very true. Okay, so over here we have... so the first part of this crate, this is all like indie stuff, okay? Now... I'll throw this offer to Steve Mason because he offered first. I will do a 30% discount. That's $7 a piece if somebody bought all these indie records at once. I'll give Steve Mason first dibs. And this is all from Joyful Noise. And if anybody else is interested, it'd be almost like a mystery grab. That's all from the Joyful Noise label, okay? There's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He says he'll take them 12 times 7. One of the few times I'll do a discount like that, but that gets them all sold. Should be 12, and he'll take them all at $7 a piece. That's also a pretty big discount. That was $36 off. Merry Christmas, okay? Now they're all gone. George Strait, she's out. It was up to Michelle at 41, and then Sgt. Pepper's at 41. Let's put up another Beatles single. Here's another one I don't get as often. Wait a minute, Mr. Postman. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, this is in VG Plus condition, and money's the B-side. $15 start on the Beatles. So here's a recap. Tribe Called Quest, the anthology, a 2005 reissue, $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Loma. So here's another compilation. Loma, Soul Music Love Affair. This is another chance. This is Light in the Attic, okay? So what they've done is they've tracked down all these singles from the Loma label. And Loma was a subsidiary of Warner Brothers, I believe, or Reprise, or yeah, Warner Brothers, essentially. So these are probably, I don't know for sure, but I bet if you sit down and try to acquire all these singles here that you see pictures of, that's probably years of acquisitions and probably thousands of dollars. So you get volume 4, volume 2, and volume 1. And those are 14, 14, and 19. Those are sticker price, okay? Man, I'm watching this play Alabama just had. That's insane. The Beatles is sold to Robert Warner for $15. And let's tag some other stuff here, okay? Robert, you got the Beatles. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. $15. George Strait is sold for $41 to Michelle Clements. And Robert's out on Egypt. He's not a fan of the pyramids. Screw those pyramids. Oklahoma's officially in a hole, unfortunately. I guess. I don't know who I'm for. If there was a way both of them could lose, maybe. And then over here we have, this is sold to George Sheriff for $43. We need all new auctions. I don't have many more 45s to put up for auction that's not Beatles or Wings. Let me see what's right here. But no, we've expelled all those. We go through them faster than somebody drinking water in the desert. I mean, it just evaporates, and all of our singles are gone. That's auction worthy. I got Beatles and Wings and McCartney and Lennon, but no, nothing. Not unless I start doing lots. I could start doing just lots, but I'm about to do the Hatchet Ed stuff. Yeah, those are buy nows, but I'm about to show them. We have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 picture disc, $19.99. Dean Dillon was sealed for $9.99. Also, Nuggets, those are great comps. Those are like Saki 60s pop, $19.99 on that. Okay, to the auction bin, let's try this right here. We still got Wrathchild. This is Trash Queens. Thrash Queens. I mess that word up all the time. I'm like, trash. Thrash, Wrathchild is a $15 start. I doubt many Alabama fans are on this chat right now, or Oklahoma. If they are, then they're multitasking. They're watching this game, or they're not interested. Which, man, if you're a fan, I don't know how you could not be watching that game right now. All right, here's our next Japanese single. This is Help. This looks cool, and I'm down. That's a cool one. Beautiful, too. That one's near mint. $15 start on Help. Wrathchild. By the way, the cover, the shrink is so tight on it, it's almost warped the cover. If you take the shrink off, it would probably be helpful, but I'm going to leave it on there for right now. There's that. And then we have Harlan County, $19.99. Also, Lee Hazelwood, $34.99. This is Michael Chapman. This is $24.99. Roy Ayers, Virgin Vibes, $19.99. And then Two Nights. Two Nights was $14.99, okay? Here we go. So let's grab that other Hatchet Ed crate. Joe Sontag wants Dean Dillon. Oso's going to think about the rush box. He had to complete his workout. Well, I hope you have a good workout so you're pumped, and when you come back, you're like, yeah, man, go ahead and give me that rush box. Merry Christmas to me. Merry freaking Christmas to me. All right, so first this is coming up right now. I'm going to set this next to me. So some of these sold at auction. Some of them were buy it nows. And we're about to go through these Hatchet Ed 45s, and there's actually 2 Japanese CDs in here. So let's do the Japanese CDs first. Gene Simmons was $29.99, and Dynasty was $25. So these are new sealed Japanese CDs, Dynasty was 25 and Gene Simmons was 29. Those are 2 Japanese CDs. No bids yet on those auctions. Let's go to the Japanese crate. I'm going to do about 2 or 3 more, and then I'm ready for a read-through. I'm ready through a read-through. Let's do an Obi-less one, and let's do one with Obi. Obi-less and Obi. Obi-less and Obi for our next couple auctions. So first, I'll go ahead and get Van Halen rolling. Van Halen, unfortunately, does not have an Obi, but what a nice copy. And if you've never heard a Japanese pressing of Van Halen, they are awesome. $35 start. There's Van Halen. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi, $35 start. The Beatles has a bid for 15. Thrash has got a bid for 25. Heads up at the Guardians of the Galaxy, the pressing is notoriously bad. Thank you for the heads up. If anybody buys that, I'll make sure and let them know if something's wrong with it. Just get a hold of Ed. That's Hatchet Ed, everybody. All right, let's go through this Hatchet Ed crate. Golly, look at all this stuff. Holy moly. Yeah, there's some stuff in here I hadn't seen in a while. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. I'm going to stand up with it. I'm squatted down with it right now. Can I get up is the question. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I used it to bounce off the floor. Stuck inside these 4 walls. Sunside forever. Never seen no one nice again. Like you. Water. You. Beatles is sold for $15 to Samuel Copage. Thank you and congratulations. Wrathchild, 1 bid and sold. Steve Mason, $25. Van Halen has current bids of $35 and now $36. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid. So Van Halen's at $38 with Sean Miller. $38 with Sean Miller. Our next auction is Guy Clark, old number 1. Guy Clark is a 76 US repress. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. $35 start. $35 start. We have Buckingham Nicks, original analog mastering by Kevin Gray, limited edition, Rhino Hi-Fi edition, Buckingham Nicks. There it is, $39.99, Buckingham Nicks. Also, we have Y&T live at Sherwood Hall, Salinas, California, October 1st, 1983. Y&T is $29.99. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over, limited edition Go Vinyl, number to 1,000 on Go Vinyl. Faster Pussycat, $39.99. Hatchet Ed Crate, Zach Sabbath, Greatest Riffs, red vinyl, Zach Sabbath, Zach Wild, $33.99. Okay, let's do 5 singles out of the Hatchet Ed Crate. Xanadu, ELO, $10. I'm Alive. Party Man, Prince, $17. And this is a lot of empty sleeves. These are all empty sleeves, $10. Foreigner, Pat Benatar, AC/DC, Elvis, Rod Stewart, Seeger, and REO. You might can track down the disc, and then you'd have a really cool set. But all those for $10, okay? Those are all Hatchet Ed. And the first thing we have is Van Halen. That's a Japanese. No Obi, though. 35, 38, 40, 42. Sean Miller gets Y&T. That's so does Sean Miller. Van Halen got a new bid for 45. Chris Gardner on O, and he meant P for Prince, which was Party Man, right? And that is So Do You for $17. I should have left that on there, but that's okay. Sell that to him for $17. Lucas Hanoft has Guy Clark for $35. Van Halen's at $45, and that left ELO for $10 and REO Speedwagon for 10. Okay, I'm going to lay those up there then. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's put up another Beetle single then. And this one is, actually, let's jump over to Macca. This is Another Day. And this is Paul McCartney, a Japanese single, and Oh Woman, Oh Why. Beautiful. This one's near mint. Very cool. Paul is a $15 start. Next is Lebanon Hanover, Asylum Lullabies. I don't remember this. This must have been a special order for somebody. Lebanon Hanover, Asylum Lullabies, $29.99. This was new. It's the Duran Duran Greatest Hits. It's on white vinyl, embossed cover. Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, $39.99. And then The Last Dinner Party, The Pyre, Pyre, Last Dinner Party, $39.99. Van Halen still getting bids. Final call. Boy, if I can talk. Final call on Guy Clark, Lucas and Off, $35. And then here's LA Guns, Man in the Moon. That's a Friday music pressing. It's on colored vinyl, $44.99. And Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos. Dream Theater is on clear vinyl. It is $39.99. That was originally a Rocktober. And while I can see the other ones peaking, let's go ahead and do these. Looks like somebody bought all the Dream Theaters and then decided they didn't want them. We have Dream Theater Train of Thought, Dream Theater Octavarium, Dream Theater 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. Those are all $39.99 on the Dream Theaters, okay? Let's do 3 more singles from the Hatchet Ed crate. 1, 2, 3. The first one is CCR, Fortunate Son Down on the Corner, $10. CCR Traveling Band and Who'll Stop the Rain, $10. And The Clash, Should I Stay or Should I Go, $8. Those are probably auction prices, so 10, 10, and 8 on those. First thing we're going to do is go ahead and sell Van Halen to Mark Weiss for $50. That's sold to him for $50. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve. Still got 2 crates of new vintage stuff to go through. Best offer after this. That looks exciting. No telling what's in those. Lucas and Off gets Guy Clark for $35. And let's go ahead and make McCartney a $15 buy it now. McCartney is a $15 buy it now, and that's for Another Day. All right, there's those. And let's put that right over there. And my crate is officially full. It's really full, so let me swap these out. And, oh my gosh, awesome. Been selling a lot of vinyl this week. Should have a pretty good week. I'm pretty good at guessing kind of the pace we're on and how well we've done. Pretty solid this week. Plus, we've sold quite a bit of high-end stuff, so that always helps us. You know, you could sell a whole crate of vinyl. Maybe sometimes it's equals whatever. And then all of a sudden, we can sell one high-end item like an Ozzy autograph, and that's the equivalent of selling 4, 8, $6.99 crates. So obviously I like it when we sell a high-end item because it really helps us take big jumps towards our goals every week. But unfortunately, I don't have many $1,000 records laying around or $1,000 autographs that I can sell until we can acquire more. I'm out here to buy them if I can find them, but sometimes not an easy feat. Robert Vodchek said he would do $20 for all 3 of these. Okay, sell all these for $20. Okay. These are sold of Vodchek for $20. All right, next thing on this. Signed Ozzy sold last night. Yes, $1,150. Typo Negative, first of all, is STP. Red vinyl, $29.99. Typo Negative, the least worst of. That's a 2 LP best of Typo Negative, $39. Ace Frehley, $33.99. 2014 remaster. And Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, $38.99 for Ozzy. $38.99 for Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. So another reason, like when you order something and Ed's like, well, we'll have to charge you a putback fee. You see what happens. It's the curse of the putback. So, most of this in here, probably everybody that wanted a copy, most of our customer base by now, they probably have already ordered these. Some of these come out 2 months ago, so they probably already got one by now. So that's why sometimes, probably eventually, unfortunately, I'll have to discount some of these. So that's why it's like, man, please pay for your pre-orders, because a lot of this is Rocktober, and I bet this is where 3 people didn't pay for a Duran Duran pre-order. They got the invoice. We've sent 5 reminders, so that's why I always put please. That's what it looks like a lot of this is. And putbacks from on sale. Man, when we're doing on sale, we have so many claims, and then I see messages come in. Ed, I already bought one of these. I already had one originally. And I'm like, oh no, well, now we'll probably never be able to sell it. All right, here is Letting Go, and you gave me the answer. That's another McCartney single, Near Mint Minus, and that is from Venus and Mars. That's a $15 start. That's a cool one. And then over here, we have this. We have Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This is really cool in shrink wrap. Fleetwood Mac Rumors has the Go Your Own Way hop sticker. This is a 77 US Winchester OG. It's in shrink with hop. A real OG pressing with hop sticker. Go Your Own Way. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Let's pull from the Japanese crate. I skipped one here. We still got 2 copies of the Scorpions. This is $39.99. This is from the first thing. 60th anniversary, 6 decades of rock and roll from the Scorpions. $39.99. We left off with the Sundays, $33.99, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic, and Coverdale Page Rarities, $34.99. Chad, did you notice my name on any of today's pre-orders by chance? Today's pre-orders. Are you talking about new stuff that came in? I honestly don't know. Okay, here we go. This is a 1963 Hollywood reissue. So this originally came out in 56. This is an Elvis Presley Mono 1254. It unfortunately, though, is in VG minus condition. No feelable marks, but it's got a lot of scuffing on it. $15 start for Elvis. VG minus, 63 mono pressing. Okay, and then we had The Cure Greatest Hits for $44.99. Public Enemy, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back, $29.99. Dracula, Wolfman, and Frankenstein, gold vinyl, $38.99. Psychedelic Furs, Talk, 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 $39.99. Ministry, $38.99. Dark Side of the Spoon. Mammoth, The End, orange with red splatter, $33.99. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business, silver vinyl, $29.99. And Ministry Twitch, Ministries of Music on Vinyl Press, $38.99. Cheap Trick, All Washed Up, Indie Exclusive Vinyl, $34. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49. Tyler, the Creator, Chromacopia, $44.99. Foo Fighters, $34.99. There's a waiting list for that, actually. We have Black Sabbath for $38. Hymn, $36. Hymn, $34. The Cult, $59. Saxon, $34. Saxon, $34. Saxon, $34. Those are all people who canceled their pre-order. Let's Play Chess, $39. Christopher Cross, $29. Mother Love Bone, $33. And We Wish You a Metal Xmas, $29. Okay, so first thing is this. Fleetwood Mac has one bid for $25. No bid on McCartney. He's a $15 buy now. Elvis is a final call. VG minus for a $15 start. And William Warner wants Megadeth. And that's so to William Warner, okay? Let me pull up the wait list on that Foo Fighters. Let me pull up the wait list on that Foo Fighters. And that Foo Fighters wait list was, that was the magenta green. Laura. Actually, it's Laura and then Scott Dwallow. I will ask Laura if she wants it. And what we'll do is, if Scott, if you're watching, let me know if you still want one. Probably what we'll do is I'll make sure Laura doesn't want it. If she doesn't, is Laura still here? Is Laura watching? Then we'll give it to Scott Dwallow, okay? So that was actually the next on the waiting list. Let's put that in the sold crate. Josh Brown on Mother Love Bone. That's sold to Josh Brown. Okay. And David Polkey on Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, which was the greatest. And we had more of those come in today. We had more of those come in today if anybody wants one, okay? So William Warner got Megadeth. Fleetwood Mac Condition, give me 1 second. Mother Love Bone, Ozzy, Metal Artist, Thanks, and here we go. Okay, so there's that. And I have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, a 77 Winchester OG. It does have the insert with it. It's in shrink and the hop sticker. Vinyl's in EX. It has one bid for $25. Regina's in on Elvis at $15. From the Hatchet Ed, these are the following. Cockney Rejects, $13. The Neon Boys, $35. And Violent Society Special Doodles, that is $10. Those are some no-bid Hatchet Ed singles there. Cockney Rejects, the Neon Boys, and Violent Society, 10, 35, and 13. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for 27. Track list and artist on We Wish You a Metal Christmas. This would take 10 minutes to read all this off, but it has artists such as Bruce Kulick and Lemmy and Alice Cooper and Dio and Jeff Tate and Chuck Billy and Stephen Pearcy and Joe Lynn Turner. The reason it takes 10 minutes, every track has like 4 or 5 different players on it. It's on snow-colored vinyl. Dave Grohl is also on here, Tommy Shaw, and that is a Headbangers New Year Metal Christmas, $29.99, okay? Kelly Vladicek on the Special Doodles, D-U-T-L-E-S, Violent Society. That's sold to Kelly for $10. Elvis is a 63. Thank you, Craig. Alicia, Craig just tagged you the track listing. That saved me about 7 minutes of reading those off. Elvis Presley is a 63 mono VG minus. 63 mono VG minus. Fleetwood Mac's at $40 now. That Oklahoma kicker, he shouldn't feel bad because that wasn't on him to miss that kick. I mean, he missed it, but this game, that didn't, he looks like he could puke right now, but that doesn't, he shouldn't feel bad. At one time, it was 17-0. Now it's 34-24, so I don't think that's the kicker's fault. Anybody else? There's way too much left in there. That's way too much. I'm going to have to post that in the group for a Hatchet Ed video, and hopefully we can sell some of those off. Hopefully. Keyword hopefully. All right. There's that. That means we've officially gone through 10 crates tonight of new stuff, and we still got 2 or 3 more to go through. Elvis is all of a sudden getting new bids. Regina, you're out. Fleetwood Mac is at 60, now 61. I'm going to try another single over here. We have, this is always sweet. Band on the Run. Beautiful copy. Paul McCartney and Wings, $15 start. All right. All right, let's go through a crate of new vintage, buy it now, best offer. I'm going to show the rest of these Hatchet Ed records. Man, I've been through a lot. I feel like I'm almost, how should I put this? Lost for words. I feel like we've been through so much tonight. I don't know how, I haven't been able to keep up with it. I don't know if y'all been able to keep up with it. Man, nice Beatles stuff coming up in this crate. Golly. Beautiful Beatles stuff coming up in here. So don't expect to make offers. You will get countered. You will get countered. David Johnson is about to have a conniption fit if I don't put up a Japanese pressing. He says, can I have a conniption fit now? He is dying for a Japanese pressing. Neon Boys is sold to William Drugovich for $35. Okay? So, can I get the Mammoth for $20 from the last bin? The new and sealed one, that one would be sticker price right now, Edwin. That was Mammoth, the end. That one's $33.99. Yeah. The Mammoth, the end, that's, all those are sticker price from the last crate. Okay, so let's see what just happened. Fleetwood Mac 50, Fleetwood Mac 51, Elvis 18. Regina got outbid. Michael Freiberger bid 18. Fleetwood Mac 60, Fleetwood Mac 61, Fleetwood Mac 65, Fleetwood Mac 66, Fleetwood Mac 75. William Drugovich got Neon Boys. The Kiss Japanese CDs. These are actually from Hatchet Ed crate. What is the price of LA Guns? Is it make offer? Those are sticker price, $44.99 on that. So Fleetwood Mac is sold to Mike Quadrini for $75. Beautiful copy of that. You can go your own way. Go your own way. So this is Gene Simmons. sold to Mark Morris and Mark Morris. Those were 25 and 29. Okay, here is a Final Call on Elvis for 15, and Band on the Run is a $15 start, Japanese single from Paul McCartney. Our next Hatchet Ed singles was The Jam, The Dreams of the Children, $7. This was Buzzcocks, and this one was called Whatever Happened To, and the other song, let me make sure I read it correctly. The other song, Whatever Happened To, and the flip side is Orgasm Addict, and that's $27 for the Buzzcocks, okay? And then we have Cron Gin, Jet Boy, Jet Girl, $13, and the Magnificent Professionals, $15 on those. So that's 15, 13, 27, and 7. The Jam, the Buzzcocks sold for 27 to William Drugovich, and then the Magnificent and Cron Gin, okay? No, we don't have, haven't got to the other CDs yet. No, haven't got to those yet. Haven't got to those yet, okay? Chad next on Buzzcocks. Kelly Vladarchik threw a flag. Kelly was first on the Buzzcocks. Kelly was first on the Buzzcocks. Hold on a second. Yeah, Kelly Space Orca. Yes, Kelly first on Buzzcocks. William Drugovich second. Band on the Run has a bid for 15. Chad Smith third on the Buzzcocks. Michael Freiberger first on Cron. William Drugovich second. And that's where we're at, okay? I Lost Regina. This is sold for $18 to Michael Freiberger. Awesome. Band on the Run is sold for 15 to Samuel Kopich. Almost missed Kelly there. We got it taken care of. The Beatles for sale. A 1980 UK copy. $49.99. Unipack design. Nice. Just beautiful. The Beatles for sale. A 1980 UK copy. $49.99. Bobby Lyle, New Warrior, a 1978 press, $39.99. Bobby Lyle, a New Warrior, $39.99. Rush, All the World's a Stage, an OG Pittman press, $44.99 for Rush. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing. We'll do 2 in a row. The first one is the following. I have a Japanese pressing of GTR. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is perfect. It has the insert. It has a really cool poster with it. Sometimes we get these, sometimes we don't. But it has a Steve Hackett, Steve Howe poster with it. $35 start, in shrink, top copy. Next is another Japanese pressing. This is Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is a Japanese pressing, also near mint minus and pristine. A beautiful copy. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. Excuse me. There is insert number 1 and insert number 2. And this is a $35 start. Foreigner 4. Okay? First thing is this. This is a new arrivals crate. Waylon Jennings is 20. Wow, that's a great price on that. Ladies Love Outlaws. Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Ladies Love Outlaws. This is a new vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Billy Joel and Innocent Man has the original under sleeve, $14.99. There is a little bit of writing on the back cover, $14.99 on that one. Next thing is a few more records from the Hatchet Ed stash. Plasma Alliance, $20. Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight, $6.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go. Fleetwood Mac, Tusk, and Smithereens, It Don't Come Easy. Fleetwood Mac and Smithereens also both $6.99. So $6.99, and Plasma Alliance $20. Okay. So the first thing we have is GTR 35, Foreigner 35, and then Beatles for Sale Year in Quality, $40 on Beatles for Sale. This is a 1980 UK copy stereo of Beatles for Sale, near mint minus. It's marked $49.99. We had somebody who asked, and then we had an offer for $40. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. This is in shrink wrap. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in beautiful condition. $39.99 with the original red shrink wrap. Paul Young, The Secret of Association, $19.99. Kathy wants Eddie Money for $6.99. So did Kathy. You got it. Led Zeppelin is a specialty press, $44.99. This is a mid-70s press, really clean, check condition cover with some humidity, but Led Zeppelin, $44.99. I'll take it for $40. I don't know if I want to sell it for $40. No, this is a buy it now best offer. I'll do this for $45. So, Steve Mason, it's yours. If not, then it's sold to the person on YouTube. I can see your handle, but I don't know who you are unless you're new. $45 on the Beatles, okay? Yes, and then Oso LA Guns. Yes, that was colored vinyl. Let me go pull that for you before I forget. Yes, so Oso got LA Guns from the last Hatchet Ed crate. I need to go pull that. Thank you. And did I read that correctly? You also wanted the Rush box set? Okay. This is sold to him. It was $45, so I offer $40. The Beatles is $49.99. Somebody had already made an offer for $40. I said I'd take $45 for it. Seals and Croft, Get Closer. $9.99 for Seals and Croft. And the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $12.99. That's Matt Shirley. Okay, so this is actually sold to Steve Mason for $45. He was first. That's sold to him for $45. These auctions are also done. Oso Adventure got GTR for $35. Let's put that in a new sleeve for him. And then we have Foreigner. That had one bid, and that's sold for $35 as well. And that's Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is sold to Mark Weiss for $35. Okay, that is done. Let's put that right over here. Sold. Matt Shirley. Okay, thank you. You were second in line on that one. I have Love Unlimited Orchestra, Rhapsody in White, Barry White, $9.99, and Rubber Soul. This is a 1972 German press, $44.99. Beautiful vinyl, 1972 German. No more, no less. $44.99. A 1972 German press. There should be claims lit up on the board for that. Just boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. That's the chat moving so fast. Duran Duran. This is a Japanese pressing. A $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. There's the cover and obi. Girls on Film, Planet Earth. Kiss, Alive. Another Japanese pressing. Really nice. Vinyl's near mint minus. VG Plus jacket. It does have the book with it. It does have the insert, but no obi. $35 on that. Next. Joe Simon, Today. $19.99. These are new vintage arrivals. Buy now or best offer. The Beatles, Please Please Me. A 1980 UK copy. $49.99. Beautiful. No condition notes. Please Please Me. 1980 UK stereo. Mac Davis, Stop and Smell the Roses. Mac Davis is $9.99. Excuse me. With the Beatles, a 1980 UK copy, $44.99. With the Beatles, $44.99. Pharoah Sanders Shukuro, that is a 1985 pressing, $74.99. Pharoah Sanders. Looks like it's brand new. No bid on Duran Duran, $35. No bid on Kiss, $35. Those are the starting bids. Here's some more Hatchet Ed singles. Collective Soul, Precious Declaration, $6.99. M Pop Music, $6.99. Stevie Nicks, After the Glitter Fades, $6.99. Steve Perry, Oh Sherry, $6.99. And Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me. Those are all $6.99. The Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup, $39.99. The Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup, beautiful vinyl, a spanking copy, $39.99. Ray Charles's Greatest Hits, does have a little bit of writing on the back. Georgia on My Mind, $19.99. All those singles were $6.99. Steve Perry, Stevie Nicks, M, and Collective Soul, that was sold to Josh Brown. Kelly Cook wants Steve Perry, Oh Sherry, sold for $6.99. Now the Beatles has a bid for $35. Now another bid for $37. With the Beatles, sold to Matt Shirley for $40. Kristen Barnett, second on the Stevies. All right. One second, please. Hey, I sold that Emarosa LP. See, GMB? I told you. I know GMB's out there. I sold that Emarosa EP. I was trying to figure out what all this was. I've sold a lot on Discogs all of a sudden. Man, $200 on there. I think I was trying to sell it for here, what? $75? Golly. Steals here. Joseph McCormick, you're out on Kiss, $37. Joseph McCormick, you're out. Steve McGee has that for $37. No bid on Duran Duran. $35 on Duran Duran. $35. We got the best. Some of this stuff, I'm like, man, if you don't buy this right now, the cheapest copy's like $800 on Discogs. Then I have to go put mine on Discogs and get $800. I'm trying to sell to y'all for $50. I'm like, I can't believe this. Trying to basically pay people to buy records. Duran Duran's a $35 buy it now. That's a no bid. Next thing in here is Pillow Talk. What a Cover by Sylvia. That's a 1973 specialty press. $29.99 on that. The Art of Noise, Legs, $9.99. And Meet the Beatles. So this is an early 70s Apple pressing, near mint in shrink, $36.99 for Meet the Beatles. Kiss is at $37 with Steve McGee. It looks like that's going to be the final deal because Joseph's out. And then Duran Duran is sold to Mike Quadrini for $28. Thank you on that one. And then over here, I have the following. Rock Goddess, Hell Hath No Fury. Still from the advertised allotments tonight. An 84 US EMDW OG EX condition. Rock Goddess is a $20 start. Also have Alice Cooper, $1 Billion Babies, a 75 Terre Haute. We auctioned one tonight. We auctioned a check condition. This one has some label Baby Maker Juniors on it. It does have the perforated cards. They're unpunched. It has the inner sleeve. The vinyl's nice. Great price on that. With the $1 billion bill, $39.99. That's Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper. Craig, you're on late tonight. Craig must have had a public function because Craig Sweden's on late tonight. We also have Mom's Apple Pie. Mom's Apple Pie is $39.99. And I think this has something to do with that cover being censored and uncensored. Just FYI, $39.99. And then John Denver Windsong, $9.99. The Japanese pressing of Kiss is officially sold. And that was sold over here to Steve McGee for $37. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve. And we have this, and we have that. Okay? And then Rock Goddess is a minimum bid of $20, right? $20 to get that one started. If you're just joining us, this is brand new vintage stuff, never shown. Buy it now or best offer. Okay, let's do a few more from the Hatchet Ed 45 batch. This is stuff they didn't get paid for. We got the Babies, Isn't It Time? The Eagles, I Can't Tell You Why. Journey, Open Arms. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. And Never Say Die, Angelic Upstarts. Those are all $6.99. Also, in the Buy It Now Best Offer is The Doors. That is $19.99. It does have some cover damage up here. $19.99 for Alive She Cried. Stephen A. Young gets the Alice Cooper. Maybe you can work on that and try to get that off. If so, you'll have a really nice copy. Dire Straits is sold to Johnny Hancock for $6.99. Angelic Upstart sold to Michael Freiberger for $6.99. Mike Quadrini on Journey for $6.99. David Polkey next on Dire Straits. Angelic next on with William. Matt Nichols gets The Doors. Josh Brown next on Dire Straits. And Ed Rivera was next on Journey. Okay, so that left the Eagles and the Babies. Okay, and then let's go ahead and sell Pharaoh Sanders for $65 to Ray Red, David Hoy. Thank you. Rock Goddess. Rock Goddess over here is Rock Goddess over here. Rock Goddess is sold to Matt Nichols for $20. Ed Riviera, you were next on Alice Cooper. And we got Carly Simon Spy for $9.99. And Outside Inside, the Tubes, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99 for that. Okay, our next auction is Nina Simone and Wasted. Still two more from the advertised allotments tonight. This is Nina Simone, Gifted and Black. Nina Simone is a 1970 U.S. Monarch OG. It's in G+ condition, G+. There is a feeler effect in the last two tracks on side A. It causes a loud pop every few seconds, but does not skip. On our setup is the key words. $5 for Nina Simone. If you got a sensitive toned arm, it may skip. Or if you have a heavy plower, it may be doing more damage than good, but it may not skip. Next is Wasted. W-A-Y-S-T-E-D. The Good, the Bad, and the Wasted. An 85 UKOG. EX condition, a $15 start. Wasted, the Good, the Bad, the Wasted. $15 start on that, okay? Kelly Cook on the Tubes. That's sold to Kelly Cook. These are new vintage records. Buy it now or best offer, just FYI. And then we have Over, Under, Sideways, Down, the Yardbirds. Check this out. A 1966 mono. No condition notes on the Yardbirds. $49.99. Nina Simone has a bid for $5. What about one from the Japanese crate? Yep, the Japanese crate over here. And let's do the iconic 67 to 70 Beatles compilation. Been a big night, maybe for Beatlemania. This is UK Flag Series number 15. Both discs are near mint minus and what? Pristine. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. There's inner sleeve number 1. There's inner sleeve number 2. There's the Japanese lyric book. There's the Japanese discography book. There's the cover and obi. There is a $35 start, okay? Samuel Kobach gets the Yardbirds. Nice. Nina Simone has one bid for $5. Final call. Let's see what was the next selections in the Hatchet Ed 45 conglomerate over here. We had Pure Prairie League, Let Me Love You Tonight. Paul Young, Come Back and Stay. David Gates, Goodbye Girl. Prince, Little Red Corvette. And Grand Funk, We're an American Band. And this might be, it's on yellow gold vinyl. $6.99 on all those. Another Buy It Now Best Offer crate with Jefferson Starship Spitfire. $14.99 on that. And then Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. It's in shrink. It's sealed. It's never been opened. $14.99. It might actually be better if you did tear it all open. Here's my thoughts on like a lower end, cheaper sealed original record. I mean, you can keep it sealed, your preference, but don't be afraid to open it and listen to it, because like that album's in print, Linda Ronstadt, and new copies are $30. So you can buy an original for like less than 20, 15, sometimes less than 10, and you have an original. So when I see stuff like this comes into print, I'm like, wow, that's crazy, because you can probably go buy an OG cheap sealed, and then sometimes the new copies are like $30. But some people like those brand new pressings. Merle Haggard, My Farewell to Elvis. That's $14.99 for Merle. And then here is Sgt. Pepper's. So this is on the purple Capitol label. That's a pretty good pressing of that. That's a written, and it's beautiful. Man, $39.99 for the Beatles. That should be an analog vintage reissue, okay? Sergeant, let me put it over here with the others. I'm stashing these away in case they don't sell. They might disappear. I've been known to stash away Beatles stuff like a maniac, okay? So these are way too nice. So I would make offers or buy them right now if you want them. Wow, Nina Simone, one bid to Larry Gonzalez for $5, and Wasted did not get a bid. Wasted's in EX condition, $15. That's a buy it now for Wasted. The Beatles has bids for $35 and now $37. Joe DeGaldo, you're out. And then Michael Freiberger gets Wasted for $15. I have another auction over here in the advertised allotment, and that's Mr. Bowie. And that's David Bowie. And that's David Bowie, Never Let Me Down, an 87 OG. It is actually the Too Dizzy. Bowie removed this and reissues. Hold on, let me restart that one. Okay, so over here, we have an 87 US Specialty OG. Contains the track Too Dizzy, which Bowie decided to remove from this album on all reissues and remasters. So Too Dizzy is only unique on this album, the first OG press. So if you have a copy of Never Let Me Down, okay, you check the track listing. If it has the track Too Dizzy, then you have a first press. Since then, he removed it, never let it put back on the album, and it's not available for streaming. So about the only way you can get the track Too Dizzy by David Bowie is on the OG pressings of Never Let Me Down. $30 start, David Bowie, Never Let Me Down. Okay? So the first thing I have is the Beatles Blue compilation was at $35, then $37, and then Rubber Soul, Mark Weiss offered $40. So that is right here, and that was for the 72 German press. Sold to Mark Weiss for $40. Greg Preston, second on Wasted. Sealed Edwin Starr, original pressing. Great. Kristen Barnett on Merle Haggard. Beatles out, Beatles 40, Beatles Rubber Soul 38. I just sold it to him for 40. So the Beatles auctions at 40 was Stanley Richmond, Steve Mason, you're out, and David Bowie's a $25 start. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. The Beatles Yellow Submarine, a 1969 UK copy, $99.99. A real OG UK copy, $99.99. $99.99. Yellow Submarine, $100. Merle Haggard, Willie Nelson, Poncho and Lefty, $14.99. The Police, Outlandos D or More, green font, $29.99. Spagana, Dedicated to the Moon, $12.99. Nice. Yes, Close to the Edge, one of my favorites, $19.99. Steve Mason's Out on the Beatles, sold for $40. Is there a help in this crate? Over here, no. In here, I don't know. John's put out a lot of Beatles, it looks like, today. Some great looking stuff so far. Do I even want to really sell them? No. Should you be buying them immediately as soon as I'm showing them? Yes. Let's do the last handful from the Hatchet Ed 45 box. Steve Miller Band, I Want to Make the World Turn Round. Journey, Be Good to Yourself. Abracadabra, Steve Miller Band again. Mike Post, theme from Bob Bob Black Sheep. and the Guess Who, No Time. No time left for you on my way. Those are all $6.99. That's the conclusion of the Hatchet Ed 45 box. I'll go back through them all one more time in a second. Point Blank on a Roll. Point Blank is $19.99. And the Police again, this time Synchronicity on the purple translucent vinyl, $29.99. Our next Japanese pressing, since we just did the blue album, here's the red album. The Beatles 62 to 66. UK Flag Series number 14. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We have both LPs. We have both inner sleeves. We have the discography book. We have the lyric book. We have the poster. We have the cover. We have the obi. We have the gatefold. And we have a $35 start. First thing over here is Ed Riviera on Journey. Corey Ross on Steve. Do you want Abracadabra, I Want to Make the World Turn Round, or do you want both of them? Bowie has a new bid for $37. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Van Morrison, $34.99. Van Halen, 1984, $44.99. Motown Monster Super Hits, Pickwick compilation, $12.99. Diana Ross, Isley Brothers, Stevie Wonder, etc., etc. Loverboy, Loving Every Minute of It, $19.99. The Fifth Dimension, Love Angles and Rhymes. Love's Lines, Angles and Rhymes, $14.99. Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches, $9.99. Dear Folks, Sorry I Haven't Written Lately, Roger Miller. Roger Miller, $9.99. Corey wanted Abracadabra from the $6.99 batch, sold. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, another sealed original, $14.99. The Blues Brothers, I'm a Soul Man, Rum-bum-bum. David Bowie, the last bid was Mike Quadrini at $37. William Howe, You're Out. The red album's at $45 with Matthew Kopis. Steve Mason, You're Out. The Legend of Bonnie and Clyde, Merle Haggard. That's a cool one. $19.99. Merle Haggard, really cool cover on that one. Don't get that as often. Check this out. It's the Adam 8 Soul compilation. That is $9.99. And we have Blondie, their self-titled debut, a 77 Santa Maria. Beautiful. Does have a little bit of cover wear, but nice overall. $44.99. Okay? Now, over here, I've also been working on a Beatles crate of singles. It's a lot of Wing stuff, but we've been putting them up one at a time. And here's the next one. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Imagine no him. $15 start. Okay, so Bowie 38, Michael Freiberger on Linda, and that was Living in the USA, Michael. And then over here we have Linda Greatest Hits 1. Mark Weiss wants Linda Greatest Hits 10. Okay, so now let's sell the one back here for 10. Imagine's a $15 start. Johnny Hancock's in first, it looks like. David Bowie is sold to Mike Quadrini for $40. Did Steve Mason go out on the Beatles? Squim, Never Did Say Out, sold to Matthew Kopis for $45. Okay. Let's get that new sleeve and we're ready for more. We're ready for more. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. So, to my knowledge, the Beatles, or excuse me, John Lennon Imagine has one bid for $15 with Johnny Hancock. Now, Jeff Brent, RTO, I was thumbing through invoices over here, and there was a canceled invoice from Hatchet Ed where you bought a Imagine 45 at one point. So I don't know what happened on that. Of course, I know you're paid up and you pay for everything. But right here, there's a canceled invoice. It says, Imagine John Lennon, $25. So I'm trying to figure out what that was. It was back on October 18th. Now, I've went through all the Hatchet Ed stuff, and I didn't see an Imagine. Not in the bins and not in the 45s. So I don't know what that was, but it got canceled today when he was hatcheting stuff. But I never did see it. It's right here. Jeff Brent RTO, canceled. John Lennon Imagine, $25. And it was from back on October 18th. But I never did see it in the bins tonight. I don't know what that is or what that was, but something got canceled. 1984, $37. That's sold to Mark V's for $37. Okay? Imagine has bids for 15, 16, 17. Let's put up some more auctions. No, this isn't from the put, but this is something new here. That's all the way back in October, though. I don't know what that was, but you might want to check your emails. Something got canceled. But I never did see it tonight. I know there hadn't been one, so it's not the one we're auctioning either. Not the one we're auctioning either. Okay, here's our next Japanese pressing. This is Eagle 71 to 75. Eagle 71 to 75. $35 start. $35 start. There's the disc. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. Always make sure if Ed is sending you a reminder, especially if he sent like an old one and then he sent it again, he'll eventually have to cancel it. Even if you're paying other invoices, somehow that happens. We'll have people who have paid the last 7 invoices, but somehow they miss the other ones. I don't know how it happens, but that's, and then we'll cancel it, and then everybody will be like, holy moly, Chad, you canceled something. Or Ed, and I'm like, well, let's see here. Let me see if I can find that. And then, Jeff, you have another one for a CD from back November 10th. Okay, and I'm going to send you a reminder for that one because that's about to get canceled too while I have you on here. Not to single you out or anything, but while I have you on here, I'm going to send reminders for some of this. Okay. And they told me at the Christmas party they're very glad your back glass made it to California. That was a miracle that it did. Let me see if I can find this other one that was canceled. September, October. Yeah. It was John Lennon Imagine, $25. That's the one. But it wasn't in tonight's stuff. I don't know what happened to it, but it wasn't in tonight's stuff. Okay? Let me see if he has other stuff over here. I don't think he does. But I hope someday you'll join me and the world will live as one. Imagine there's no country. It's easy if you try. Below us, above us, on the sky. Imagine. Okay. Sirens in Lebanon. All right, sorry, I'm not ready to tag these now, but I'm going to let everybody know they're coming up soon. So I'm going to go ahead and plug up the very first maiden voyage. Here comes the maiden voyage of our newest sign that came in today. And here they are. We're going to do those sooner than later so we can maybe try to sell out of them tonight, okay? Fly by night, goodbye, my dear. Change my life again. Fly by night, goodbye, my dear. Okay, so Jeff Brent has not set out on John Lennon Imagine. Johnny Hancock has it for $17, final call. The Eagles' Greatest Hits Japanese pressing is a $35 start. And we're going to go ahead right now, and I'm just going to read the titles left in this check condition bin. And if anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know, okay? Johnny Hancock, you've been outbid on Imagine. We got Bobby Lyle, Rush, Waylon Jennings, Billy Joel, Rolling Stones, Paul Young, Led Zeppelin, Seals and Croft, Moody Blues, Barry White, Joe Simon, Mac Davis, Rolling Stones, Ray Charles, and Sylvia. Okay, let's go ahead and grab another auction right quick. And that's going to go up right now. And that is the Beatles. The Beatles' Greatest. This is another flag series, number 32. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Okay? Near mint minus and pristine. The Beatles' Greatest. $35 start. Jeff Brent RTO gets Imagine for $18. Okay? That is sold. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. We got other Beatles and Beatles-related records. We have The Art of Noise. We have The Art of Noise Legs. If you need a price, let me know. Mom's Apple Pie. Waylon Jennings, surprisingly, really surprisingly, still available. Ladies Love Outlaws. RCA FALFL AFLL 1-4751. $24.99. So that's the black RCA label, which should technically be a vintage reissue for that one. John Denver Windsong, Carly Simon Spy, Jefferson Starship, Merle Haggard Willie Nelson, The Police, and Spagana. Okay, Waylon is sold to Tom Sullivan. Beatles, $35 start. Nobody bid on the Eagles. Eagles is their greatest hits, a beautiful Japanese pressing. That is a $35 buy it now on that one. 35, okay? 35. I'm going to tag some of the Rush lights in just a second. But first, let's make the Eagles. And then over here, this crate, what you see over here next to me is accumulation of a lot of different stuff. No bids, random stuff I've shown, and new vinyl, and Ed's putbacks. So that's what's over here kind of in this crate. This is a $35 start for that. And then we had Close to the Edge. Kind of surprised that's still available. Point Blank on a Roll. We have The Police Synchronicity. We have Van Morrison. We have Motown. We have Loverboy. We have Fifth Dimension. We have Ricky Skaggs. We had Roger Miller. We had Blues Brothers. We had Merle Haggard. We had Soul Train. And we had Blondie. And Stanley Richmond gets the Eagles. Corey has the Beatles at 35. That's going once, going twice. Our next Japanese pressing is what? This is actually a really great live concert. First time I noticed the track listing, I was like, dang. This is Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. This is a $35 start. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert has the insert with it, cover and Obi, 35 on that one, okay? There we go. And we got a whole nother crate. Before I do that, let me show you what's in this bin right here, okay? So also in this crate, we had 4 Beatles albums left over, okay? There was 4 Beatles albums left in here too. Yellow Submarine was $100. It's a 69 UK original. Sgt. Pepper's The Purple Capsule label, $40. Meet the Beatles was $36.99. And Please Please Me was a 1980 UK, $50. So there's that. Okay, and then that was a damaged record. And then no bid tonight. This is technically one of the few no bids. Rolling Stones Japanese pressing, $35. Damaged record. And then the Pretenders, $35. That's our only 2 no bids right there. The Pretenders and Rolling Stones. And then this was a puzzle from the Hatchet Ed crate, Pyromania puzzle, $24.99. Monster Magnet box set, $164.99. There's no Madonna in here. No Madonna in here, but Blues Brothers is still available. That was their self-titled album. I guess it's technically the Blues Brothers as an artist, and that is $24.99, okay? Corey Ross gets the Beatles for $35, okay? Beatles for $35. $30 on Japanese. Actually, Adam just offered $25, and I was about to counter on that. Now, Oso, if you're still watching, I know you said you were going to think about or hold off on the Rush box. Now, what I did, we got that in on a collection, so I've got that at a pretty good deal, and I marked it at MSRP. But if you want to make an offer on it, if you're passing maybe because of the price, and you decide you maybe want to make an offer on it, just let me know. This is sold to Corey Ross. So Adam Bernardi, the Stones is yours for $30. If not, it's sold to Matt Shirley. So that's up to you, okay? The YNT 83 from earlier sold. I can put you on a waiting list because those are still available. And the Blues Brothers is their self-titled album. I'm a Soul Man. Steve Cropper's on here. Super nice, $24.99. We have a whole nother crate of new vintage stuff to go through. First, the Rolling Stones is sold for $30. And $30, that's sold to Matt Shirley, okay? Rush Lights are about to get tagged, yes. First, we have Clapton, a no bid. That's also going over here. $35 on that. Because I'm a soul man. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Okay. What do I need to do? It's 11 o'clock, new vintage, Rush Lights. So we're finally down. Earlier tonight I was like, we got 6 crates of new vinyl. We got 2 Hatchet Ed crates, 4 John crates, 2 Laura crates. We've got putbacks, Rush Lights. I was naming off all this stuff. Well, now we're down to 1 crate of new stuff unshown. We're down to that and the Rush Lights. And Chad needs a cookie and a monster. Okay? Metal Knight, there was an OG05 Really 14 for like $9 a flip crate. I'll take it. Okay, I'll have to try to hunt that down. So I still, oh yeah, now I knew I was having a Japanese crate. That was me at 6:30 tonight. We have 6 crates of new vinyl, 2 Hatchet Ed crates, 4 John crates. We got 2 crates of Laura, a Japanese crate, Rush Lights, autographs, Japanese 45s. And now it's almost all gone and all sold. We got 1 more crate of new stuff. We've got Rush Lights to tag here in just like a moment. I'll probably do it in between these crates. I'm going to take a peek here. And then tonight I said I was going to do for Miscellaneous, most likely, probably CDs and then 45s if I can dig up more. Within arm's length right now, the only 45s I have, we've gone through all the Hatchet Ed 45s. We've gone through all the Japanese 45s. And about the only thing I have left is more Beatles and Wings and Macca and Harrison and Lennon. And within arm's length, that's it. Except for 2 other boxes of 45s, but I figured I'd do those tomorrow because we're going to do CDs tonight. You know, we've only done 45s 9 nights in a row. So right now, the only 45s is going to go up as a recap of the Hatchet Ed and the other Beatles I have. Okay. Blues Brothers is sold to Greg Preston for $18. There we have it. First thing I'm going to do is put up another auction. Oh my gosh. My left ear just started like ringing. Golly, I got to get to a doctor. All right, we got the Beatles White Album. A178081 serial numbered. This is a Japanese pressing. We have a 2 LP. The discs are beautiful. We have the Beatles poster, which has been kind of separated, unfortunately. It's kind of been chopped up. It has both inner sleeves, no photos, but man, we're talking about the White Album, folks. The Beatles, $45 start on that, okay? There's more Beatle albums in here. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. Now, the next trick up my sleeve is more bonus crate stuff. And I have other stuff over here that's not metal in the bonus crate. Like, check this out. Ground Control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is a 1977 press. The vinyl, really nice. It has the inner sleeve. It does have some cover damage down here, though. It looks like it got a little wet at some point. Bowie, just a $15 start, though. Bowie and Beatles. Here we go. New vintage stuff, never shown before. Buy it now or best offer. This is called Let's Make a Deal. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. $19.99. Clean copy. That's a great album if you've never heard it. Alan Parsons Project. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. That's the Young Bloods. Forrest Gump. $24.99. Orange RCA label. This is an interesting looking soundtrack here. 1999. The Persecution and Assassination of Jean-Paul Marat, as performed by the inmates of the Asylum of Charlton under the direction of Marcus the Shade. Wow, this is some kind of the inmates of the asylum, some kind of crazy house did this record. That sounds interesting. 1999. Mark Weiss on Alan Parsons for 16 sold. Matt Kamer was first on Bowie, then Joe tied him. Rush, a UK copy, nice. A 75 UK copy, stunning. A beautiful UK copy of Fly By Night. $49.99 for Rush. Revolver, oh boy. An OG Los Angeles stereo pressing. $64.99. Wow. Be My Friend, I Say You, Dr. Robert. $64.99. That song's not even on here. Taxman, that's the UK edition. Taxman, $64.99. Julian and Velotte, there is some writing on the cover. Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. $64.99 on the Beatles. And Todd Rundgren is $19.99. That's pronounced Marquis de Sade. Thank you. And we have Humble Pie, Eat It. Humble Pie, Eat It. It's a 2 LP, $29.99. And Elvis, Legendary Performer, Volume 2, $16.99 for Elvis. And Seals and Crofts, Summer Breeze. So final call to get a bid on the Beatles at 45. David Bowie has a new bid for 16. And here is another McCartney single, Let's Go Down to Junior's Farm. Written about here in Lebanon, Tennessee, folks. Wow. $15 start, Junior's Farm. Paul McCartney wing, Sally G. That's when he was spending some time here in Tennessee. Junior's Farm, about Lebanon. Sally G, about a girl from Nashville. $15 start. Brian K. Thompson wants a pack of inner sleeves and a pack of outer sleeves. I can hook you up. Brian K. Thompson wants a pack of inner sleeves and outer sleeves. Does Todd have Bang on the Drum? That does not have Bang on the Drum. No, unfortunately not. All right, let's hook him up with some sleeves. If anybody else wants a pack of outer sleeves, packs of 100 are $29.99. I'm going to put this in the crate. Make sure he gets tagged for that. That's Brian K. Thompson, okay? And then Bowie has a new bid for 17. Seals and Croft is $9.99. And Joseph McCormick wants Elvis. So did Joseph McCormick, okay? The White Album does not have a bid. That's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. Double LP from the Beatles. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life. You were only waiting a moment to be free. Blackbird fly. Okay. Bowie, 17, Matt Kamer. Final call because he's out. Prince, nice. Prince is an 87 SRC pressing, $39.99 for Prince. And Blues Image, this has Ride, Captain Ride. No, it doesn't. 26, I'm thinking about the other one. Yeah, $26.99. They were known for that song, though. Ride, Captain Ride on this mystery ship. Mystery ship. It's not on this one, right? No, it's on that other one. It's kind of like a black cover. $26.99 for that. And we have It's Been a Hard Day's Night, an 84 UK copy, $46.99. Beautiful. It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog. Next auction is going to go up right now. The Clash, London Calling, dun, 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 dun. 1980 USOG. It's a 2LP. It is VG minus. It has a couple fillable marks on it. Does have the original sticker. $15 start on that. By the way, Junior's Farm and Sally G's, I buy it now for $15 if anybody wants that. And Matt Kamer gets Bowie for $17, okay? Thank you on that. That is sold to Matt Kamer. $17 on Bowie. Thank you. Done. Next thing over here is Elton John Caribou. This cover looks different. Is this a UK copy? $19.99. No. Just really nice. The colors are better. Must be definitely like OG $19.99. So the Clash, let me see exactly what Seth meant by defects and fillable marks. Yeah. Man. I bet some of these great records we've graded like VG minus are going to play just like perfect. I think that one's going to. Some of these are severely undergraded, 100%. I think most of y'all can say that if you've been buying auctions from us in the last 6 months. I mean, some of them like VG minus, plays near mint minus. Looks VG minus, plays back near mint minus plus. This is Iggy Pop Isolation, $14.99, a 12-inch promo. And then the Honey Drippers Volume 1, $24.99. The Clash is a $15 start, by the way. All right, I'm going to get it's got several Macca and Beatles-related singles. First one there's Junior's Farm and Sally G. That one was $15. I'm going to go ahead and get this one in a sleeve. This was You Gave Me the Answer, and I Feel Like Letting Go. That was $15. Some more Macca singles. Pretty cool stuff there. Here's another one. Too bad these are all autographed. That'd be great, right? Instead of $15 each, they would be $7,500 each. $5,500 each. There's 3 so far. Anybody get a direct line to Paul McCartney? He can fly out of here tomorrow. I'm sure he'd love to visit Lebanon. This was the Beatles. Please, please mean ask me why. That one visually looked like VG minus. That's number 4. This one visually looked like VG. That was Let It Be. And you know my name, look up the number. And the last one was another Wings, which was Mary Had a Little Lamb. That's all the no-bid singles, and they're all Beatles and McCartney. Wings, Beatles, Beatles, Wings, Wings, Wings. There is a difference between Paul McCartney, solo, and Wings. Sort of. All those are $15 a piece. Wow, great concert, Beach Boys, $14.99. And UFO, No Heavy Petting, that is $29.99. It has a promo sticker on the front from Chrysalis. Beautiful copy. These are all buy it now or best offer. And the Knack round trip. The Knack is $14.99. Let me grab another auction from the Japanese crate. And that is going to be Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock. And Elvis Costello is going to go up for a $35 start. It is Japanese. It is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. $35 start. The Clash has bids for 15 and now 17. There's that. And then we have Let It Be. This is sold for $12, or excuse me, $15 to Jeff Brent RTO. And then over here, Sully, you got Seals and Croft right now. I don't think I ever saw that. And then the Knack, I'll sell that to you for $10, Adam Bernardi. $10 on that one. The Who Face Dances, this does have the poster with it, $24.99. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $19.99. And Under the Double Ego, Kinky Friedman, $29.99. The Kinks, or excuse me, the Knack is sold for $10 to Adam Bernardi. And Thompson Twins was sealed, an original sealed of Hype sticker, $29.99. Now, there's one other thing I didn't do. Somebody asked for another pack of inner sleeves. So I'm going to step right over here and grab these inner sleeves. And we're going to tag and see if anybody else wants some. I feel like letting go. Down, down, down. Like one. All right, so somebody also wanted a pack of MoFi sleeves. Trying my best to get these actually tagged to people. So there is this, and who else wanted a pack? That was for Brian K. Thompson. And MoFi sleeves are $26.99, okay? $26.99. The other thing we brought out tonight, which I've been using and selling, are these right here. These are 45 sleeves. Packs of 100 outer 45 sleeves. Those are $19.99, okay? You've probably been seeing me using them over here. Beatles, Clash, Knack, Clash, sold. Inner sleeves are $26.99. I will not be going to the Music City Bowl. No, passing on the bowl game. Elvis Moody Blue is on blue vinyl, of course, $34.99. The Clash is sold to James Allen for $20. Final call to get a bid on Costello. Billy Joel the Stranger, $14.99. And Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Columbia 6-eye label, very nice. And Rush Signals, original inner sleeve. Rush is $34.99. $34.99 for Rush Signals. Nice copy. $34.99. Okay, our next single over here is Paul McCartney and Wings. And this is Venus and Mars and Rock Show. And Magneto and the Titanium Man. And that's another one with the sleeve. $15 start on that. These are all best offer. Even the Police, Regatta de Blanc. $24.99 on the Police. The Kinks, the Kink Chronicles. That's a 2 LP compilation. $39.99. And then Yes Fragile with the insert booklet. A 4-digit OG. Nice Yes. $24.99 for Fragile. Michael Schenker Group, MSG. $14.99 for Michael Schenker Group. Elvis Costello is a $35 buy now. Officially a no bid on Costello. And let's put up another Beatles Japanese pressing then. And this is the Beatles. Gimme That Rock and Roll Music. It is a 2 LP compilation. It's got this really cool foil cover. There's the disc and inner sleeves and booklet. Very cool. $35 start on that. Also, Venus and Mars, Paul McCartney and Wings, the album. I feel like I've said Paul McCartney and Wings and Beatles about 300,000 times tonight. Gracious. $29.99. No wonder the guy's a billionaire. He's been selling records for 60 years. John Lennon, Shade Fish, a Mexico collection, a Mexico pressing, $19.99 for John Lennon. And there's another Adam A. Soul Train from the TV show Soul Train. These were really only sold through TV and catalog. $9.99. Soul Train, $9.99. Okay? Let me go ahead and officially bag Costello over here. And Elvis Costello is Punch the Clock, a $35 buy it now on that. Let's put it in a sleeve. Man, they sold a lot of records all over the world. I mean, insane. Whew. It's almost overwhelming when watching that watch an anthology. Whew. What happened over, I mean, just what transpired for about 5 years here in America with them. There's another Blues Brothers made in America, $24.99. Point Blank, American Excess. Point Blank is $19.99. And Merle Haggard, Songs for the Mama That Tried. Merle is in Shrink, $14.99. And there's the Beatles' Help. Somebody asked earlier, would I have one of these? I didn't know it till right now. Help is a 76 UK copy, $49.99. I'm stashing all the Beatles over here so I can show them later and then probably take them home. We have Blues Brothers, so does Stephen A. Young. I accidentally put Costello in the sold crate. I do that all the time. Merle Haggard, let's see here. So Merle Haggard sold to John Durden for $10. So buy it now on Venus and Mars Rock Show for $15. And Yes was an OG copy of Fragile, $24.99. We have Gimme Shelter, the Rolling Stones. I heard they're canceling their tour. I think Keith Richards was saying he basically can't play guitar much anymore. His hands have finally just stopped on him, is what the press release said. Rolling Stones, $49.99. This is a best offer. There Goes Mark gets Julian Lennon for $8. And you get the Who with the poster, which was Face Dances for $20. Okay? Mac Davis, Sealed, $14.99. Seals and Croft Greatest Hits, $9.99. Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams, Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Tan RCA label. Solely on another Seals and Croft. Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine. Billy Joel, $14.99. And Triumph, Just a Game. And this is the original pressing with the board game gatefold. Okay. Mega Blast gets Mac Davis for $10. The Beatles is a buy it now. Rock and Roll Music 2 LP. Wonderful compilation. $35 buy it now. Oh, yes. Back adjustments. Okay. Triumph is $19.99. Tom Sullivan gets Waylon. Todd Saw, our sleeves here will fit gatefolds. These will fit gatefolds and small box sets. $29.99 for a pack of 100. I can save you all the trouble of having to order somewhere else. Right here, I've got them. Joan Jett Bad Reputation, $34.99. Rye Cooter is $19.99. Polly Rock, Above the Fruited Plain, a 1982 New Wave, $14.99. Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, $19.99. The Romantics, What I Like About You, $24.99. Blowfly, X-Rated, Electronic Banana, Blowfly, $24.99. Sully asked first on Triumph, and he gets it. Sold. By the way, whoever's tagging, I'm going to leave this pack of sleeves that I tagged over here because it doesn't fit well in the crate. If not for you, I couldn't. Yeah, these vinyl style sleeves are designed to hold gatefold jackets, and they're designed to hold small box sets. It will even fit a George Harrison All Things Must Pass. Okay? So, yeah, if you're talking about like a box set like this, no, those don't work. But anything like George Harrison, All Things Must Pass, probably from about that thick onward, they will fit. But we can order oversized too. We can order box sets. Yeah, we can. 100%. I just do it on request only because there's different. There's like 5 different sizes of box set sleeves. I mean, you can get some to fit, you know, like these super duper boxes. But no problem. Todd Saw. Chad Smith Poly Rock 11. Sold to Chad Smith for $11. Okay. Done. First thing I want to do is show you all the Hatchet Ed 45s. These are Hatchet Ed 45s that didn't get paid for or got put back. We have Steve Miller Band, I Want to Make the World Turn Round, The Guess Who, No Time, Mike Post, theme from Bob Bob Black Sheep, Grand Funk, We're an American Band, Prince, Little Red Corvette, David Gates, Goodbye Girl, Paul Young, Come Back and Stay, Pure Prairie League, Let Me Love You Tonight, The Babies, Isn't It Time, and the Eagles, I Can't Tell You Why. Greg Preston needs a pack of outer sleeves. You got it. He said outer sleeves. Let's make sure we get that. And I'm going to see where they've put some of the newest deliveries. Should be a bunch of them over here. If not for you. Right here. There should be even more. Kristen Driscoll. November 8th. There's a lot of unpaid stuff over here. Every time I walk through the back, I'm like, ugh, all this unpaid stuff. All right. Todd Saw wants Prince, Little Red Corvette. And Greg, I got your outer sleeves. Chad Smith next on Prince. And then here's the other Hatchet Ed stuff. M Pop Music, $6.99. Wait a minute, I didn't tag these. Man, somebody bought these earlier. Stevie Nicks. I never did tag them. I know somebody was like, Stevie Nicks times 2. That was I accidentally put them in the, put back instead of in the sold pile. I may have, let me just put, I bet they'll be looking for those later. Yeah, I put them in the wrong pile. Those are sold. I'm sure they'll figure that out. And then we had a Plasma Alliance for $20. We have Casey and the Sunshine Band, Please Don't Go. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. The Smithereens, It Don't Come Easy. The Magnificent Professionals, $15. The Jam, $7. Cockney Rejects, $13. On the Streets Again, Cockney Rejects. This was Empty Sleeves, Random Lot, $10. And Xanadu, ELO, I'm Alive, $10 on that. Okay, next is Stevie Nicks is already sold. Chad Smith on M Pop Music for $6.99. And yeah, some of these sold at auction, like ELO for $10. And then Cockney Rejects was $13. The Jam, $7. Magnificent Professionals, $15. Tusk is sold to Stacy Metternich. Okay. Smithereens, Casey and the Sunshine Band, and Plasma Alliance. Jimi Hendrix on the back of it. That's interesting. So if anybody wants to make an offer on these that are more than $6.99, let me know. The Jam is sold to There Goes Mark for $7. Those are all Hatchet Ed singles. And here's a look at the empty. These are just empty sleeves. All of them for $10. REO Speedwagon, Bob Seger, Rod Stewart, Elvis, AC/DC, Pat Benatar, and Foreigner. Okay? So those are all $10. Not bad. That was a whole crate full. Let me refresh this over here. Okay, we're talking. We've been live for 5 hours and 19 minutes. There's 188 people watching. Okay, I can live with that. Let me go put this over here. It's just one of those days. Everybody sucks. Chad Biscuit. Okay, there's that. And here we go. So first thing I've got to do before we do anything else tonight at all, I told everybody the last thing we do as far as, quote, new stuff, we got to tag these rush lights. Okay? So we got to do that right now. I'm just going to basically tell everybody who got one. All right. And my wife, Kristen, was second. Yeah, so I knew I was going to say the Barnetts were, somebody got both of them first, though. Not right then, but somebody else earlier, like whoever. They'll probably have to go back and find those. Let's go over here. And so the newest light for tonight that's in is Rush, okay? And let me check my invoice over here. And let me make sure I got enough for everybody. I'm going to tell everybody right now who got one. So that's our newest sign. That's in for today, Rush. They're $59.99. And I have a total that was delivered today of 25. So I have 25 on hand. And here's everybody that got one. We're talking about Rush right back there. Chuck Egger and Chuck Egger. He gets the first two. Mark Morris, Jeff Brent RTO, Jen Cast, Patrick Lear, Mike Pierce, Stephen Chesney, Dennis Daly, Darren Wortman, Jennifer Schrader, Craig Sweden, Sully, which is Kevin Sullivan, Stephen Coca, Jerry Stone, Mike Bartlett, Scott Smith, Brent Robley, John Martinez, Chris Bryant, Josh Brown, Oso Adventure. Does that mean we have one extra? Let me do a count now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I counted 23. We should have two extras tonight. 2 extras tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I have 2 left, including that one. 2 left, including that one. $59. If you don't have one yet, everybody I just read off, let me make sure I didn't have any notes on my laptop, like a stray request. Like, hey, add me to the rush whenever they come in. I don't think I do. Oh, no, my ear just cut out. Test 1, 2. Okay. I'm slowly losing my hearing, which is a very bad experience. First thing I have is I need to pull 1 extra out and 1 cable. That means everything in this box, I'm going to keep it easy. Everything in this box is sold. Okay? So, if anybody wants a rush sign, I have 2 in stock, okay? All right. Okay, so here's the agenda for the rest of the night. It's 11:49. We need to do 1 half-off nonsense vintage bin. And I told everybody 6 hours ago, expect CDs between 11 and midnight. And so what I'm going to do is go through 1 half-off vintage crate, the wrap up the vinyl for tonight, and then we'll probably get into CDs. So if you're here for that, if that one does well and some people convince me, we'll do another half-off crate, but I'll start showing CDs, okay? So let's get started. I'm going to pull this off the table again, and let's pick out the half off. It's also that time of the night I kind of have to do some sorting and organization, so bear with me for like 2 or 3 minutes. I still never did go up front and get a snack or anything to drink. I still got to do that, or I'm going to be in a cranky mood. Y'all going to wish that I did go get a snack. So you're about to catch some half-off deals, so I would not leave the chat. I'm going to take my box of rush lights over here that are sold, and we got to do a little bit of tidying up. Whoever's tagging, this whole box is full of rush lights that are sold. There's 2 extras. 2 extras. I timed that pretty good. Sometimes I post it and I can kind of guess how many I think we're going to sell. So, what was the Elvis 45? It was not a 45, Regina. It was this right here. Regina heard Elvis and she's like, oh no, I've missed an Elvis record. I have sold Regina over 3,000 Elvis records. She came one time up from Crossville for a $1 sidewalk sale, and we literally put Elvis records. We were putting them underneath her seat. Her car was full. She's got 300 and 500 of the same record. She is a world-class collector of Elvis, the likes of which you may not ever see again. This is Take Good Care of Her, and I've Got a Thing About You, Baby. So all of these are $10. They're all empty sleeves. We're doing Pink Floyd, The Wall logo. I may even have a mock-up of it. Let me check my email. Maybe not. No, I don't have a mock-up yet. Okay? Did I miss anything else? Somebody said about blowfly. It was, can I get the blowfly? I'll do that right now. Okay? Sold. Now, Regina, I know you need that Elvis single. Blowfly sold. Okay, now I'm officially entering cleanup mode. Everybody, let me know where you're watching from in the chat. That will be fun for a few seconds. Let me know where you're watching from in the chat, wherever you may be around the world in this great country or internationally in maybe your home country. Welcome to CollectCo. Tune in, tune out, drop out. And no, there's no Dick Connery, but we are going to have a Sean Connery 007 logo. We're definitely going to have a 007 logo. You know, the 007, and it looks like the gun on the end. We're definitely going to do that one. And Seinfeld. We're going to do 2 just so, you know, we're going to do 2 just for my liking. Seinfeld, the Seinfeld logo. You know, the Seinfeld logo looks like an oval. And then we're definitely going to do 007 that looks like the gun barrel. Or, you know, the 0000, and then the 7 looks like the gun. For sure doing that one. 100%. For sure. Okay. So thanks for sharing. That's going to give me some time. That's an interactive part of the chat to keep everybody busy while I clean up over here and find our next half off. We had a lot of new vinyl tonight. So we've officially, I haven't condensed anything. We've been through 2, 4, 5, 10, 12. We went through 14 crates tonight. That's right, 14 crates tonight we went through. That's crazy. That's a lot of crates. All right. Just a few Japanese pressings left. Let me go ahead and move those over here so I have them tomorrow. That just about empties that crate. I'm ready for some half off. Sheeties. Chad needs to go up front and get his monster and cookie. Got to get his monster and cookie. So nonsense would be December 16th. Could that possibly classify as nonsense? Oh boy. If you could only see. Mm-hmm. I have made some. By the way, there is one Led Zeppelin light in stock too. So we are down to one Led Zeppelin. So my current in-stock light inventory is 2 Rush and 1 Led Zeppelin. Chad Smith says, I've almost spent $100. That's nothing. $100? Psh, come on, Chad. Get those numbers up. You need to be averaging $1,000 a night. $1,000 a night would be great for me and you both. Oh, I also have the flip crate leftovers, which I don't mind doing those because I usually discount them after for a bundle, and I'd love to sell those. So we probably need to knock those out too. I'm right now hunting our first half off crate. It's around here somewhere. Janet Jackson, Scorpions, Grateful Dead. This looks like nonsense to me. Let's do this one. This is from December 8th, and it's loaded with great titles for half off. $1,000. Chad's like, oh my gosh, I've spent $100 tonight. Get those numbers up. 150, 200, 250, 350. It compounds. I'll take this. Give me a pack of those. Give me a swig of that. I'll take some of these. Chad's eating his 4th macadamia nut cookie tonight. Sorry if you're having to hear me chew, but I don't have time to mute my mic. Now, be honest. Who's ever went to click on their email to open their invoice and you've been a little nervous? Let's all be honest here. You're among friends. Who has ever clicked on their invoice and been a little nervous? One person said every single week. Chad said every week. Okay, thank you. I hadn't really paused all night until right then. Whew. But I got you on the edge of your seat for half off. Sounds like we have a few people responsible, and we have a few people like, yeah, I'm a little shaky when I click on that thing. I don't have time to buy stuff like that. If I was in y'all's position and there was something like this, I'd probably be doing the same thing. But I've put myself in the position where I'm the dealer. I guess I'm the house. I'd be watching too. There'd be no telling. I'd be out of control. Okay, we're ready. Let me clear off the table a little bit. We're ready for the final segment, the last 2.5 hours of tonight. That's all sold. Let's move that over here. We're about to do half off, mix in CDs. We've already sold a lot of miscellaneous tonight. Rush lights definitely helped. And let's get going. Okay. All right, let's get started. A Qui-X press and a Fleetwood Mac Mirage, just $7.50. $7.50. Fleetwood Mac, half off, no more, no less. Rumors, back-to-back Mac, VG Plus, $12.50. That's a VG Plus second label. Second label. Jackson Brown, hold out. In shrink, EX, $6.50. The Pretenders, learning to crawl. VG Plus, $9. Rush Light is $59.99. Pearl Jam's $29. Chris Cornell, $33. Jar of Flies is $24. And Rush is $36. Probably the last night you're going to see those back there, and then I need to swap it up a little bit. I'm ready to put in a few new that. And yes, we do need to do a 90s band on the lights. We definitely need to do a 90s band on the lights. All right, I don't know what kind of CDs we're in. These are kind of from all over the place. So here we go. Patrick Lear on Fleetwood Mac. Now, I'm assuming that was for Mirage. You do have dibs on both of them. Let's go tag him for Mirage. Chad Smith, you're next on Mac. We'll figure out which one you wanted there. Heart Magazine is VG Plus, $9 on Heart Magazine. The Rolling Stones Flowers, VG Plus, $12.50. That's the original blue London label, $12.50 on that. And ELO's Greatest Hits Nice. And plus, these are check condition. So they're already slightly adjusted because of the price, because of the condition. And then they're half off of that. Chad Smith is going to get Rumors. Uh-oh. Now Chad's up to $112.50. That's so to Chad Smith. Now we have Luca Bloom, Riverside, $10. All these CDs are $6.99. Luna Live, Lush Gala, All-Time Greatest Hits of Leonard Skinner, Loop, A Gilded Eternity, The Love of Spoonful's Greatest Hits, Post-War, M. Ward, Lenny Kravitz, Mama Said, and Stephen Malmochmus. Those are all $6.99. Also, ZZ Top El Loco, a UK copy, $20 for ZZ Top El Loco, $20 on that. And we have Propaganda. That's a compilation, $7.50. The Police is on here, Joe Jackson. The Reds, Joe Jackson again, $7.50 on Propaganda. Climax Blues Band, Lucky for Some. That is actually a sealed copy. Climax Blues Band, $10 on that. And Joe Jackson Band, that is $10, and that is Beat Crazy. That is $10. Chad Smith on the Lush CD. Lush Gala is sold to Chad Smith for $6.99. Thank you on that. Condition of ELO, VG Plus. Didn't look too bad, Vince, at the first glance. Plus, it has the original sleeve. Didn't look too bad at all. Lenny Kravitz, that is sold for $6.99. And that was called Mama Said. That's sold to Chad Smith as well, $6.99. He also gets Propaganda. That's sold to Chad Smith for $7.50. Also, American Woman, the Guess Who. No condition notes on this one. Stay Away From Me. That's the original label. The OG also featured a gatefold with the lyrics. No time left for me on my... That's a good one. A classic rock album. Essential. $12.50. Also, we have the best of Young Bloods. Come on, people now. Smile on Your Brother. We had the original album earlier. That's the compilation. $10 in shrink wrap. Next handful of CDs, these are all $6.99. We have the Libertines up to the bracket. This is Lightning Bolt, Hyper Magic Mountain, the Lightning Seed Sense, Melvin's Houdini. I don't know if I've ever seen that on CD. The Melvin's Lightning Hopkins, and that one's called It's a Sin to Be Rich. And then Kids from the original motion picture soundtrack, and Kurt Weill, Waken on a Pretty Days. Those are all $6.99. Next over here is this. We have Guess Who. Maybe I need to check it. Okay. So Todd Saw is going to check his collection for the Guess Who. You were first, so you do have dibs. John Durden gets Melvin's. Jerry Torres was next. And John Durden first on Lightning Hopkins. Robin Glenn on YB. And YB was for Young Bloods. That's sold to Robin Glenn, okay? All those are still available. Next thing is, nice, Led Zeppelin 4, a Presswell press, VG, $10. And that is got Pico Ducks. So that is actually got like all the stampers for like an original, but it is a about a mid-70s press on that one. Chad Smith wants the soundtrack for Kids. That's $6.99. And we have Neil Young after the Gold Rush, $17.50. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Southern Man, $17.50. Fox Digital got Led Zeppelin. Brian Call was next. Jeff Brent was after him. We also have Kim Carnes' Romance Dance. Kim Carnes is $10. Kim Carnes is $10. Let's go ahead and put up another handful of CDs. These are all $6.99. Nice. Lead Belly, King of the 12-string guitar. Hey, there it is on CD. Led Zeppelin 4. Lee Baines. And this is called Lee Baines 3 and the Glory Fires Deconstructed. That's from Sub Pop. Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Daniel Johnston, Fun. Now, from what I remember about Daniel Johnston, he was like a huge influence on Kurt Cobain. Is that right? Or they were friends or something? Paul McCartney, All the Best, and the Melodiacs. The Melodiacs. EMY 1472, that was the catalog number. $6.99 on that one. The Guess Who. The Guess Who is American Woman. That is, of course, the OG album. That's the studio album. It also has No Time and No Sugar Tonight. That's loaded. $12.50 on that one. Was there a waiting list for Rush? Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell. Edwin wanted Rush. Let me see. There wasn't a waiting list. There was a pre-order. Let me see what's going on. Let me see if you was on the pre-order. I don't think I called your name out. And I forgot to say that you wanted one because I saw that you claimed it. Edwin Riviera, you were not on the pre-order, so I'll go ahead and tag you one right now, okay? Make sure Edwin Riviera gets a Rush sign, okay? A Rush light. So that one was sold live. The only one sold live tonight. We sold 23 on the pre-order. There's only one Rush left, okay? That's it, the display model. Back up to the top. We left off with Chris Frazier on LB. Let's see. Now I'm going to get myself confused. Are we on CDs or albums? I think we're on CDs. Chris Frazier on Lead Belly for $6.99. Dustin Hodges on Daniel Johnston. That's sold to Dustin for $6.99. And then Zeppelin 34. Zeppelin 34. Now, where did you see that at? And Todd Saw does get the Guess Who. All the best condition. I bought one and it was crap. Hopefully not from us. Paul McCartney, it looks like it's brand new. It's got one little tiny mark right there on it. But yeah, that's going to play just fine. Okay, and then there's that and over here. Okay, so there's McCartney, Melodiacs, Lenny Kravitz, Lee Baines, and Led Zeppelin. So he might have been trying to get the Led Zeppelin CD, Chad Smith. He put Zepp 34. He might have been trying to get the CD. Paul McCartney is sold for $6.99, okay? By the way, these CDs, when we buy a collection, Paul tries to glance. If it's all from the original owner, he'll glance at them and be like, okay, they took good care of these. But always know we're just going through these unchecked. So if you ever get a CD, 3 things could happen. It could be missing a disc, it could be the wrong disc, or it could be really, really damaged. So when I'm selling CDs, I'm guaranteeing them to play. I'm not guaranteeing them to be mint. I'm guaranteeing them to play. So if you ever got a CD and it's bad, these have not been checked. And if something's wrong with it, just let Ed know. We don't have time to check. We barely have time to get all of our albums out. If we started checking all these CDs and grading them, we would never show CDs. They would be still accumulated in the back. By the way, all the leftover CDs, I sold them all to my cousin. He came and bought every leftover. So we had like 9 tubs of leftover CDs from this year. They're all gone. He bought about 5,000 from us, I think. So I have no CDs left except these right here that are never been shown. So we're basically restarting fresh with CDs. There's about 10 or 15,000 we've estimated still in this building. Okay? About 10 or 15,000 left in this building. It's pretty insane. Okay, back to the half-off albums. Rolling Stone Still Life, $17.50. And then Chad Smith, let me know what your Led Zeppelin claim was for. Rod Stewart, Out of Order, $7.50. Betty Davis Eyes is not on Kim Cards. No, sir, not on that one. The Police and Yada Mandata. The Police is $10. And Madonna, now just $17.50. Holiday, self-titled Madonna, original under sleeve, $17.50. And then over here, we have Emotional Falco. Falco is sealed, $12.50. $12.50 on those, okay? And then over here we have Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, $10 on that. Cousin Coleco. Charles, my cousin, he's actually, he's probably in his mid-60s. He's been selling stuff longer than I've been alive. But he sells at a flea market up in Rickman, 111. That's also where Gavin, y'all may know him, Tiger Bike Records. He sells up there too. He watches our show sometime. Gavin, are you on? I always try to shout out Gavin. My cousin Charles has a booth up there. That's at the 111 Fleet Market in Rickman, Tennessee. That's outside of Cookeville. You'll go up there and see Charles Gross. He'll have comic books. And a lot of stuff up there he has is stuff here. I give him stuff. He came and filled up a whole trailer the other day of free stuff. I was like, Charles, I got books, I got records, I got CDs. Come get it. And, of course, he's at a flea market, so if he can get $1 or $2 for something, I can't. I mean, because if we do, we're losing money, if that makes sense. So I give him a lot of stuff that's worth like $1, $2, $5, maybe even $10 because we just can't sell it here. It just, unless we put it in a big lot, you know. And we do that sometimes. We do sell big CD lots, big 45 lots, but that's the deal. Okay. So over here, we have this. We have Paul Young, The Secret of Association, $7.50. Yeah, most of these CDs are nice. So don't let what I just said, but every once in a while you'll get a bad apple because we don't go through them. But we usually can look at a collection and be like, okay, yeah, somebody took care of these. They're in really good shape. Leo Sayer, All the Best. Kurt Vile, Smoke Ring for My Halo. This is Luna Penthouse. I know that one even if I was blind. Led Zeppelin is $6.99. This is Liars, They Were Wrong, So We Drowned, and another Led Zeppelin. That was their first. Here's their last. In Through the Outdoors, $6.99 on that one. All right, back to the half-off albums. Willie Nelson, Before His Time. Willie's only $7.50. That looks like a clean copy. And we have The Best of Cher. That's sealed. Cher sealed, now just $15. And wow, an 80. This is a reissue from the 80s, but the great, beautiful disc. Grateful Dead is just $20. The Friend of the Devil's a Friend of Mine. And, of course, Truckin'. That's got some good songs on it. $20. I have a collector. His name shall not be mentioned. He's usually not watching. He's on a bounty for an autographed copy of this by Jerry Garcia. I've yet to find one. I've been looking for 3 years now. He's a serious buyer. He would buy it. I'm looking for a signed Jerry Garcia, American Beauty. That's a tough one. That's a big one. Tough to find that. Haven't found one yet. I have, and they're forgeries. They're very tough to get. Okay, first thing is Chris Frazier on Led Zeppelin. Let me know if you want one or last. One or In Through the Outdoor. You have first dibs. Mega Blast got Willie Nelson out of the crate. And then George Burleson got the Leo Sayer CD for $6.99. Brian Call got the Grateful Dead. Chris Frazier just wants Led Zeppelin 1. That left Led Zeppelin in through the outdoor if anybody wants that one. Next is Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band. Lick My Decals Off, Baby. $18.50. $18.50 on that one. And then over here we have, give me 1 second, this. Okay, then we have Juicy Lucy, a 1970 Monarch, $17.50, and Gas Mask, their first album, $17.50 for Gas Mask. Wow, great titles in the half-off crate, still available. Let's get into another crate of CDs. Now, this crate here, Paul may have went through these at some point. I'm getting them kind of mixed up, but if they look familiar and we want to pass on this box, let me know. But I'm looking at great titles right now, so let's go ahead and start showing them. This is Yola Tango, Painful, Liz Phair, Exile in Guyville. This is The Hiss, Panic Movement, a classic, Beach Boys, Pet Sounds, The Yardbirds, Live, Blues Wailing, July of '64, Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On, Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians, Perpex Island, and Grizzly Bear, Vecamest, $6.99 on that one. So Eric Van Leuven on Captain Beefheart. Is Madonna an 83 OG? Yes, it is. There Goes Mark wants the Pretenders, and he wants the Police. So there's the Police, and right back here's the Pretenders. That's two great selections, and these are both sold at There Goes Mark, okay? And then Old Man Hilton, that's Levi Hilton on Beach Boy. I'm glad you're watching, Levi. I was going to say, man, I need to tag Levi and make sure he's watching because he's been asking for CDs for about the last week and a half. And then this is Robin Hitchcock and the Egyptians, $6.99. Todd Saw on Madonna. That's sold. And we also have in the half-off band a half-speed master of Journey. This was originally released in Japan only, and then they put it out in the U.S. as an audiophile press in the 80s. $22.50 on that. $22.50 on that one. And Billy Joe Glass Houses is $7.50. And wow, score. Well, I can barely even say it. I'm doing the Jim Carrey thing. I can't even say it. $15 for the Scorpions Magnetism. Okay, I got that one out. Animal Magnetism, just $15. That's crazy. All right, let's do another handful of CDs. These are $6.99. I might mix up from crates. I might pull from here. I might pull from the others. And we have John Frusciante, To Record Only Water for 10 Days, Herbie Hancock, River, the Joni Letters, Guided by Voices, Mag, Earwig, Iggy Pop, Brick by Brick, Hot Snakes, Suicide Invoice, and Idlewild, $6.99, okay? These are half off, no more, no less. The price I'm telling you is half off, no more, no less. Jay Neutra on the Scorpions, and he was trying to get it for cheaper. What? So did Jay Neutra for $15. Brian Call was next, and then Jason Jones, and then we got Van Halen, $20. Women and Children First, and The Cradle, clean copy, Will Rock, and I say rock on. We have Idlewild, Hot Snakes, Iggy Pop, Got a Voice, Herbie Hancock, and John Frusciante. $6.99 on those. And then how much was Glass Houses? $7.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. And we have U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. OG contains the unedited version of the Electric Company. That's $20. Van Halen, so did Jay Neutra. No poster, already sold. And then we have Aha, Hunting High and Low, $17.50. Oh my gosh, Jim B's buying Rod Stewart. Holy moly. What have I missed here? Jim B buying Rod Stewart? What is going on? That is so to Jim B. And then over here we have Ringo Starr, sealed, $12.50 for Stop and Smell the Roses. Stop and Smell the Roses. All right, what else do we have in here? I'm going to start pulling from both crates. Let's do this little handful right here. These are all $6, and ooh, these are good-looking titles. $6.99 here. All right, first thing like this is Fox Digital on U2. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Electric Company, great song. Dun, 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 dun. That's the Edge's guitar. Dun, 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 dun. Really, you know. Here we go. Jim B, that was my first ever cassette purchase when he was a young hustler somewhere in an unknown area. He was out there hustling stuff. We got Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, AC/DC, Black Ice, Kenny Loggins. This is The Unimaginable Life. Shania Twain, Come On Over. Seth has a Shania Twain tattoo. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. AC/DC Live, The Very Best of Chicago, Only the Beginning. Steve Earle, Train a Comin'. Steve Earle live in Montreux. Steve Earle, Copperhead Road. And sing along with your favorite TV themes. And Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Those are all $6.99. No more, no less. Very Bad Man. Babu Bot. Very Bad Man. Bobby Bot. Levi Hilton on A. That's for Aha, right? A for Aha. Is that right? And then over here, Farmer Redman on Oh Juicy Lucy. Watch out for her. And then Scott Oman was first on AC/DC. That sold for $6.99. Chris Frazier was second. Jerry Torres put B for Black Sabbath. Chris Frazier was next. And then his A was for AC/DC Black Ice, not for Aha. Okay, we have a correction. Aha goes back in the crate. AC/DC, the first person was Levi Hilton. Next person was Scott Oman, then Chris Frazier. Jerry Torres got B for Black Sabbath. Chris Frazier was next. And then Scott Oman said both. There was another AC/DC. Okay, so technically, the first AC/DC claim was Levi, and I think he wants just Black Ice. So Scott Oman, you also get this one, right? Okay, this is also sold to Scott Oman. I forgot there's two AC/DCs. Levi got Black Ice, Scott Oman got that one. Okay, there's that. Aha is Hunting High and Low, which has Take On Me. It's a half off at $17.50. That has Take On Me. Take on me. Take me on. Okay, finishing up the half off. Nice. On red vinyl, now just $50. Wow. The red vinyl pressing of Beatles 62 to 66. Sgt. Pepper's on the marble vinyl for $50. Gosh, I'm going to have to go puke. And Janet Jackson, $7.50. Hold on a minute. I'm going to vomit. Okay, sorry, I had to get that out of my system. Oh my gosh, I just did those records at half off. Oh, okay, show's over for the night, folks. Oh, that just made me sick. I'm over here pacing the floors now. I'm starting to sweat. My head's all cold and hot at the same time. What is that called? Oh, bugs are crawling over my skin. Oh my gosh. I'm starting to hear bells ringing. Whoa. Okay, let me regain my composure. Whew. Oh gosh. Sgt. Pepper sold to Chris Frazier. Janet Jackson sold to Robin Glenn. What was the TV themes? Sing-along favorite TV themes, $6.99. Our crate is full. Let's do another one. Full as it could be. Take on me. Take me on. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. All right. So the Chris got Sgt. Pepper's. Let's go right over here. And Luna Penthouse CD sold for $6.99. Luna Penthouse CD. Luna Penthouse right here. That's sold for $6.99 to Darren Johnson. Okay. Whew. All right. Here we go. Regina wants sing-along TV themes. You got it, Regina. I'm assuming you didn't want those empty sleeves earlier. All right, before we do another handful of that, we got some of this over here. These are all $6.99. The OCs, Weird Exits. Oh gosh, the OCs. Where's Chris Brown at? Caravan, Waterloo Lily. Interesting, Caravan. Morning Teleportation, Expand Expanding Anyway. Radio Moscow, The Great Escape of Leslie Magnafuzz. Robert Wyatt, mid-80s. The Flaming Lips, At War with the Mystics. Tame Impala, Inner Speaker. Has a contact. That's weird. That's the Mars Volta. Ampu something. Soft Machine Virtually. Spaceman 3 reoccurring. Peter Green, The End of the Game. And Monduo Circles. Man, I've seen very little of those available on vinyl. Denise got Caravan. Let me figure out where I started. I started right here. Denise got Caravan. William Drugovich on the OCs. All right. William Drugovich got the OCs. Next is Shakedown on Tame Impala. And that left Morning Teleportation, The Great Escape of Leslie Magnafuzz, which was Radio Moscow, Robert White, Flaming Lips, Mars Volta, Soft Machine, Spaceman, Peter Green, and Moon Duo. All right, those are all available for $6.99. Here's a recap of the first half off bin. We have Jackson Brown, Hold Out, EX, $6.50. Heart Magazine is VG Plus, $9. The Rolling Stones Flowers, VG Plus, $12.50. Luca Bloom, Riverside, $10 on Luca Bloom. ZZ Top El Loco, a UK copy, nice, $20. VG Plus jacket. Climax Blues Band was sealed for $10. Joe Jackson was $10 in shrink, no condition notes. And ELO VG Plus, $7.50 for Electric Light Orchestra's greatest hits. Here comes some more CDs for $6.99. We have Verdegraph Generator, I Prophecy Disaster. We have MC5 High Time, Blue Cheer Ventus Eruptum, Soft Machine Middle Earth Masters, Sleep Robert Hyatt, Jefferson Airplane Surlistic Pillow. When I see that right there, I normally think it's an earlier CD, or maybe even an import. $6.99, and then Madhu Mokhtar Lalana, the creator. $6.99 for all those. Todd Saw on Electric Light Orchestra. That's so to Todd Saw. We have Neil Young, a clean copy of After the Gold Rush, $17.50, no condition notes on that. Rolling Stone Still Life for $17.50. Kim Carnes Romance Dance for $10. Emotional Falco Seal $12.50. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom was $10. Who's Ready for Another Crate? Paul Young $7.50. We have The Best of Cher sealed for $15. Gas Mask is $17.50. We have Journey for $22.50. We have Billy Joe Glasshouse is $7.50. Aha, $17.50. And we have the Beatles. That's on red vinyl for $50. Okay, William Drugovich wants MC5. Kick Out the Jams, blankety blankers. All right, there's those. And now we're ready for another quick handful of CDs. Let's see, that's a tour book. I don't know what those are doing in there. All right, then we have this. Here's a random handful of 45s. We might need to knock these out. What is this? Oh, is this Silverbird or Silver Springs? Yeah, that's a good one. All right, let's knock these out right quick. So this, I have to look that one up. There's something up with that Silver Springs. That's for my collection, just a Tennessee record. Nobody wants Tennessee records, right? Okay, I'm going to let this one, this probably needs to be a quick auction. The Slits, Earthbeat. The Slits, a $7 start, okay? The Slits, $7 start. Let's put that right there. $7 start on the Slits, Earthbeat. This is a half-off crate, George Burleson. So Billy Joel was originally $15, so it's $7.50. That's okay. Oh, that's a picture sleeve. All right, these were laying in the box of CDs. So let's go ahead and knock them out. This is Billy Preston, Everything's All Right. And I want to thank you, Billy Preston, the Fifth Beatle. Dudley Perkins, Fallen. Oh No Falling, Dudley Perkins. Dudley Perkins, War Going On. Fleetwood Mac, Gypsy. Fleetwood Mac, Hold Me. Elton John, A Word in Spanish. Wings, Promo, Good Night Tonight. And then we have George Harrison, Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth. Those are all $6.99 very quickly. A little quick handful of 45s. So George Harrison, Wings, Elton John, Fleetwood Mac, Dudley Perkins, and Billy Preston. The slits is Earth Beat and Begin Again Rhythm. 1981. One bid for $7 on that right now. Okay, and then over here, so yeah, George Burleson, if you want Billy Joel, just say sold at $7.50. Chad, put that ZZ on the side for me checking. Okay, it'll be right there. I'm going to keep these right here behind me. It's reserved if you want it. El Loco, a UK copy. Let's find another half-off crate. Yeah, let's do this one. Should wipe out most of this one too. Great chicken or great like classic rock type pop stuff, and then we're probably going to be exclusively CDs. Whoa! I better go ahead and sell this to William before I break it. Oh man, that's good as gold. Sold to William Drugovich for $7. And Mega Blast just bid $8. Just sold it for $7 before I broke it. All right, and this is sold to George Burleson for $7.50. No takers on these. Okay, and then $6.99. Cactus, Hot and Sweaty. The Libertines, I Get Along. The Laurels. Melvin Stoner Witch. Minnow Minna, Friend and Foe, and Mercury Rev. $6.99 on all those. Luna Live CD bottom left stack. Thank you for identifying them. Luna Live, bottom of right stack, right here. Thank you for the identification. Melvin sold to William Drugovich for $6.99. Okay. And then the rest of these 45s was the Beatles, Twist and Shout, and There's a Place, that is in VG condition. The Bangles, Another Manic Monday. Lady Madonna and The Inner Light for $6.99. Not bad. Sorry seems to be the hardest word. New Kids on the Block, You Got It, The Right Stuff. Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Theme from Close Encounters. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer. Those are all $6.99. Jay Nutra says, yep, he needs the ZZ Top. All right, that's sold to Jay Nutra. $20. All right, we're about to begin another half-off crate while we continue going through these CDs, okay? There's the first two stacks. Let me equilibrium these out. They're available all night. I'm probably going to take pictures of the spine and post them in the group at some point. Let me see what this is. Country Music's Biggest Night, the CMA Awards. This was originally new, $50. Let me scan this on eBay and figure out what I want to sell it to y'all for. Some kind of country music CMA deal here. Uh-oh, what did I sell on eBay? All right, this is $19.99. It's one of these interactive type books, I think, that has like tchotchkes in it. That's pretty cool. See, it's got like little memorabilia type things. It's kind of like an interactive type book. There's Randy Travis. There's Kid Rock. There's Dolly and Randy. There's Johnny. Pretty cool hardback book. Comes in a slipcase. It was originally new, $50. So, $19.99 on the CMA book. Okay. Next is Party on the Patio. Was that a single that I sold? Maybe not. And then Rob and Glenn on New Kids on the Block. That sold for $6.99. And was a New Kids Block, a picture sleeve already sold. And then Jason Jones wanted Aha. I guess I did not see that until right now. Jason Jones got Aha. Sold to Jason Jones. Okay. Oh, ZZ Top. Okay. No problem. All right, let's get started with half off. More half off. These are no more, no less. Probably the last crate of vinyl tonight, so we can focus exclusively on CDs. Van Morrison, it looks like a UK copy, beautiful. Inarticulate Speech of the Heart, $17.50. Styx, The Grand Illusion, with poster, $12.50. And Eagles, Their Greatest Hits, $17.50. Clean, super nice. I think some of these are going to be really nice. There's Edwin's Rush Light, and I'm going to go ahead and take this first stack of sold miscellaneous right over here. All right, come sail away with me. Bum ba ba bum bum bing bum 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 bing bum 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 bum. Sitting on the park bench. Okay, first thing we have is Jason Jones on Styx. Great decision. All right, first next handful of CDs. Let's grab from right in the bottom of this thing right here and see what we got. We got Chicago's Greatest Hits. We got Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 3. Celine Dion, The Color of My Love. Jennifer Lopez, On the 6. We have Celine Dion, These Are Special Times. Celine Dion, A New Day Has Come. Celine Dion, Let's Talk About Love. And Rod Stewart, Unplugged. Oh my gosh, Susie, there's your man. Holy moly, Susie Breedlove. Oh my gosh, there he is, Rod, $6.99. Next thing over here is Chad Smith on Eagles. That's sold to Chad Smith. And next thing, the only thing left is Van Morrison. Peter Frampton, The Art of Control, sealed. Sealed Peter Frampton, $7.50. We have Billy Joe Piano Man. This is an early 80s press. How do I know so quickly? It has a barcode on the back. $10 on Billy Joe the Piano Man. And Come On Everybody, that's Elvis Presley. $5 on Elvis. And nice, Bob Seger Mongrel, also an early 80s press, $12.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. All those CDs I just showed are $6.99, no more, no less. Here comes some more $6.99 CDs. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, Tarzan, songs by Phil Collins. We also have Joe D. Messina, Bird. We also have George Strait Classic Christmas. We also have Lone Star, Lonely Grill. We also have Lone Star Mountains, and we have Joe D. Messina, Gold Stamp Promo. I've stayed in Lone Star's house, Richie McDonald, $6.99. That's my claim to fame. Me and his son are the same age. Andy Rutherford on Billy Joe. Lonnie Jolly was second on that one. And that was the first Chicago Greatest Hits, a.k.a. Chicago 9. That was the CD right here. All those are $6.99. Jason Jones on PF. And PF was for Peter Frampton, the sealed there one. And then over here we have Roxy Music. Roxy Music. That one doesn't come through as often. $12.50. The name of the title is For Your Pleasure. It does have a little bit of color discoloration here and wear. $12.50 on that one. Can't believe no one got Seeger. A clean copy of REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. $10 on REO Speedwagon. And nice. Billy Idol's now just $13.50 for Rebel Yell. Billy Idol, $13.50 for Rebel Yell. All right, let's grab another handful. I'm going to mix it up. Out of that crate, I'm going to grab from that first crate over here, which was, I don't know where they came from. But here's some more. These are $6.99. We got Grand Funk Closer to Home. Messages for the Cake Kitchen, Graham Jeffries. This is introducing Gorky's Zygotic Mincy. I don't know if I read that correctly. The Afghan Wigs, African Music Club Mercury, Otto Lux, the Autors, Now I'm a Cowboy, John Fogerty, Blue Moon Swamp, and John Fahey, Womb Life. Those are all $6.99. Also, Matt Shirley is on Roxy Music. By the way, Matt Shirley is Lax Mocal. Okay, Matt, it doesn't actually show your name, so we're having to do that manually now. And that is sold to That sold to Matt Shirley. Spikey McVeigh, you were second inquiring about it. And Jason Jones on Billy Idol. First thing we have is Eurythmics. This is $10. Eurythmics, $10. And Foreigner is $10. Foreigner, $10. Well, if he wants these CDs, he'll have to pay for them. I sold him the last batch. He forked over quite a bit of cash for them. Levi on Elvis Presley. These are all $6.99 here. That was Grand Funk, Graham Jeffries, Gorski's Zygotic Mind, Afghan Wigs, American Music Club, Autolux, The Attores, John Fogerty, and John Fahey. Actually, we got to put these out in our store because I think my mom said, hey, people's been coming in here steal, because we have a few locals that even walk. They kind of just come in every once in a while. They'll pick out a few CDs. And we have... they're like, man, what happened to all of your CDs? I was like, somebody bought all of them. What? All of them? You had like thousands. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth. It has the original on her sleeve. Benatar, $7.50. The Fur, $12.50. And Bob Seger, The Distance, $12.50. African Info Genre. African Music Club, Mercury. Excuse me, that says American. American Music Club. I got American and African mixed up there. American Music Club, Mercury. That's the title of that one, $6.99. Also, we have Eurythmics. This is $10 for Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. Wow. And Human League Dare, $12.50. I told y'all, great titles in here. This is the perk of watching at almost 2 a.m. Eastern time on a Friday night. Interesting stuff in here for half off. All right, here's some more CDs. These are $6.99. We have Tracy Elliott, Go Away. We have Seeing Red, Stereotype. We have Casting Crowns, It's Finally Christmas, a Cracker Barrel exclusive. The Night Before Christmas. That doesn't look like a nightmare, does it? The Night Before Christmas. This is not even a CD, and this is some kind of October 31st Halloween party. DJ's Choice. There you go. $6.99. You can tell I'm literally grabbing anything out of the crate. Jeff Brent RTO on The Fur. That's sold to Jeff Brent RTO. And Ian Hunter, Short Back and Sides. $7.50 for Ian Hunter. And Icicle Works is $10. Icicle Works was $10. All right, let me step over here and grab another handful then. First thing I'm going to do is the rest of this row. Let's knock these out. This is Halfway Home. Halfway Home. Also, Algeria, Wayne Shorter, James Hall Pleasure Club, Buddy Guy, Feels Like Rain, North on South Street, Herb Albert, Guided by Voices, Isolation Drills. She is Nude. This is Handsome Furs, Sound Capital. This is Juradine, Goya. And then this one was The Grifters, Full Blown Possession, and Grinder Man. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Over here, we have Asia self-titled. It was the heat of the moment. What a band. $7.50. Bob Dylan, Slow Train Coming, in shrink with hop sticker, $17.50. And Elton John's Blue Moves, $12.50. And the Yardbirds, For Your Love, a Yardbirds compilation, $10 on the Yardbirds. Also, Bluest Occult, Cultosaurus erectus. BOC is $12.50. Folks, that's in shrink wrap. We're talking about BOC, Cultosaurus erectus. Cultosaurus erectus. All right, let's do some more $6.99ers over here. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. What do we have? What do we have? $6.99, $6.99. First thing we have is John McPatriot got BOC. Jay Neutral was next. Elton John's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $6.99. The Eagles, 2 and 1. Greatest Hits 1 and Greatest Hits 2, $6.99. What a deal. And then over here we have, does this have a disc in it? Yep, it felt very light. Elvis Presley from Hawaii via satellite. Elvis Presley, $6.99. And Billy Joel, The Stranger. Those are all $6.99. All right, first thing we have is, so BOC went to John McPatriot, Jay Neutral second. Jason Jones was next on BOC. Levi on E. Okay. And Levi E was for which he put E. Mega Blast put EA. Scott Arnold put Eagles. Jeff Brent put E. Then Levi put ELV. And then Todd was next. And then Lonnie Jolly on BJ. I think Levi got both E and ELV first for Eagles and Elvis. It looks like it. I'm going to go double check that. But it looks like he's first on Eagles and Elvis. He put E up here for the Eagles, and then he put Elvis for Elvis. So he was first on both of those. And those are $6.99 each, okay? And I don't know where these came from, but I can promise you this. Y'all see these stickers here? That's how we used to have to organize when we were having live streams almost 4 years ago. I guess now 4.5 years ago. We used to number and match it to the buyer's name. So somewhere these came from us almost 4 years ago where we were selling these. I don't know whose collection we bought back or what happened, but yeah, we sold this on July 28, 2021. It was item number 321. So, wow. That's pretty amazing. Now they've come full circle. And then Lonnie Jolly on Billy Joel. So there's those. I'm getting my stacks mixed up. That's pretty incredible. Okay, we'll do some more. Let me finish this half-off crate here. We got Rick Springfield Tau, $7.50 on that one. Wow, Led Zeppelin for $22.50, specialty press. It is a 5-digit. It's a later issue, but nice. Super clean copy for Led Zeppelin. $22.50 on that one. We have Focus live at the Rainbow. Focus is $7.50. Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive? $7.50. Eurythmics. $10 on the Eurythmics, and Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is $10. We also have Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog, Jesse's Girl, $7.50. Los Lobos sold to Mega Blast. Here's some more CDs for $6.99. We have Martina McBride, Waking Up Laughing, The Best of Toby Keith. We have Billy Joel, Stormfront, We Didn't Start the Fire. Kenny Loggins, It's About Time, Advanced CD. Space Cowboy soundtrack. That looks interesting. Dolly, Something Special. I don't believe that's available on vinyl. Carrie Underwood, Storyteller. And Christmas with Scotty McCready, $6.99. Darren Johnson on Led Zeppelin. That's sold right here. Led Zeppelin. So did Darren Johnson. Robin Glenn on Rick Springfield. And Todd Saw on Toby Keith. $6.99 on that. Robin Glenn also on Toby Keith. So we have Scotty McCready. We have Carrie Underwood. We got Dolly. We have Space Cowboys, Kenny Loggins, Billy Joe, and Martina McBride. Man, both of my girlfriends back to back. Both of my exes. Unbelievable. That was a coincidence. Over here, we have Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills, $17.50 for Janis Joplin, and it's the original label. R. Crumb Artwork, $17.50 on that one. And Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie is $12.50, and Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. And this is $10 on Robert Gordon. And David Bowie, Station to Station. Bowie, $17.50. RCA, first label, $17.50. David Bowie. Okay, that's trash. And let's see what we got here. Oh, man. Oh, never mind. That could be pretty good, though, just the disc. That's a single. Okay. Some interesting stuff here. First, though, The Best of Chicago. That's a 2-disc. And then The Best of B.B. King. Dream Spa. Okay. The Sounds of Soothing Dream Spa. And then Caribbean Fun in the Sun. Matthew Sweet. That's Sick of Myself. That's a single. And this is just the disc to Taylor Swift. That is just a disc. Enhanced content. Tim McGraw music video. Teardrops. And so, yeah, it's pretty worn, too. It looks like it was a loose disc and somebody put it in a Hawaiian party music case. So, I don't know if that has any value. It looks like her first album, but $6.99 on Taylor. And it's signed. No, I'm joking. It's not signed. Jazz Grog on Bowie. That was here out of the crate. Sherry Darnell got Dolly. Dolly, that is sold to Sherry Darnell. And Lonnie Jolly on Taylor Swift, okay? And all those are still available. Help me, I think I'm falling. Travis Kelce, what a lucky dude. These look like compilations. They were just loose on this spindle. $10. There's Scotty McCready on top, but then there's a lot of Now and Country compilation. So those are all, I'll sell all those. We'll wrap those up in bubble wrap. $10 for all those loose discs. It looks like a lot of compilation. That's a lot of music. What is that, 20 CDs? 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, probably more than that. $10 for all those loose discs, okay? $10 for all those. I didn't really flip through them too much. Caribbean info. Caribbean Fun in the Sun. That is probably going to be like, I'm assuming it's like Caribbean, like Hot, 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 and Mambo No. 5, and the Macarena, and the Thong Song, and Sun is Shining, and Where the Party, and Shake Your Tail Feather. Okay? Over here we have Mega Blast says he'll take all the, so yeah, let's just wrap those in bubble wrap maybe so they don't slide. However we can package those so they don't scuff around, but we might even be better off, well, maybe if we put something on that and then wrapped them up, they'll be pretty cool. Sell those to John Durden for 10. Okay, I'll let the shipping department handle that. Okay, the next thing in this crate is, I don't know, let's say $4.99. It's a pack of cards. A 64 GTO, a 69 Dodge Hemi Daytona, a 67 Ford R-Code 4278 V8, 8V. What's that say? 8V. How about a V8? A 68 Pontiac GTO, a 69 Pontiac GTO Judge, and that's where they started. Loose collector hot rod cards. $4.99. Okay, and then over here, what is next? John Durden gets the cards for $4.99. Let me scan this. Does it have a barcode? Please have a barcode. All right. Garth Brooks Ultimate Collection. $14.99. A 10 CD Garth Brooks box set. $14.99. All right, more half-off albums. We got Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park, $10. Ian Hunter, $10. You're never alone with a schizophreniac. Wow, Bob Dylan has the really cool Milton Glasser poster. $20 for Bob Dylan's greatest hits. Van Morrison is $17.50, and Kim Carnes, Barking at Airplanes, $5 for Kim Carnes, and Cream, Goodbye. Talking about the night she drove in my car. 15 on those. Was I close on the comp CDs? You were second, Robin. It was John Durden, you were second, Lonnie Jolly, then Mark Weiss. Okay, Lonnie Jolly also gets Garth Brooks for $14.99, then Justin Garrett, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and take this little stack of miscellaneous around here then. That is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Going through CDs. This is the last crate of vinyl for tonight. And we're going to try to go through all these boxes of CDs. They've actually been over here for 2 weeks next to me. And we've been going about every night through other stuff like, you know, The Thing. Climax Blues Band, $10. Neil Young Trans, $10. The Guess Who So Long Bannatyne, $10. Well, I've managed to empty a crate, like a literal crate. Oh, one more thing in the bottom. Tom Petty, Jammin' Me pinback button. Tom Petty button, $6.99. Jammin' Me. $6.99. There's an empty crate. That's all the stuff you've been seeing for the last few moments. It all came out of there. All right, what's in this wooden box? Okay, and then what's in this box? Okay. All right, let's grab a handful out of here. These are all $6.99. Inspired Life. Excuse me. I messed that up big time. Inspiral Carpets. A New Morning, The International Noise Conspiracy, Interpol, Turn on the Bright Lights, Luminous, The Horrors, Hot Heat Elevator, Hunters and Collectors, Ghost Nation, Ice Age, You're Nothing, Idlewild, 100 Broken Windows, Brazilian Girls, Talk to La Bomb, and then Guided by Voices, Alien Lanes. Christina Curtis wants the Kim Carnes. You got it. That is sold to Christina Curtis. And then we had the Rolling Stones, Love You Live, $20, Andy Warhol cover. Also, we have Blondie, Eat to the Beat, $12.50. Bloody Mess and the Scabs, 6th grade field trip. That's 1990 sealed. I think that's a punk record. $15 on Bloody Mess and the Scabs. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, Fleetwood Mac, $12.50. Hank Williams Jr. Montana Cafe, $12.50. Blondie Parallel Lines, now $25. This one's always demanded pretty good money, and that's a nice copy. Now $25 on that one. One more than another handful of CDs, and that's Climax Blues Band, the Stamp album, for $10. All right, let me grab some CDs right out of here, okay? And then here and here, okay? These are all $6.99. First thing I have is Bryan Adams Unplugged. We have Johnny Cash, and this is called A Boy Named Sue, LT Series compilation. John Corbett, Billy Currington, Doing Something Right. Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All. Achy Breaky Heart, Billy Ray Cyrus, It Won't Be the Last. John Denver's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Joe Diffie, Live So Funny. I wish his stuff was in print on vinyl, but it's not. And then Jeff Carson, $6.99 on that one. Christina Curtis over here is Hank Williams Jr. That is sold to Christina Curtis. Lonnie Jolly on P and Lonnie Jolly on B. P and B. So P and B, I bet you meant B for Blondie only, right, Lonnie Jolly? If so, that's sold to you for $25. Kim Carnes, hey, this is the one with Betty Davis eyes. $5 for Mistaken Identity. ELO Face the Music, $10. And then Robert Gordon, $10. We got the Motels, $7.50. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, $17.50. O. Wayland, $12.50. Focus Moving Waves, $7.50. And then Elton John, the Tom Ball Sessions, $7.50. Okay? All right. And then Todd Saw on Joe Diffie. Like I said, he has very little, if anything, on vinyl. Let's tag that for him. Todd Saw got Kim Carnes with Betty Davis Eyes. There's been 2 or 3 people asking about that tonight. That's sort of Todd Saw. Jim B was second. Lonnie Jolly wants Bryan Adams. Lonnie Jolly on Bryan Adams. He said no Blondie. All right, Lonnie Jolly did not want Blondie. Let's put it back. So what was your P and B comments? It was for Bryan Adams. Okay, so Bryan Adams went to Lonnie Jolly. We sold Kim Carnes. Joe Diffie went to Todd Saw. And then we're good to go. They do not make a poison puzzle. Poison puzzles are not manufactured. Question. It was, what's your schedule going to look like next week? As much as we all need records clubs, hope we take some time off for family. So my family is narrowed down at this point to my mom and my sister and my brother. That's probably about the only people, and of course her family and my brother's family. We're going to do something on Christmas Day. So Christmas Eve, you know, I plan on going up there probably Christmas Day, and that's going to be like my day off. And then, with that being said, Christmas Eve is kind of a 50-50. So I might be here Christmas Eve. I think a lot of people said they'll probably be watching. Same thing. It's like, well, if I didn't do a sale, I'd be just like on the couch watching Home Alone. And for me, that would honestly kill me, okay? That would be like painful. I'll do that Christmas Day night, okay? On the couch watching movies, that would be like torture. So I would probably be doing that Christmas Day night. I do watch my classics. I do watch my routine. I'll probably be here Christmas Eve, okay? And so my main family gathering will be Christmas Day. So with that being said, we'll put Christmas Eve sale a 50-50 chance next, Wednesday? Yeah, next Wednesday, 50-50 chance. And Christmas Day, definitely no sale. I'll be at my mom's house with family. We'll be opening gifts. Normally, I'll be sitting here live. But yeah, days off and quote vacate. Like the Vegas trip I took, that to me, I was working. It wasn't really, but if I have to just sit somewhere, I'm like, oh no, I'm going to have to sit down on a couch and watch a movie. Unless it's something I'm very much interested in. And I'm usually watching movies on the go, et cetera, et cetera. Christina Curtis on the Stones. That was for the Love You Live, right, Christina? That's so do you. And then Bloody Mess, question mark, question mark. Was that something in this crate? Bloody Mess? Bloody Mess is $15. Okay? Watching The Fugitive. Nah, maybe. No, I'll be watching my normal Christmas movies, okay? If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. I got to use this slot as a table. This crate's behind me. That wasn't a lot of stuff left over, but that's okay. I'll use it for flip crate material in the morning, and let's keep going. All right, let's keep going. It's time for nothing but CDs, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so the first thing I have is Blondie was still left, Bloody Mess, and then Oh Waylon was $12.50. Oh Waylon, $12.50, okay? All right, so here's some more CDs. I'll go through the Beatles in just a second. You missed a bunch tonight. We have Kenny Chesney, Just Who I Am. We have Joe Diffie, A Night to Remember. Kenny Chesney, All I Need to Know. Kenny Chesney, Be As You Are. Kenny Chesney, The Road and the Radio. Kenny Chesney, No Shoot, No Shirt, No Problem. Kenny Chesney, Life on a Rock. Garth Brooks, that was Fresh Horses. Kenny Chesney, Everything We Go. And Sawyer Brown, this thing called Waiting and Having It All. No condition notes on Waylon. EX plus, near mint minus. Okay. CMA books to nobody, right? And these are going to go over here. No shoes. No shirt. No problem. All right. Waylon. CDs the rest of the night. We also have rare 90s grunge and alternative rock albums for cheap. Garth Brooks is sold to Levi Hilton for $6.99. Okay. Beatles. Please Please Me, 1980 UK, $49.99. Yellow Submarine, 69 UK, $99.99. Sgt. Pepper's Purple Capel Label, $39.99. The Beatles, Meet the Beatles, Apple Pressing and Shrink, $36.99. Only No Bid tonight. One of few. The Pretenders, $35. Elvis Costello, $35. The Beatles Rock and Roll Music, $35. Anything besides CDs left? Yes, rare country autographs and King Diamond albums for cheap. The Beatles Help, 1976 UK, $49.99. The Beatles Hard Day's Night, 84 UK, $46.99. The Beatles White Album, $45, Japanese pressing. Beatles Revolver, $64.99, OG stereo. Eric Clapton, $35 for Rainbow Concert. So these were the no-bid Japanese. Clapton, $35, Beatles, $45, Beatles, $35, Costello, $35, Pretenders, $35. Yeah, we also got rare 50s jazz, near mint condition for cheap. Anything y'all could want, I've got it for cheap. Really cheap. Cheap. Any rare 90s grunge, sealed, OG autographed, rare country Americana, blues outlaw autographs for Danny, cheap, rare signed albums, JSA lettered, all cheap. You tell me what you want, I've got it, it's cheap, it's just coming in the future, I can't promise when. I can't promise when, but it could be tonight, could be a different night, but it's coming cheap. Soon. Cheap soon. Kevin J. Reed said he would do $35 on the Beatles. Sold. Clapton, $25. Sold. Sold, $25, okay? That's for Matt Shirley. All right, we ready? Here we go. You name it, I've got it cheap. Just can't guarantee when or where. Just cheap, 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 anything you want. The most desirable, rarest records in the world. All OGs, mint, shrinked, cheap, cheap. Rodney Atkins, Take a Back Road. Garth Brooks, Double Live, 2 CD. Garth Brooks, Fresh Horses, again. Garth Brooks, The Hits. Garth Brooks, Scarecrow. Luke Bryan, I'll Stay Away. Tracy Byrd, Love Lessons. Tracy Byrd, I'm From the Country. The Very Best of J.J. Cale. The Very Best of J.J. Cale. Garth Brooks, No Fences. Garth Brooks, The Chase. Was that the white album I got? You got the white album for $35. Really $14. I'll have to find that. If it's available, I'll pull it for you. If I can't find it, you'll have to give me 1 to 100 days. You'll have to give me 1 to 100 days. I'm still looking for a record for Grog for over a week now. Grog can testify. If you don't claim something right away or let me know, it gets buried back here. We have some stuff missing for years. I mean, I'm looking for a record from 1983. Girls Against Boys, Freak on Asa. This is Wolf Parade. This is Interpol. Interpol is Our Love to Admire. We have Happy Mondays, Pills and Thrills and Belly Aches. This is Zuzu, XIU, XIU, Always. The Glands. I Love You, But I've Chosen Darkness. I'm From Barcelona, Who Killed Harry Houdini, and Happy Mondays, Yes Please. These are all $6.99, okay? $6.99. No shoes, no shirt. These are all $6.99. Almost done with this little tray of country here. There was one little tray here of country music, and I tell you what, somebody loved Garth Brooks and somebody loved Kenny Chesney, and they stored them in a Driscoll's Berries tray, and it is officially retired. It's going back here to the cardboard recycling pile right now. No shoes, no shirt. Goodbye cardboard. Sitting on the park bench. Here we go. Garth Brooks, Old School. Garth Brooks, Double Live. Ty Billings, You Can't Take the Boy Out of the Country. My Funny Valentine, Chet Baker. My Funny Valentine, Chet Baker. Dierks Bentley, Modern Day Drifter. Clint Black, Nothing But the Taillights. Garth Brooks, Rope in the Wind. Garth Brooks, Double Live again. This is Trace Adkins, Dreaming Out Loud. Tommy Castro, looks like it's signed. Tommy Castro. And then Thank God for Believers, Mark Chestnut. And T. Graham Brown, Wine into Water. These are all $6.99. Now, we've had like 3 Garth Brooks Double Lives, I think. The first one, I guess, is in this stack. No, not that stack. The first one was over here. Okay. Okay, then there was another one. T. Graham Brown, Mark Chestnut, Tommy Castro, Trace Adkins. There's this one. And then there was this one. Okay. Now, Levi was first. I don't know the difference. I didn't know there was like different ones. Are the same concert? I want the one with the flames. Okay. Limited to Commit, Texas Stadium, 1993. I can't tell you one. I guess I know 2 Garth Brooks songs, if I heard them. Maybe 3. Let me look at this. The Thunder Rolls. Friends in Low Places. Yeah, I think I know 2 Garth Brooks songs. All right, so that's sold to Levi. That's sold to Levi Hilton. Now, Todd Saw, that leaves these 2. You let me know if you want either one of those, okay? Those are pending to Todd Saw. Next is Show Me the Stack Again, Garth and Kenny. Okay, this is T. Graham Brown, Mark Chestnut, Mark Mark Chestnut. Tommy Castro is Soul Shaker. Okay, and then Robin wants Garth and Kenny. Well, that Garth is still available, Rope in the Wind. And that Garth is still available, Old School and Cowboys. What's this called? Old School or Cowboys, something like that. All right, they're all the same, just different covers. Okay. So over here, we have Garth and Kenny. Now, Robin, earlier, there was like a dozen Kenny Chesneys. I mean, I'm not joking. There was like a whole stack of Kenny Chesneys. Okay. And then Trace Adkins title. There's a bunch. I'm assuming you meant this one. Dreaming Out Loud for Trace Adkins. Okay. So I think I'm correct by saying Clint Black is sold to Scott Oman. Okay. That's nothing but tail lights. We're ready for a new handful, I think is what y'all were trying to tell me. Chris Frazier on Trace Adkins. Okay. All right, this box is shrink wrapped. I come from the country and I know I ain't seen no. My love is deeper. Patty Loveless, Only What I Feel. Patty Loveless, Long Stretch of Lonesome. Blow You Winds in the Morning, Traditional Sea Songs, Dance and Chatneys, a Revel collaboration directed by John Langstaff. We have Dixie Chicks Home, Dixie Chicks Live, The Judds Reunion, 1999. Dolly Parton, The Grass is Blue. Alison Krauss, Too Late to Cry, sealed. Bell Bottom Country, Lainey Wilson, sealed. Kathy Mattea, Collection of Hits. Those are all $6.99. My love is deeper than the holler, stronger than the river, winding down the mountain range. I love it. I still want my Garth Double Live. Okay, well, I never did hear which one you wanted, so I'm just going to pick you a random one right here off the top, okay? That's sold to you for $6.99. And then Robin Glenn on Lainey Wilson. That is $6.99 right here, and that's sold to Robin. Here we go. Jay Giles, Live, mixing up genres a little bit. Jay Giles Live, Full House. James Brown, Foundations of Funk, 64-69. Jeff Buckley, Grace. Ginger Baker's Air Force. Fillmore East, Al Cooper, Mike Bloomfield. Alessandro Escovedo, The Banking Mirror. Gene Loves Jezebel, Kiss of Life, and Gentle Giant, 2-in-1. Gentle Giant Live and Civilian, $6.99. Christina wants Dolly and Lainey. You got Dolly because Lainey already got claim. So Christina got Dolly, Robin got Lainey, and then Jazz on James Brown. That's sold to Jazz Grog. That left Gentle Giant, Gene Loves Jezebel, Alejandro Escovedo, Fillmore East with Cooper and Bloomfield, Ginger Baker from Cream, Jeff Buckley, and Jay Giles. Now, Rolani put JB. I'm assuming that's for James Brown. There's also a JB Jeff Buckley. My love is deeper than the holler, stronger than the river. Next is Leanne Rhymes, Blue. Leanne Rhymes, I Need You. Shania Twain, Up. Shania Twain, Self-Titled. Shania Twain, The Woman of Me. Shania Twain, Come On Over. Alison Krauss, Now That I Found Your Collection. Leanne Romack, Greatest Hits. Wynota by Wynona Judd. And another Alison Krauss. Those are all $6.99. Leanne, Shania, Allison, Leanne, Wynona, and Allison. And Gene Loves Jezebel, sold to Christina Curtis. How much are these CDs? They're all $6.99. You're basically getting paid to buy them. Every time you buy some, just say, like, man, I just got paid to buy that. These are all $6.99. Even these other ones over here. These are also $6.99. We have Lonnie Jolly says, Saint come over. Saint come over. Shania Twain, come on over. ST. Man, I feel like a woman. Man. It's only like the best top 10 selling albums of all time. That doesn't impress me much. Now, if you go to Jeff Brent's RTO, if you go to his YouTube page, he does a wicked cover of that over on his YouTube page. Over here, we have Warrior Soul, Drugs, God, and You. We have The Very Best of the Undertones. We have The Warlocks, Immaculate Fools, The Toy Shop, Roy Gallagher, Stage Struck, The Fall, Your Future Are Clutter, The Reminder by Feast, and Joanna Newsom, Have One on Me. Those are all $6.99. You don't impress me much. Is Fillmore East a Bear's Choice soundtrack? No, it's not Bear's Choice. It's just Al Cooper, Mike Bloomfield, Fillmore East, The Lost Concert Tapes, 12/6/68. That doesn't impress me much. Adam Ray does I saw a little blip clip of him talking about that. Adam Ray's a comedian. He was doing crowd work, and so a guy had on a Shania Twain shirt, and he's like, "Do you like Shania?" He's like, "Yeah." And then he went into that song, his little blip about that song. He's like, that song, it's like, wow, you drive a Ford truck? That doesn't impress me much. And he's like, man, I worked hard for this truck. Like, what does it take to impress Shania? She's like, so you drive a new truck? Well, that doesn't impress me much. And he's like, man, what do you want? What do you want, Shania? I mean, I work hard every day to pay for this truck. I'm proud of it. And it doesn't impress you? Next was Patty Loveless, Fallen Angels. That's over here in this other thing. Levi, Chad, Todd Saw wanted the other Garth Brooks. Really? I said the one without the flags. Man, Todd Saw is a hard man to get a hold of, I'm telling you. It's a hard guy. His comments come in invisible, I swear. If you don't believe me, we'll go back and I'll show you. They're invisible half the time. Todd, are you on some kind of like VPN? Because half the time I can't see your comments, but I got you there. Okay, next thing over here is this. And Patty Loveless, Fallen Angels. I hadn't pulled that for him. I think you're on like some kind of CIA blocker or something. Patty Loveless. Did I pull that? Fallen Angels. I don't think I did yet. Patty Loveless, Patty Loveless, Patty Loveless. Now, if this is something from a previous stack, you're probably going to have to like help me find it, because at this point I've read off 3,000 and I don't see it. Patty Loveless. There's something called Patty Loveless Fallen Angels. It's not there. It's not there. And if y'all can be like Patty Loveless, middle stack, left CD, third down, that'll help, because I don't see that anywhere either. And then over here we have Jim B wants Joanna. That must be a $3,000 CD. That's sold to Jim B for $6.99. So there's that. Let's put these right over here, okay? Let's go over here and do this. These are all $6.99. No more, no less. Here's the next handful. This is Deanna Carter. Deanna Carter, and that is Did I Shave? Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits, Kelly Clarkson Breakaway, Patsy Cline Favorites, American Legends, Patsy Cline, and Miranda Lambert, The Weight of These Wings. Those are all $6.99, okay? There's all those. And over here is this, and we have Faith by Faith Hill. And then we have Faith Hill, There You'll Be. Mindy McCready, If I Don't Stay the Night. Mindy McCready, 10,000 Angels. Martina McBride, Timeless. Jodie Messina, Burn. Dolly Parton, Slow Dancing with the Moon. And Dolly Parton, Little Sparrow. Those are all $6.99. Faith Hill, Mindy McCready, Martina McBride, Jodie Messina, Dolly Parton. Next handful from over here, these are all $6.99. First couple is Underworld, Second Toughest in the Infants. We have Women. That looked like it was self-titled. Wolf Parade. Zoo, or however that one's pronounced. XIU, Women as Lovers. This is World Party, Goodbye Jumbo. Lucinda Williams, World Without Tears. And Wilderness, Vessel States, and Underworld. This is something, 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 something. $6.99 for all those. So that was Underworld Women, Wolf Parade from Sub Pop, Zhu, World Party, Lucinda Williams, Wilderness, and Underworld. Those are all $6.99. Okay, and let's grab these right over here. That doesn't impress me much. Okay, $6.99 for the following here. First thing we have is Bryan Adams, 18 Till I Die. Brian White, The Right Place. Keith Whitley, Remember, the Encore Collection. Keith Whitley, Don't Close Your Eyes. Trent Willman, A Little More Living. We have Trent Willman again. We have Randy Travis, You and You Alone. Travis Tritt, 10 Feet Tall and Bulletproof. Travis Tritt Country Club. Forever Country, Randy Travis. And Conway Twitty, the final recordings of his Greatest Hits Volume 2. Those are $6.99. So the first thing I have is Chris Frazier on Keith Whitley. There's two different ones. Let me know if you want one or both. And then Grog on Close Eyes. Was that a claim? Oh, that's Don't Close Your Eyes. That's the one Chris Frazier got. Keith Whitley, $6.99. Tough to get on vinyl, $100 record approximately. All right, there's that. Yeah, well, that don't impress me much. All right, let's do one from this other crate over here. All right, first thing I have is the Water Boys, Room to Roam, John Hammond, Wicked Grin, the John Lennon Collection, Jaguar Love, Take Me to the Sea, Jack Bruce, Willpower, James Brown, 20 All-Time Greatest Hits, James Cotton, Best of Vanguard Years, and Jet, Shine On. Jet, Shine On. Well, that don't impress me much. All right, Lonnie Jolly on John Lennon. That is sold to Lonnie Jolly, JL, $6.99. All right, let's go right into this other handful over here. Jim B's upset because he's not making enough money. His kids are crying, running around the house, knowing they're not going to get to go to McDonald's in the morning and get breakfast. First thing we have is Sheryl Crow. We got Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart, Emmylou Harris, Wrecking Ball. The Trio 2, Emmylou, Linda, and Dolly. How about the very best of Sheryl Crow? Sheryl Crow, Be Myself, Sealed. We have Patsy Cline, 12 Greatest Hits. We have Sarah McLachlan, Winter Song. Reba, What If It's You. Also, American Legends, Reba McEntire. Reba, Read My Mind. And more Reba, Room to Breathe. $6.99. Reba, Sarah, Patsy, Cheryl, Emmylou, Linda, Dolly, Emmylou, Taylor, Cheryl. Scott Old Man wants Cheryl's Crow's best. All I want to do is have some fun. All I want to do is sell Jim B a CD. So does Scott Old Man. All I want to do, blip, blop, blop. Bleep, 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 bleep. Because I don't know the rest of the lyrics. How much are these? Believe it or not, they're only $6.99. That might blow some people's minds, but they're $6.99. We have Yeah, Yeah, Yeahs, Show Your Bones, Yo La Tango, Electro Pura, Flower, Fourth and Final, Fiona Apple, Extraordinary Machine, Freddie Johnston, This Perfect World, Guided by Voices, Universal Truths and Cycles, and Flop, Whenever You're Ready. Those are all $6.99. Believe it or not, those are $6.99. So please leave a message after the beep. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Vince Gill, Pocket Full of Gold. Alan Jackson, Like Red on a Rose. Whitey Ford sings the blues. Alan Jackson, Here in the Real World. Alison Krauss, Union Station, So Long, So Wrong. We have Mart, how do you say her name? Matraka. What a name. Berg, $6.99. She should have rethought that one. And then Terry Clark, Greatest Hits, $6.99. These are all $6.99. Chris Frazier wants Alan Jackson, Here in the Real World. That's like a $100 LP too. Not easy to get. Yola Tango was Electro Pura. Electro Pura. Electro Pura. Okay. 3 Inches of Blood. Long Live Heavy Metal. Scale the Summit. The Migration. Linda Gale Lewis, Hard Rockin' Woman. I'm Smart and I'm Getting Smarter. Original music to enhance student learning. Kim Lentz and the Jaguars, Follow Me. Whitechapel, The Somatic Defilement. And Brian Setzer. Out of nowhere, a bunch of metal and kids learning enhancements. Golly. Coming out of nowhere. Okay, and then right back to this crate. Here we go. These are all $6.99. We have Alan Jackson, Who Am I? We got Vince Gill, High Lonesome Sound. Another great Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox. Alan Jackson, Everything I Love. Vince Gill, High Lonesome Sound. And Pat Green, Lucky Ones. Wave on Wave. Is it on here? Where's Wave on Wave at? Wave on Wave. Isn't that Pat Green? Surely that would be on his Greatest Hits. Or am I thinking about somebody else? Let me look that up. Pat Green. Yeah, Wave on Wave. Wow, how's that not on his Greatest Hits? Okay, so first thing is Scott Oman wants 3 Inches of Blood, sold for $6.99. Jazz Grog on Yo La Tango. That's sold over here for $6.99. Yo La Tango. That is sold to Jazz Grogs. Mark Stanley on Whitechapel for $6.99. And then over here we have Chris Frazier on Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox. That's right over here. And then what was the Linda CD? Over here we have Brian Setzer, Rockabilly Riot. Kim Lenz and the Jaguars, Follow Me. I'm Smart and I'm Getting Smarter. Linda Gale Lewis, Hard Rockin' Woman. And Scale the Summit, Migration. I'm running out of space big time. I'm going to have to push some of these back. What time is it? 1:27? Okay. Tracy Lawrence Live. That looks like Willie Nelson Stardust. That looks like Willie Nelson Stardust. David Lee Murphy, Out with a Bang. David Lee Murphy, Getting Out the Good Stuff. Chris Ray, The Road to Hell. Colin Ray, I Think About You. Another one. Brad Paisley, Wheelhouse. And Carl Perkins, Go Cat Go. Those are all just $6.99. No more, no less. Practically free. All right, here comes some more CDs. These are also $6.99. We have Whitechapel, A New Era of Corruption. This is Big Time Rush, 24/7. Heaven's Cry, Primal Power Addiction. Light This City, Storm Chaser. Buck Cherry, F.U.C.K. Linda Gale Lewis, A Family Affair. This is Oh Hell, The Underworld Regime. Doomsday, Huntress, and Light This City, The Hero Something. $6.99 on all those. Oh, yes. Knee Pop. Okay, so over here, first thing is John Durden on CR. I'm assuming that's for Colin Ray. I'm Thinking About You. Why is there two? There might be one better than... Well, that one doesn't have a disc for one thing. Okay. Okay, that's good. So give him that one. That one goes in the trash. All right, and then over here, Danny Thomason on DLM. DLM for Danny Thomason. DLM for Danny Thomason. David Lee Murphy. There's two different ones, Danny. There's Getting the Good Stuff Out and Out with a Bang. Your pick. Mark Stanley was first on Whitechapel. So to Mark Stanley on Whitechapel. Seth, you're fired. Put P space PPPP space P space LLLLLK PPUKKK space KNOKW space MI space ILI. Yes, you're basically getting paid to take these. Danny Thomason gets both David Lee Murphys. And then Mega Blast said no Chris Ray. So what you're trying to tell me is you do not want Colin Ray. There's two different ones. He wanted Chris Ray. Right here. Chris Ray. Okay. Got it. All right, that left Light This City, Huntress, Doomsday, Oh Hell, Linda Gill Williams, Buck Cherry, Light This City, Heaven's Cry, and 24/7. Big Time Rush. Bum bum dun 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 dun. Time stands still. Time stands still. All right, let's do these over here. We have XTC Nonsuch, the XX ICU, Hard Candy, Turn Out the Flame, Heartless Bastards, Arrow, Zen, Gorilla, Yuck, Jesus Jones, Liquidizer, Yola Tango, I can hear the heart beating is one, and the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Fever to Tell. Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Yola Tango, Jesus Jones, Yuck, Zen Gorilla, Heartless Bastards, Hard Candy, the XX, and XTC. I'm running out of space. So what I'm going to do, let me shift these over here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and photograph these so I don't have to touch them a second time. Yola Tango sold to Grog. Okay, that's sold to Grog. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these in nice, pristine stacks, balanced stacks, like this, and this. Okay, bring them a little bit forward. So I can push these together like that. These are little, okay. And I don't need my phone plugged up anymore. I just need my camera. So I can do this right here. Okay. I'm going to take these over here on the table. And they're going to have a lot of fun trying to find these when people are claiming them in the group in the morning for $6.99. And the post has 128 comments. And they're probably just about ready to shoot me. They're going to be just about ready to shoot me. Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you're not, you miss out on what I'm doing right now. I will gladly do a bundle deal, sure. I just got to get them off the table. I've ran out of room. I will gladly do a bundle deal with somebody for cheap. I mean dirt cheap. I mean cheap. I mean, you're already getting paid to buy them, so you're probably going to get like a bonus to take them. Rare and expensive. That is actually over here next to me. It says rare, indie, and high-end CDs, big money, eBay, stuff Jim B would like to own for cheap, but he can't have. I mean, Jim B, that Emarosa album, I've already sold that Emarosa album on Discogs for 200 bucks. The one you was trying to offer 50 bucks for. I was like, yeah, of course you're trying to offer 50 bucks for it. It's a $200 record. Guess what it sold for today on Discogs, everybody? $200. I was begging somebody to buy it for $75. I was begging somebody to buy it for, I was like, man, this is a $200 record. No takers. Sold 48 hours later on Discogs, 200 bucks. A reseller's dream watching Coletco. A reseller's dream. Why do you think Jim B's still here? He's made enough money. He's bought 2 new cars watching this stream every night. All right, here we go. $6.99. We have David Lee Murphy. We have Michael Martin Montgomery. Or excuse me, John Michael Montgomery. Tim McGraw's Greatest Hits. Tim McGraw Set This Circus Down. Tim McGraw again. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth. The Road to Incendiana, Lyle Lovett. Lyle Lovett. Willie Nelson, Country Stars and Stripes. Willie Nelson Sings Christofferson. Willie Nelson Stardust. Willie Nelson Always on My Mind. And Johnny Lang, Wonder of This World. These are all $6.99. Can I get Dolly's Little Sparrow? Where do you see that one at? Where was that one at? Was that in the stack I just took to the back? If so, when I post tomorrow, I'll have to say that it's already claimed or somebody's going to buy it and then they're going to be looking for it. I have Johnny Lang, Willie Nelson, Willie Nelson, Willie Nelson, Willie Nelson, Lyle Lovett, Lyle Lovett, Lyle Lovett, Tim McGraw, Tim McGraw, Tim McGraw, John Michael Montgomery, and David Lee Murphy, so did Danny Thomason. Okay? Todd Saw wants Willie Nelson Always on My Mind. So did Todd Saw. That was not a double of David Lee Murphy. That was the first one we had of that one. Okay? Next handful's coming right now, but Christina, you let me know and I'll go get it. I'll just have to make a note to comment on that post that Dolly was sold if it was in the ones I already photographed. Won't be a problem though. I'd rather sell it to you now. The Magnetic Fields, Non-Such, Masters of Reality, Sunrise on the Surfbirds. This is Mazarin, we're already there. Mazzy Star, so tonight I might see McGuinn Back from Rio. Baroness, Blue Record. We have Animal Collective Fields, Jet, Get Born, Band of Susan's Veil, Babe the Blue Ox People, The Greenhorn Sold Follies, and the best of Eric Burden the Animals. Eric Burden the Animals. Now, I don't mind to go pull it right now. Which one? We better do it now or you might miss it. Little Sparrow by Dolly. I'll just have to make a note when that post goes live that somebody's already claimed that one. Or somebody's going to claim it and be like, wait a minute, I was first on Dolly. And then there's going to be a riot breakout and then I get assassinated. Okay, and there's a coup. There's people like trying to take over Coletco. And there's a coup. There's a coup and they come in here and they handcuff me and they take me out. And I'm like, this is all because Christina claimed Dolly. So before we have a coup, and before I get thrown out of power, this is sold to Christina Curtis for $6.99. Let's make a note to post that on that one, okay? So, Dolly Sparrow. Dolly Parton. Little Sparrow. Before there's a coup and I get thrown out of office. Okay. And then CD name on bottom right. That one was the Magnetic Fields. I think Non-Such is the label. Yeah, the Magnetic Fields. Okay. My imagination, you should see my dreams every day. Oh my gosh. It's hard to turn off my brain, I tell you that. My mom would be like, son, please stop talking. Please go to sleep. That was me as a kid. We have Matchbox Romance, Stories and Alibis, Armor for Sleep, What to Do When You're Dead. This is Men, Women, and Children, The Dirty Knobs, Abandoned Reckless, Danny B. Harvey and Annie Marie Lewis, Barbed Wire Heart, White Arms of Athena. This is Something, 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 Holy War, Russell Scott and his Red Hots, Tarja, Hincays, Incustindastada. This is Sparrow, Swarm and Sing, Shroud and Neglect, Something, Noche Escadavenilla, Matt Pond, PA, Remedy for Ruin. These are all $6.99. $6.99. Next thing, was there a Wailing in there? No. Dude, will the Pink Floyd wall light box have bricks and design? That is currently to be determined. I can't reveal that, or once again, I could possibly I could lose, all of my business could get confiscated if I tell you, Jeff, okay? I can't tell you. If I told you, I could wake up in the morning and it would all be over. Tim McGraw, all three of these sold for $15 to Rob and Glenn, okay? Let's do a bundle deal. Sold for $15. Done. All right, next thing over here is the following. These are all $6.99. I will do a bundle sometimes if they're still available and it's the same artist and we have a bunch of the same artist, okay? That's when they're going to be less than $6.99. We have Charlie Robinson, Step Right Up, Kenny Rogers with Love, The Best of Kenny Rogers, Darius Rucker, Charleston, South Carolina, 1966, Ricky Skaggs, the Kentucky Thunder, Brand New Strings, Boss Skaggs, Lido, Whoa, Kenny Thomas, Flags of Our Fathers, Willie Nelson, Nightlife, and Joe Nichols, Man with a Memory. I can't tell you, Jeff Brent, these signs, I'm telling you, these light boxes, these are top secret. We're talking NSA, CSA, FBI, CIA, TSA. I mean, we even got the FBI. They're like, did you or did you not reveal top secret information last night during your live stream about these light boxes? I'm gonna be like, oh Lord, here we go. We told you over and over, Chad, not to be revealing this information. As much pressure as Jeff Brent RTO is going to be putting on you every single night to reveal this information, you have got to keep it secret. This is serious crap, okay? And if you keep revealing this, then all of a sudden, you're just going to disappear. Mercury Rev, what a cover. Mercury Rev, and this is MIA Calla, Corridalar, Appearance in the Park, Anna Kramer, and You Will Know Us by the Trail of the Dead, Worlds Apart, Basehead, Not in Kansas Anymore, The Almond Brothers, Eat a Peach, $6.99. $6.99 for the Almond Brothers. Folks, that has Melissa on it. It's worth it just for that. Crossroads seem to come and go. Double cheeseburger from McDonald's. Wow, water. Gypsy flies from coast to coast. Loving many, one none. By the way, a couple of those metal CDs I couldn't identify earlier was, I can see them now, Job for a Cowboy Sun Eater. That was one of them. All right. Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lido, bomb. All right, here we go. La Love It. Made in the Blue Ridge, Jeff Little. Keith Urban, Gold Road. Keith Urban, Greatest Hits. Sammy Kershaw, Politics, Religion, and Her. Sammy Kershaw, another one. And then this is just a disc of Alan Jackson, Who Am I? And Tracy Lawrence, Time Marches On. Those are all $6.99. Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, almost got through this whole box of country. First thing, we have Todd Saw and Keith Urban's Greatest Hits. That's sold. And then we got Patty Loveless, On Your Way Home. Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter. Reba McEntire Duets. That looks like Sammy Kershaw again, and another Lyle Love It. All right, I'm going to have to photograph these. Make sure if you want something, you let me know right now. I will gladly sell it to you. And if not, I'm going to photograph these and take them to the back. So I'm going to give everybody a good 30 seconds to think on these. I still don't mind pulling from the back, but they're officially about to get photographed, so I don't have to move them and stack them again later, okay? First thing is Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter, right here to Todd Saw. That's yours. Got to make sure everybody's lag doesn't get them before I move these. I'm about to take a stack of sold CDs to the back. Let me get them good and balanced so they don't fall and crash like they have before. These are all sold, and these are all going to the back. Right around the corner over here in the Operation Center, as we call it. We love the Operation Center. It's possibly the best Operation Center. Some say it's the best. All right. Let's get these photographed, get them off the table. Boom, ba da da, boom, da da da, dum. Let's get this good, nice and framed and focused so people can zoom in and see them. Boom. All right. Here we go. Let me take these in here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, we got 30 more boxes to go through. 30 more boxes. I mean, I'm not joking, but I don't have them all boxed up. I bet I could fill up 30 more boxes, but $3 each for anything I can't pronounce. Well, you might shot yourself in the foot. I'll start mispronouncing anything. Barnes na Noble. Kahith Walatli. Kahith Uberon. Simi Kirshaw. Rebe McIntyre. Boy, you just bought a bunch of Reba McIntyre. Oh, that was a great neck adjustment right then. Holy moly. All right, let's toss this bubble wrap. We just emptied this entire box that was full of CDs a moment ago. I'm going to toss this over here in the recycler so we can work our way down the stack. One more time, gonna get you. One more time, one more for the road. Lido. Ooh. All right. Annie Lennox Diva. Never mind. They came in droves. Get out of me. Michael Marning, Unusual Weather. Best of Vanilla Ninja. Lacuna Coil, something. Ben Lee, Hey You, Yes You. Lacuna Coil. Joss Stone, Mind, Body, and Soul. Ladysmith Black Mambazo. Daniel Lanois, Acady. Modern Life is War, Sealed. Standing Hampton, Brace Yourself. Stranger Than Fiction, Mystery Loves Company. Sean McDonald, Simply Nothing. Mega Blast. There's two Lacuna Coils. There is this one, and there's that one, if that's what your LC was for. There's Karma Code and Kamalize. He wants both. Mark Stanley on MLW. MLW was Modern Life is War, Sealed. Okay? All right? There's Josh starting a new box, okay? This is a new box. And I'm still working on this crate of what I call, well, I don't know what it is. It's been all kinds of different stuff. Let's get a handful out of that. Boxer, absolutely. Bumblebee, 281, The Prince. Brainiac, Smack, Bunny, Baby. Granddaddy, The Software Slump. Kurt Vile, Tori Amos, Little Earthquakes. The Grapes of Wrath, These Days. Grantley Buffalo, Mighty Joe Moon. And what is this? Animal Collective, Merriweather Post Pavilion. Those are all $6.99, okay? And let's grab one from this new box. We're going to alternate until we've sold everything in here. And then we might go through the indie box and start selling those to Jim B. But we're going to look them all up and, you know, he's going to pay retail price. First thing we have is Scott Arnold put T. And the only T in here is nothing. He said, scratch that, I have it. Darren Johnson got Bumblebee. Black Lady was in the last stack. It was right here. That's so to George Burleson. Lonnie Jolly got Tori Amos. Okay. And next handful, Plump or Plum, P-L-U-M-B, candy-coated water drops. Leaves Eye, Elegy, sealed. Joshua Radin and the Rock and the Tide. Rose Cousins, If You Were For Me. Naked Rhythm, Fat Box. Revelation Theory, Truth is Currency. Neil Laura, The Freemans, The Very Best Of and More. Megan McCauley, Suzanne Vega, and Another in Modern Life is War, My Love, My Way. Jim B wants Animal Collective. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no. Sold to Jim B 7137. Oh no. What have I done? Oh gosh. Modern Life is War is sold to Mark Stanley, Suzanne Vega, Megan McCauley, The Freemans, Neil Laura, Revelation Theory, Naked Rhythm, Rose Cousin, Joshua Radin, Leaves Eyes, and Plum. This is plumb full. One more time. Archers of Loaf, Icky Metal, Revelator, Nettlesford, looks metal. At the Drive-In, In Casino Out, Basehead, Play with Toys. What? John McLaughlin, The Promise. Okay, I know him. Johnny Marr, The Healers. Boomslang, I know him. Long Wave, There's a Fire. The Association's Greatest Hits. Arctic Monkeys, Favorite Worst Nightmare. Nice packaging. Arcade Fire, Funeral. Arc Welder, Entropy. And Archers of Loaf, All the Nation's Airports. Okay. First thing we have is Darren Johnson on Archers. Sold. Okay. What is... I'm not for sure what just happened. Okay, and then over here... Mark Stanley on Korverka Talk. That is sold to Mark Stanley. And Darren Johnson on Arc Welder. Darren Johnson on Archers. And he wants both. Arc Welder and Archers. But was there another Archers? There is Arcade, Arctic, Association, Longwave, Mar, John McLaughlin, Basehead, and At the Movies. Okay. I've already pulled both. Okay. Nice. Okay. Let's do one from this. One more from the row. What is... Hold on one second. Let me make sure this next box... Oh, yeah. Oh, this is the box GMB wants. Oh, my gosh. Look at this one. Holy moly. Yeah, that's the one GMB wants. That's the drug right there. Dreaming Through the Noise, Vienna Ting. Joshua Caddison, Painted Desert Serenade. Arden Kaywin, The Elephant in the Room. Matt Kearney, City of Black White. Revelation Theory, Truth is Currency. Chad O'Neill, Revolution number 9, sealed. Ledger. Why is it in a sandwich baggie? Ledger. Oomph. Des Wansons Fete Brute. Veda, The Weight of an Empty Room. Stand Defiant, The Scandal. Charlotte Martin, On Your Shore. $6.99. Vienna Tag, Joshua Caddison, Arden something, Matt Carty, Revelation, Chad O'Neill, Oomph, Veda, Stand Defiant, Charlotte Martin. Wow. One more for the road. $6.99 on this next handful. If you can't believe it, you hadn't been watching long. Kansas Leftoverture. We have Kenya New Scared Cow. Half-Breed Keith Hartley Band. Jesus Jones Doubt. King Kong Funny Farm. King Swamp Wiseblood. The Keels. Killers. Best of B.B. King and the Antlers Hospice. The Antlers, B.B. King, the Killers, the Keels, King Swamp, King Kong, Jesus Jones, Keith Hartley, Keena, and Kansas. We're definitely in the K's. Jay Nutra wants best of B.B. King. So did Jay Nutra. Oh, Lido. Oh my gosh. One more. Lonnie Jolly next on BB. We have Julia Fordham, China Blue, Modern Life is War, Sandy Thom, The Pink and the Lily, Punch Ahoy Brothers, Punch Brothers Ahoy, another one of those, Messiah Thunderdome, Aaron McCarley, Love Save the Empty, Girls and Boys, Ingrid Mickelson Sealed, Sass Jordan, Racine, what is that? Pineapple Thief 137, Grand Royal Ben Lee, another Modern Life is War, and ooh, look at that cover. It's a big infected toe. That is Scrape, New Killer America, sealed. It was $23 at one point. I bet Jim B buys that one. Mega Blast on Messiah. Messiah right here. Sold for $6.99 to John Durden. All these are $6.99. No more, no less. Lido. Whoa. Male Bonding. Endless Now. The Four Tops Greatest Hits. Fleetwood Mac. Shrine 69. Wow, what is that? Of course, I know what it is, but I've never seen it. Is this official? I guess it is. Fleetwood Mac. Gorky Zygotic Mine. Barna Fundle. The Helicopters. Grande Rock. The Fiery Furnaces. I'm Going Away. And the Fiery Furnaces. Blurry Boat. Next is George Burleson on PB. PB was PB Messiah. The Messiah you bought was Thunderdome. Okay. Chris Frazier definitely first on Fleetwood Mac. Let me figure out what George Burleson's PB was for. Melvin Bond and Four Tops, Gorky. That must be in a different stack. Kansas PB, Sandy George. Ingrid Mickelson, Saskatchewan Pineapple. I don't see that one. Modern Life is War. Okay, there was two you hadn't bought. They're both sealed. Since you bought the other two, I'll go ahead and sell them to you for $10. Punch Brothers. Oh, that's a little thin one. No wonder. That was a little thin one. I can't even see the spine. I bet it's right here. Yeah. It didn't even have a spine. All right. And then these two are sold for $10 to Mark Stanley. Mark, did you buy that Baroness CD earlier? There was a Baroness CD earlier, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe you bought it and I didn't even notice it. All right, moving right along. $6.99. We have Mermaid Kiss album, Leaves Eyes, Vinland Saga, Brandy Shearer, The Sycamore, Brian Setzer, 68 Comeback Special, Brian Setzer, Boogie Woogie Christmas, Big Runga Birds, The Saw Doctors, Live in Galway, Scarlet Haze, Out of the Dark, Scarlet Haze Bootleg EP, Tina Shaleski, Slow Burn, and Big Runga. These are all $6.99. Punch Brothers. No, there was only one. There was only one Punch Brothers. There was only one Punch Brothers. That'll be the day, and I die. That'll be the day. All right, moving right along. We have Long Wave, The Strangest Things. That's King's X. King's X. Kinski. Mercury Rev. Julian Cope, Peggy Suicide. Joni Mitchell, Turbulent Indigo. Never seen that one. June of 44, 4 Great Points. Junior Kimbrough, Sad Days, Lonely Nights. Kaiser Chiefs, Employment. Inside, The Inside Out. Cooks, The White Room, The KLF, and Kitchens of Distinction, The Great Death of Cool. $6.99. Kitchens of Distinctions, White Room, Inside the Outside, The Cooks. Kaiser Chiefs, Junior Kimbrough, June of 44, sold to Darren Johnson. And if anybody else wants anything in there, be my guest. Okay? Now, I have another handful right here. I have another Bic Runga. I have Bic Runga Dive, Trust Company, The Lonely Position of Neutral, Dear Science, Tina and the B-Sides. It's all just about the same. Tonic Lemon Parade, If You Could Only See My Love. We have TNR, The Chessboard. This is Behan Johnson, and Bound for Glory, Bill Merck. Those are all $6.99. 6666666. All right, now, let me see what's in this box. Not the box that says Rare Discog CDs. We're going to go through this one first. Scott Allman on Tonic Lemon Parade, sold for $6.99. Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. This is Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Will Remain. Paul McCartney, Chaos and Creation, In the Backyard. Mellencamp, Cutting Heads. Dance Naked, John Mellencamp. John Mellencamp, Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky. The soundtrack to White Man's Burden. Blues Traveler, Hootie and the Blowfish, Changing Faces. Dave Matthews Band, Cracker, Bush, Meat Puppets, etc., etc. $6.99. Next is these for $6.99. White Man's Burden, John Mellencamp, John Mellencamp, John Mellencamp, Paul McCartney, Joseph Arthur, and Sheryl Crow. These are all $6.99. Cracker was on the White Man's Burden soundtrack. Tom Brady and Quincy Jones. I didn't know they did a movie together. Tom Brady and Quincy Jones. I had no idea Tom Brady and Quincy Jones did a movie together. You learn something new every day. I wouldn't think Tom Brady was all that great of an actor if you were to ask me, but evidently he is. Jeff Brent RTO wants me to bring out the rare Randy Rhoads bootlegs, unheard concerts, and rare Aussie autograph CDs by Randy Rhoads. That will be $8,000 if I find them. That's what he's hoping. Or maybe I'll open up this Ace Frehley poster. Who are those people? I've never... Who are these actors? Who are these people? Oh, John Travolta and Harry Belafonte. Wow, I wasn't too far off. John Travolta and Harry Belafonte. John Travolta and Harry... I wasn't too far off. I was 50-50 almost with Quincy Jones. Okay. I did not know that was John Travolta. I had no idea. I'd never heard of that movie. Okay, I'm going to move these to the back, so let me snap this picture right quick. Never heard of that movie until right now. All right, these are going in the back. You'll see these posted for $6.99 CD Madness. I'll have to set a time. Probably post this at 7 a.m. That way it has all day to run through the algorithm. Algorithms are weird on Facebook. You got to post. Our group has about 11,000 people. Most of the posts reach about a couple thousand. So that's why, like, you have to check the group. Just because you follow a page doesn't mean you see it. That's why I always ask everybody to like stuff. If you like, you'll see more of a person's post. Or if you click on pictures, you know, that's the algorithm. If you interact a lot with somebody's page, you'll see more of it, right? If you click on their pictures, if you comment, you'll see more and more of it. If you stop liking posts of a page, if you stop clicking on pictures and you stop commenting, you'll see less and less of that page, and they'll suggest something else. That's how Facebook works, because they make money off advertisements, et cetera, blah. So always make sure you're liking social media posts or commenting or something, and you won't miss anything. All right, these are $6.99. We have Hayes Carl, Trouble in Mind, Cracker, The Golden Age, Corey Stevens, Getaway, Billy Burnett, Coming Home, David Wilcox, Home Again, Friends, I'll Be There for You, I'll Be There for You, Burden Brothers, Buried in Your Black Heart. Those are all $6.99, okay? Is the KLF the 1 or 2 disc version? Was that in a stack that I just took to the back? If so, I'll go grab it and check it for you. First of all, I'm going to grab another handful out of here that are all $6.99 right now for $6.99. Here comes some more CDs. I have The Tanks, Summon Creature, Carrie Newcomer, The Geography of Light, Lady Hawk, Anxiety, Lady Hawk Special Edition, Lady Hawk, Paris is Burning, Frontal Assault, Thrash Metal, established 2016, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Rise, Skillet, Peter Mayer, Midwinter. This is Mandamus Frustrum, Solent album. The Magic Numbers, Love Me Like I Love You. Sleep Thief, The Dawn Seeker, and Peter Mayer, Uncrowded Sky. Okay, first thing is this. We have, let's see here. And I think we're caught up. So no claims out of there, right? We have The Tanks, Carrie Newsom, Lady Hawk, Skillet, Peter Mayer, Magic, Sleep Thief, etc. KLF, 1 disc or 2 version. Let me see if I can identify that one for you right over here. KLF. The White Room. KLF for the White Room. KLF, the White Room, appears to be a 1 CD. Yeah. KLF. Boy, that's hard to say. It's a 1 CD. Yep. Near mint. Okay. Lady Hawk full CD. Well, there's 3 Lady Hawks. There's 3 Lady Hawks. There's one called Paris is Burning, Special Edition, which is self-titled, and Anxiety. Next. $6.99 on any of these CDs right here, including All Access, Front Row Backstage Live, Verizon Wireless, iMac, something. It's got all kinds of people on it. $6.99. Time Light Music presents Rock and Roll Legendary Years. That looks like Jerry Lee Lewis. No, it's all kinds of people. Counting Crow, This Desert Life. Mad Dogs and Okies. Looks like another soundtrack, maybe. 1970 Rock and Roll. Built to Spill, Universe. The Armadillos, Better Off a Stranger. And this is Storyville, Dog Years. Okay. And then he wants Lady Hawk, this one right here. Okay. That is so to Mark Weiss. And then Chad Smith, I'll make sure David Hoy passes on this. If not, Chad Smith wants it. And then Scott Allman on Counting Crows. Counting Crows sold. So we have Storyville, The Armadillos, Built to Spill, 1970. I think this booklet has been flipped. Yeah. It's supposed to be like this. 1970, year I graduated high school. Mad Dogs and Okies, that compilation, and then All Access. George Burleson wants Built to Spill. Okay. Done. 3 for Thrash. By law, I'll have to decline, but it is $6.99 if you want it. We have Golden Rock and Roll #1 hits. Cat Stevens, Magic Cat, Earth Tour 1976. Not Fade Away, Remembering Buddy Holly. Something's Wrong, Billy D and the Hoodoos. 10 Years After, The Essential. U2, Octone Baby. Paul Simon, You're the One, and the Black Crow Southern Harmony Music Companion. KLF is sold to Chad Smith. I'll have to write down that that's been claimed when I post that. KLF has been claimed. Okay? So there's that. Those are Black Crows, so to Chris Frazier. Still got Paul Simon, U2, 10 Years After, Billy D, Not Fade Away, Cat Stevens, and Golden Rock and Roll #1 hits. Okay? Let's keep rolling. Hopefully y'all are wide awake. We got hours and hours more of this to do. $6.99. Here comes more. How much are these, Chad? They're $6.99. You've got to be joking. I am not joking. These are all $6.99. We have Ben Lee. This is The Rebirth of Venus, Ben Lee. We have Made of Bit Bricks by Kate Nash. Paradise Lost, Say Just Words. Helva, Another Day, Another Dollar. Wonder Mints, Mind If We Make Love to You. Aaron McCarley, This Is Love, Save the Empty. Bobby McFerrin, Simply Pleasures. Bap Kennedy, Lonely Street. Killing Heidi presents Sealed. Champagne and Roses, Carole King. Jensen Keats. These are all $6.99. Can I see the CD up close on Built to Spill? The Built to Spill was right here. It was called See You in Reverse. See You in Reverse. Sherry Darnell on 10 Years After. TYA, is that for 10 Years After? The Essential 10 Years After collection right here. So does Sherry Darnell. George Burleson on Nash. So we had Jensen, we had that, and then we had this, and we had that, we had this, we had that, we had this, we had this, and Kate Nash, so to George Burleson. Made of Bricks by Kate Nash, so to George Burleson. Next handful coming at you right now, $6.99. This is Edwin McCain. This is Edwin McCain. Never Hints Among, well, I can't read what that says. Something Among Thieves. Edwin McCain. The Best of Eric Clapton. Rod Stewart, If We Fall in Love Tonight. Will Smith, Big Willie Style. Foreigner, Inside Information. We have Common Thread, The Songs of the Eagles. Picking on the Eagles. Eagles performances by Bluegrass and Country Style. UB40, Labor of Love. Red Red Wine. The Best of Gene Vincent as Blue Caps. And Fleetwood Mac, Say You Will. These are all $6.99. That's Edwin McCain, Clapton, Rod Stewart, Will Smith, Foreigner, Common Thread, Picking on the Eagles, UB40, Gene Vincent, and Fleetwood Mac. How much are these, Chad? They're only $6.99. Surely you're joking. That would be theft if somebody bought some of these for $6.99. Well, they would just have to commit theft. By the way, making sure we have plenty of time on Facebook. We do. Okay, so Michelle on Common Thread, Songs of the Eagles sold, and then Lonnie Jolly on Fleetwood Mac, Say You Will sold. Nice. All right, let's jump right over here and see what we got. Next handful. This is Will Hodge, H-O-G-E. This is Draw the Curtains, Blue Rodeo, The Days in Between, Gretchen Wilson, All Jacked Up, Jake Bug Live, Charles Brown, One More for the Road, Julie Roberts, Richard Gere, Runaway Bride. That's the actresses and actor and actresses. The soundtrack is music from the motion picture. This is the soundtrack, Dixie Chicks, Eric Clapton, Martina Bride, Mark Anthony. Wow, I didn't know Roger Waters. He's under the actor named Richard Gere. Roger Waters in Runaway Bride. We have Supernatural, Santana, Paul McCartney, Off the Ground, James Brown Live, The Best of Hits, James Brown, Panic at the Disco, Pray for the Wicked, and Eagles, The Long Run. Eagles, Long Run, $19.99, $13 near mint. Okay. First thing is this. We have Sorry Pass on Kate Nash, thinking it was Kate Bush. All right, let's put back Kate Nash then. No claim on that. That's going right here. Anybody else on $6.99? How much time left? Probably have to start a new feed so we can finish. I'll probably start a new Facebook feed. We have Panic at the Disco, So to Scott Oman. We got Eagles, The Long Run. We have Best of James Brown Live, Paul McCartney, Santana, Runaway Bride, Charles Brown, Jake Bug, Gretchen Wilson, Blue Rodeo, and Will Hodge. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Let's go ahead and grab another handful from this box right over here. How much are these, you say? They're only $6.99. You've got to be kidding me. Surely these aren't $6.99. These are, in fact, $6.99. We have Ponte Bone Fantasize. This is Fermal. Over here we have Steve Azar, Heartbreak Town, Kate Havenick, Hannah Prestel, the Julian Hatfield 3, Puss in Boots, No Fools, No Fun, Sugar Rain, 1459, Sugar Ray, the Sub Dudes. We have Frontal Something, another Frontal Something, Gary Almond, Smoke Rings in the Dark, and Randy. These are all $6.99. Chad Smith wants the best of James Brown. Was right here, and Sherry Darnell got the Eagles. Those have been well taken care of for in slipcases. Darren Johnson on Julia Hatfield, and that was right here. That's so to Darren Johnson. Okay, anybody else? That'll be the day. When do we go to sleep? In about 2 to 3 hours. All right, let's go through another handful right quick. These are all $6.99. We got Johnny Horton. This is Johnny Horton, All-American Country, Juice Newton's Greatest Hits, The Doors, the Oliver Stone film soundtrack, Chris Kane, and this is Hall of Shame, Reverend Billy C. Wirtz, Songs of Faith and Inflammation, Mark Anthony presents Sound Savers, Train, Save Me San Francisco, Ricky Lee Jones, Flying Cowboys, and Danny Tate, self-titled. Witch Hannah Pestle. Oh no, we've messed up. We have officially messed up. Folks, this could get bad. Hannah Pestle. Jim B wants to know which Hannah Pestle. We have officially messed up. Hannah Pestle. Hannah Pestle. I don't even think I said Hannah Pestle, did I? The last stack was Randy, Gary Allen, something, right here. Hannah Pestle, self-titled. We've messed up. Jim B's ears perked up. That must be a $200, $300, $400, $500 CD. Justin Garrett on MA. Justin Garrett got Mark Anthony. If that's not right, let me know. Sherry Darnell got The Doors. Jim B gets Hannah Pestle. We've messed up big time, folks. That was a gem. That was a rarity unlike anything else we've ever seen. All right, these are how much? $6.99. You've got to be joking me. I'm, in fact, not joking you. These are $6.99. We have Modern Life is War. We have Marlo Skoloff, Grateful. Grace Potter, Midnight Sealed. Amy Stutt, False Smiles. Let's Go Sailing, The Chaos and Order. Joshua Radden, Live at Reg's Coffee House. Powderfinger, Odyssey number 5. And Serena Ryder, Is It Okay? These are all $6.99. I know, crazy cheap prices, but that's what we do here. These are all $6.99. Even sealed Red Savine Teddy Bear, sealed. Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. Leanne Womack, Greatest Hits. Sheryl Crow, Jimmy Buffett Fruitcakes. Cross, David Crosby, Cross. This is the soundtrack to Swingers. Maria Del Moldar, Fanning the Flames. James Taylor, Hourglass, and Shannon Kerfman, Loud Guitars, Big Suspicious. $6.99. $6.99. George Burleson on Grace Potter, Midnight. I'm officially going to take this stack of sold CDs into the Operation Center because it is getting kind of tall and lanky. So let me go ahead and take these right in here before we have a tall and lanky collapse. And then everybody starts freaking out and losing their minds. Next thing I know, people's kicking in the doors. I'm having to run to the back and barricade myself in. Guns are going off. They're trying to find me. People's got pitchforks, torture devices. And then all because I didn't take these CDs over here and just stack them up carefully. Justin Garrett, there was 2 Jimmy Buffetts. There's Fruitcakes and there's Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. So your pick on those 2, okay? One more for the road. Lido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Boom, 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 boom. All right. These are just $6.99. Sheryl Crow, Wildflower. Sheryl Crow, Detour. Sheryl Crow again. Kathy Mattea, Love Travels. We have Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Remain. Kenny Loggins, Leap of Faith, Jason Mraz, Waiting for My Rocket to Come, Duncan Sheik, Daylight. These are all $6.99, okay? All those $6.99. Sheryl Crow, Kathy Mattea, Joseph Arthur, Kenny Loggins, Jason Mraz, and Duncan Sheik. Both Jimmy Buffett's to start off a new pile, sold to Justin Garrett. These are all $6.99. No more, no less. $6.99. We have Big Daddy, Cutting Their Own Groove. Get Shorty, that's another soundtrack. David Ball, Amigo. This is Darden Smith, Midnight Train. Shania Twain, Come On Over. Shania Twain, The Woman and Me. Ruth's Hat, The Hitchhiker's Guide to Rock and Roll. Honey Dogs, Here's Luck. These are all $6.99. That was Big Daddy, Get Shorty, David Ball, Darden Smith, Shania, Hitchhikers, and Honey Dogs. Just $6.99 on those. And Jim Bean's scratching his head like, dang, how is he charging $6.99 for these? I must be crazy for not trying to buy them all. Okay. Lil Affair, A Celebration of Women in Music. Mitch Woods and his Rocket 88s, Jump for Joy. David Ball, Starlight Lounge. We have Boss Diablo, Don't Act Right. Joe Ely, Letter to Laredo. Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. This is Best of Goldies But Goodies, Volume 3. BCB, Brett King Band, Rise. Roy Orbison, Hits, Hits, Hits. American Fool, John Cougar, and Cowboy Copus. Does It Tell Who Plays on Cross by Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Not much liner notes on here. Maybe if there's a booklet. I don't see like it mentioning any kind of like all-star lineup, if that's what you're looking for, like Jerry Garcia. Okay, $6.99 on these. Cowboy Copus, John Cougar, Roy Orbison, Brett King Band, Oldies But Goodies, Sheryl Crow, Joe Ely, Boss Diablo, David Ball, Mitch Woods, and Lil Affair. All right. Let me stack those up, and I'm going to take a photo of those. If anybody decides you want anything out of there. That's a pretty big stack. That might be a little bit too big for the photo, but we'll make it a second. Make sure nobody else wants anything out of there. I've gone through another box. Here's kind of the lineup for about the next, how many minutes? About 4 minutes. Facebook's going to expire. I think comments stopped working on YouTube. Is there anybody still watching on YouTube? Test 1, 2. Is YouTube still working? If you're live on YouTube watching this, hit a something comment. But yeah, for those curious, here's what I plan on doing. Well, I mean, I have this box of expensive CDs, and I mean, I didn't sort them. Somebody else did that we bought them. It was a guy who owned this music store, right? Okay. So the guy who owned this music store sorted this box, and they're all in bags, and the first couple I looked up were pretty rare. So what I'm going to have to do, if I start a new feed for about a half hour, I'll have to go through this other box, and then there's more that I can go through while I'm looking some of these up. But I'll literally like have to put up like Discogs and check on some of these, okay? And I might literally list them if no one buys them, and we can probably go through several. If not, probably can call it a wrap here in about 3 minutes, and that might be the best thing for us, because I have a feeling most people's not going to be wanting these $70, $100 CDs, but they will obviously be priced very fairly after we check them. But a lot of these are truly, really, I think, high-end expensive. So the first thing is Justin Garrett on John Cougar. If somebody thinks they might be interested, or we can get 4 or 5 people, I don't know if anybody's on here that's like buys $50 CDs and $30 CDs or $20 CDs. Justin Garrett got John Cougar on that, and then over here. So yeah, that was the end of that box. The other handful over here, we're at a good stopping point, honestly. But yeah, I might literally need to start a new handful. If anybody else wants anything in here, I'm going to snap this picture. Okay. The titles, I can give you a sneak peek. There's no hard rock or metal. It's actually stuff, I think that's why they're expensive. I don't really know a lot about them. I know I picked one out the other night and I scanned it and it was like none for sale, and the last one sold 2 weeks ago for like $190. Is this the box? Let me make sure this is the box. It should be. A couple of them could be duds. I don't know. There's some signed stuff in here. Let's see. Let me scan. Let me make sure this is the box. Yeah, I don't think it's like, it's not well-known, recognizable rock, because I think Paul would have probably, or me would have already, we could have just put those up for auction. Yeah, so this one isn't really anything. Welcome to beta app. Dark mode is here. Great, finally. Discogs has dark mode. Thank you. Man, I hate apps that don't have dark mode. Is this the box? This might not even be the right box. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, some of them are duds, but like this one, and then this one. I sold a Dick's Picks on eBay the other day. Yeah, if you're on Facebook, it's expired, by the way. I should have said that. If you're on Facebook, it's over. Time has officially expired. Yeah, let's check a couple of these, okay? There's a lot of signed stuff in here. All right, so let's start right here with these. All right, so this one, for example, no results, okay? That could be good or bad. Kate Walsh, The Real Thing. I want to make sure I'm in the right box before I spend this. Let me see what this says. The side of this box, I mean, the realistic print on it says this: indie CDs with high value, new and used. That's literally what it says. Indie CDs with high value, new and used. So let's go down the list and just scan some of them and see what happens, okay? Let's start right here with Taylor Swift. Let's do it one at a time. I'll use my phone. It'd be easier to probably pull it up on the screen, but I couldn't scan them. So there's a bunch of different versions of this one. So that store, we bought out that store's inventory. They had to close, and something happened with a city ordinance, and the guy was fighting City Hall, and that's all that new stuff we went and bought. So that was like the price he had on it, $35. That might be pretty close. I think that's going to take a little bit longer to look up. This one was $150 or $15. Let's see what this one says. All right, so this is Murphy's Heart, Thea Gilmore. Yeah, I mean, 4 copies from sale, $10.27. The median's $14. I will literally still sell that for $6.99 if anybody wants it. So that their $15 price tag, probably not too far off. Thea Gilmore, $6.99. All right. The Civil Wars. Yeah, $6.99 on the Civil Wars. Jonesy, Go Live, $6.99. There's another Kate Walsh that's autographed. Let's see what's going on with Mosquitoes. That's not really a high value one. Mighty Sideshow, Dare to Think, it's signed. Two for sale, never sold. 4 people have it, 1 people want it. Carla Bonoff, live with autographs. That's a pretty good one. Julie Fader. That one's kind of decent. Kate Walsh. Signed as well. That's a pretty good one. After Forever, Nora Jones. That's a pretty good one. Antigone Risings. This don't have a barcode, does it? Barcode on the front. No, let's search that one manually. That's ANTIGONE RISINGS. Traveling Circus. Nothing too special on those. Katie Mula, It's Only Pain. This week's most valuable records and CDs. John and the Weirdest. What did that sell for? $6,000. That's the kind of stuff I was telling you about. Labels that look like that we have stacked over here that we got to check, because that one sold this week for $6,675. That's the kind of stuff that scares me when we find something like that. It's like we got to double check it. All right, so that stack was interesting. This stack had a wide variety. I mean, there's all this stuff. I mean, some of those are $10 and $12 CDs, but not worth my time to price them individually. So any of those, $6.99, or not worth our time to list. The other three I tossed over to the side, maybe. Let me do another handful. I mean, I'm hoping there might be some like really good gems. I know for sure I scanned a couple in here and it was some pretty good stuff. And unless this box got mixed in with another and they've already listed some on Discogs, which is possible. But I don't think Paul's listed many. That won't scan, so we'll skip it. Not scanned. No results. All right, we'll skip that one. Let's see here. Sheila Majid. That's kind of pricey. Only one for sale, $75, but none have ever sold. So what do you do with that? Put it on there and, I mean, there's no results. Katie Rose, that don't have a barcode on it. Neither does that. That's nothing special. Mindy McCready. New Horizons Flyleaf. Is there any for sale? There's none for sale though. New Horizons Flyleaf. 2012 US. Interesting. But nobody has any for sale. That's pretty interesting. Sigur Rós Hurt. Sigur Rós. However you say his name. I know that's not how you say it. Sigurros. Heium. Heium. Nope. Heim. Nope. Boy, the autocorrect on this sucks because you got to type it in exactly. Yeah, There's nothing. $6.99 on that one. No bar. Oh, yeah, there's a barcode. Nothing. We'll have to check that one later. Nothing on that one. We'll have to check that one later. Taylor Swift was her self-titled CD. I hadn't checked it. I think you got to get into these code numbers on this to figure out this BMR 12702-805 to figure out exactly. If you want me to get you a price, I can. I'll take New Horizons. I bet you will. These are the ones I'm willing to pass for $6.99. I still think there's some great deals. Yeah, that New Horizons CD. Let's go to eBay for that one. That's the one I'm looking for. I probably can get you a price on it. New Horizons Flyleaf. It's not too expensive on eBay. A lot more than $6.99 though. It's not a $120 CD. Yeah, I think Taylor, she's not, I mean, if you just scan it, it gets pretty complicated. I just got an offer for my Austin Reeves card on eBay. BMR 120 702 $01 sign. CDs have matrix too, if you didn't know. All right, so this is enhanced. Let's see what we got here. Look at that. She even put her MySpace. MySpace.com/Taylor Swift. MySpace. She has her MySpace on this. That's incredible. 2006. So this is, let me save that thing so I don't lose it. Yeah, I'd have to get on a laptop for this one. So they start at 40, 50, and 60, and 25. So that's kind of confusing to me. You almost have to get on a laptop to figure this one out. All right, let's narrow it down to this. So why is there such a big difference in, let's see what this first one is. First version of 12-page booklet with BMR on the last page, compare with, which adds BKO2. Okay, so this adds BKO2. So it must not be that one. Could be this one. Okay, so it's this one. So this is, includes the original lyrics for picture guitar. So this one has, see how it has BKO2 added right here on that book? That's a different version. The first prints did not have BKO2 on that one. So the realist, he's pretty close. Whoever processed is pretty close. Yeah, I mean, they recently sold for 25, 40, 35, 43. $34.99, Michelle. $34.99. Okay, that's the price on that one. And I think that's below market. Michelle said she'll take it. Here's a good one. Live from Nowhere, Volume 1. 7 copies for sale starting from 40. Last one sold 30, 38, and 40. That's a pretty good one there. Taylor Swift sold to Michelle for $34.99. Great price. All right, I better stop there. I'm hungry as I'll get out, and I got a lot of work to do. We got to do this again tomorrow for another 8 hours. All right, anybody else have any final requests? If not, the chat's about to come to an end. We've been live for 8 hours and 15 minutes. Facebook's not even working anymore. My ear started acting up a few minutes ago, too. It started crackling. Anybody else? If not, I think we're finished for tonight. I do have for tomorrow, I don't really have any more CDs. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 handfuls, but that box wasn't too hot. I got all this kind of stuff. But what's the one of all the autographs? Oops, something just fell out. That one was, it was not that expensive. I mean, it was kind of a pricey one. It's called Mighty Sideshow. I'll sell it for $6.99. All these here are $6.99. But tomorrow should be another fully loaded show. Paul, Laura, and John's here on Saturday. Paul, John, and Laura. So we'll have new stuff from all of them. I'll have a whole new slew of auctions. And yeah, that's for tomorrow. So thanks, everybody. We might be out of CDs for a while now. We blasted through these. I got to go through this box. I got to do this box one day. I'm not too busy, and then post the leftovers. I mean, I'm only going to list stuff that I think I can get $25 for easily. So y'all might, after I sort through all these, there might be some $10, $15, you know, just like anything. I'm sure a lot of these we already sell are 10, 15, you know, et cetera, et cetera. All right, Jerry Torres wants this. Thank you, Jerry. That's sold to you for $6.99. Can I see the $6.99 ones? Yeah, Katie Mula, It's Only Pain, Antigone Risings, Traveling Circus, Sigur Ross, Heem, Mindy McCready, Kate Walsh, Tim's House. We had Julie Fader, After Forever Reimagined, Mosquitoes 3, Kate Walsh, The Real Thing. Some of these are autographed. Jonesy Go Live. That's a great price on the Civil Wars, live at Amoeba. And Thea Gilmore, Murphy's Heart. These back here are kind of more, these I couldn't find by scanning, that stack on the left. The stack on the right I think are $30 plus CDs. And we'll put those on Discogs. But as always, if anybody wants a price, just like I gave her on Taylor Swift, be sure to let me know. And whoever's tagging, let's make sure Taylor doesn't go in for $6.99. That would be bad. So whoever's tagging on that, I got to still look all these up. And there's going to be a post at 7 a.m. in the morning with all the leftovers and maybe a few handfuls over here. And those are going to be available. I think I'm about to go eat a parfait. I still got a piece of chocolate pie I hadn't ate over here. I don't really have an entree. I don't really want to go get fast food either. What time is it? 2:43? Golly, everything's closed. No cookout, no Whataburger, but gosh, I don't want a cheeseburger right now. Plus, I'm going to try to hit the gym. Is it already 3? What time is it? God, it's almost 3 o'clock. Golly, I'm supposed to stop at 1. I'm supposed to stop at 1. That's my perfect schedule, is stopping the show at 1 a.m. And I just keep getting later and later, and I go 8 hours plus, so it's just like 2, 3 a.m. Incredible. So, okay. I'm ending the feed. Thanks, everybody. I got to start at 5. I got to one night just say, we're done, go home and reset and like start this show at 5 to 1. With a set break time for a snack being at 11. And get into like a perfect routine for all next year. Otherwise, it's going to start causing more and more. We're going to get later and later. It's supposed to be 5 to 1. That's perfect. We get early That's early on the West Coast, not too late on the East Coast, and then late night, not terribly late for the East Coast, but still kind of early for West Coast. But Lido, I love it. All right, I'll see everybody again tomorrow. I'll put a few handfuls of CDs in that post, so there'll be something fresh, because we didn't finish this box. And if I do go through a couple more stacks,